So many fire trucks. So loud. Also, look at the tiny kitten. You tiny kitten. There's other. That's not there. Oh, else we're not watching Dollhouse. Hi, how's it going, chat? I'm tired. Sort of. Mostly my body is tired. But I downloaded a bunch of mods. I fixed the shaders, so now they're all working properly and we can see the UI still. And I figured out how that just works in general. Yeah. How's everyone's Friday going? I'm sleepy. That's my day. I went to bed at 9:30 last night. Cause I was legit nodding off at my computer. Like, hello? God damn it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Anyway, so I got like a bunch of sleep last night, even though I woke up at 7. Felt good, but I'm still sleepy for some reason, so here we are. Anyway, let me swap over to the, hopefully this just works, but of course it doesn't. Of course it didn't work. Why? It never works. Anyway, we have a new loading screen. Yeah, we have a loading screen. We have, if you want to look in the description, you can see all of the new mods that I added. It's quite a bit. We're gonna work on you. And then I added, we have our little pink, it wasn't there very long. We have a pink plumb bob, and loading screen is better now. No. No. Kitty is good, he's also sleepy. Aren't you munchin'? Munchy. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. Hey Nugget, what are you doing? Are you sleeping? You make free food or are you sleeping? Thank you, baby. It's like an hour and a half till you eat, baby. But yeah, anyway, so let me, we're not in this world, we're still working on Willow Creek. So we decided to empty out Willow Creek and we're starting from scratch. And we're gonna make it more fun to play with. And yeah, here, wait, let me see which. I'm on the cast preset. We need to swap to the live preset so that when we go here and build this house for one of our families that we've created to move in, it actually looks good and not scary for the cast settings. But anyway, look, I improved since last time the shaders. If you were on our Fansly stream, that was a bit of a fucking struggle. Couldn't see anything. None of the none of the UI was visible. No, the Halloween house is in a different world. The Halloween house is just in a completely different world than this, so it has been unaffected. But yeah, this is we're trying to build up this neighborhood and stuff so that it's actually more playable and it's not just like random NPCs and shit. But yeah. It did look cute. It did look cute. It's mostly just here. Like, let's see. Let me swap to. God, what was it that we had it at last time? Was it this? No, it's not that. What was it? Oh, what did we have it under? It was this, wasn't it? No, it wasn't this. This looks kind of nice though. I don't mind that. This one is violet, by the way. Not bad. No, it wasn't this one. Was it this one? This one's not bad, actually. Don't mind it. Oh, you know what? That's pretty good. I might have us do this one. Hold up. Hold up. Let me keep UI, though. Load, bitch. Look, I know how to use this now. Aren't you proud of me? Oh my god, load. Hey, turn back on, you whore. Okay, there's my UI. And then is there anything beneath this? There is, okay. Okay, I'm just gonna save this as a new preset because I enjoy that. Live mode blur. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, that looks so nice. I hadn't played with that one. I played around with the CAS shaders a lot more than I played around with these ones, but yeah, now that this actually works and I can figure out how to do that, actually the blur is fine. So yeah, it did good. Yeah, no politics. This is a politics-free stream, all right? Unless we join the political career, I guess, in the game, and then I guess we can talk about those politics. I like it because it makes it look like a dollhouse or something. It's so fun. Okay. Anyway, so let's finish this house, I think. Didn't we finish decorating the inside of that? Am I crazy? I thought we painted it. What happened? Hello? Are we in the wrong save file? What the fuck? What is happening? Is it you? Did we use you? Did I do it in the blank save file on accident? Ah! Please no. Please tell me that didn't do that. God fucking damn it. No, I did it in the blank save. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, okay, it's fine. There's a remedy. Just we're gonna save this as a new one. Okay. Stream save. All right. Making sure we're playing in the stream save. All right. Exit. Ah! God damn. I can't believe I did that. Okay. First, we need to empty this. We need to empty this. The whole point is that it's blank. That's the whole point, is that it's fucking blank. God damn it. God. It's fine. Okay, blank. Now we go back to the stream save, and it will be correct. Am I a designer or an architect by profession? No, I did go to college, though, for design. I make porn. for a living. Oh yeah, by the way, what should we listen to, chat? Well, thank you. All right, let's see. Boop, 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 and we're back. Anyway, so ignore all of that. You want to okay, I want to, but I wanted to pre-watch it first, just in case. So how about next stream we'll do that? Is there any like good drama or anything recently? No, you can't recommend a song. We are on YouTube. I can't play music. So, no. That'd be a hard no. I will ban you. Don't annoy me. All right, we could do I'm trying to see if there's any like oh, actually wait, I think that the Queen posted another on no, it's not that. I think it was on it was on her fucking other channel. Which one? Miss Mango Butt. It was on Miss Mango Butt, I think. Alright, yeah, she posted, I think it's a K-drama that she's talking about. I've not seen it. So we could do that. We could see what else she posted on here. Is there a book that she's done? Ooh, wait. Therapist pretends to fall in love with patient to get revenge. We could do that one. I don't think we've seen that one. Dude, I wish there was a fast button to take it out of low power. Your fucking shit out of low power mode. So annoying. Hello. I did have good lunch. What'd you have? I had a croissant and like turkey and cheese in it. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's listen to that because I'm curious about that one. It sounds more interesting than the tarot one. Let me find you a link really fast. Ooh, yum. Furries are no, but you okay. I'll do a countdown for this one so you can listen with me. If you want to. It's gonna be here retelling it, so. Alright, link. No, I have little ears. True, actually, it does seem like Finn's hat. Alright. I'm gonna count down and start it right now, so get it pulled up if you wanna watch along. But here we go. Alright. 3, 2, 1, play.
Welcome back to this week's episode of Bacon
How's the
a Mystery,
volume?
Bacon a Murder. And today we're in New York City where the weather is chilly. It's about to snow in New York. It is so freaking cold, so I decided I'm not going out today. I'm gonna stay home and I'm going to be baking
Volume's good?
some
Okay, cool.
chocolate mochi cookies. So that's what we're doing while I tell you guys a very spooky story. Have you guys ever seen the movie Nightmare Alley? This was one of the best movies I've watched this year. First of all, the visuals are incredible. They're great, but the story itself was fascinating. There is so much going on, but it doesn't make it seem like there are a lot of loose plot ends. Does that make sense? Sometimes when movies cram in too much in 2 hours,
Yeah, it looks so cute. I forgot how cute it
so many
is.
things don't get resolved, and you're ended up feeling like, why did I get emotionally involved with these characters when I don't know what the hell is going on?
Alright, cute. Alright.
Well, this,
Now I'm remembering what we made.
Satisfied. It's a question of what
Let's start with the
happens when
upstairs
you join a traveling
bedroom.
carnival, thinking that you were destined for greatness. You literally get a job as a mentalist. Do you know what that is?
Mentalist?
Yeah.
No.
It's people who mess with other people's minds.
Like you?
Oh my god, like The Mentalist. Did anyone watch that show?
I mess with your mind, be it. I'm like, no, honey, I didn't need a macaroon. You must be imagining things. That wasn't me. I'm gonna actually go eat the first one now. No, it's thinking that you can manipulate people out of their money by making them believe that you can talk to ghosts, talk to spirits, see their future, read their
Ooh,
minds.
that's a good shower.
But what if you're the one being
It's a good shower they
manipulated
gave
all
us.
along? You just had no idea. You don't see it. The carnival owner and everyone around you is using you to get what they want.
Can't really
And
place it in
the
here,
end,
but that's a good
we'll
shower.
see what happens. It's quite the mind trick, really, this whole movie. So with that being said, let's get started. I'm actually going to be
I'm gonna
starting
make
to
my
mix
own
these
shower
ingredients in this bowl
'cause
together. So sugar and
it's
milk.
not really
This is
ideal.
oat milk.
That's gonna be the shower.
And then the melted butter. We're gonna crack the egg. Beautiful. The movie opens strong with a guy named Stan, and Stan is actively dragging a dead body into this old, broken down home. He's wrapped the body up in these blankets, so you have
Is
no
Stan
idea
the
who this dead
therapist?
person is. He drops the dead body in the middle of this
Need a
living room in this
divider.
random broken down home and lights the whole thing on fire. Like, Stan is not here to play. The whole movie opens with murder. So he's here to get his business done, get back on the train, and head back home. Now, where is home, you wonder? Well, he hopes that it's the carnival, the traveling carnival. The good old carny is what they call it. It's called the greatest carnival in the world. That's their tagline. But it looks spooky. It's not like the state fair these days. It's even more spooky. I'm talking the red and white tents. They have to have open flames to keep the heat. They have people
Okay, it's
setting
not
up,
in
setting
there,
down. This is taking
I
time
guess.
in like
So
the
under
60s or the
miscellaneous?
70s, right? It's a different time back then, and I love the environment. It seems unsafe. It's more on par with American Horror Story. Like, use that. They actually have a carnival at the American Horror Story. The American Horror Story Freak Show. Yeah, imagine that in your head. There is a man on stage leading a crowd of people into a bunker of sorts, or like
The
an
fuck?
arena. Where
Wait, so
Oh, okay,
Stan
that's very
works
different.
At the carnival?
no, not yet. So at this carnival, because
Dude,
it's a
where
traveling
the-
carnival, a lot of locals will go there looking for
I'm looking for
temporary
the
work.
fucking
temporary
glass
work typically
divider
means,
from.
hey, I'm gonna help you deassemble the carnival, load it onto your
Oh,
truck,
shoot, which
and
pack
then you
is it
travel
from?
to a new carnival state. And then they
No,
find locals
which
to
pack
help
is it
deassemble the
from?
tents
Oh,
and
God
assemble the
damn
tents.
it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So he's hoping he can be one of those locals. Now, he gets there, and of course he's looking for the owner of the carnival, and everyone
It's gotta
points
be in
to
here.
the stage where there's a man. And it's almost like an arena. So at first he's on stage, and then the doors behind him
I
open.
bet I
they
just
slide
passed it.
open,
Ooh.
And there's this banister.
This might work.
This railing that you can
No,
walk
it's too
towards.
much of a
and
door
when you get to
door.
the edge of the railing, you look down, and it looks like a 2-story drop, and there's just hay at the bottom. It's a circle. There's no escape. It's almost like looking down a rabbit hole. And the
guess
man,
that
the
could
owner
work.
says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to remember that this exhibit is presented solely in the interest of science and education.
I wanted it to be
Where
glass.
did it come from, you ask? Is it a beast or is it a man? Come on in and come on in and find out. The creature
No, it's still
has
a door.
been
Damn it.
examined by
Not the
foremost
creature.
scientists of both Europe and the Americas and has been pronounced a man, unequivocally a man."
Actually, this
The
one kind
audience
of works.
rushes near the railing and they're looking down. It's almost like what you would imagine a bullfight would take place, but much smaller, much smaller, right? And the doors swing open down there, and inside, in this little sectioned off stage, is a man hunched over, just writhing in pain, and dried blood is all over his body. The presenter continues. He can go weeks without food nor drinks and lives entirely in the atmosphere.
Ew, why would I have
But you're in
kids?
luck, because tonight we are going to
And
take
also,
him one
how?
last time. There will be a slight additional charge for this.
Like, no, I don't
attraction,
plan on
but no
adopting.
worries. It's not $1. It's not 50 cents, but a quarter. 1/4 of $1, and you will see him beamed. And he dramatically
I wish
walks
this didn't
over
have
to
that
a cage
gap
of
at the
live
bottom. Damn
chickens.
it.
He will suck on the blood of reptiles like a baby feeding its mother's milk.
Eh.
And dramatically, he drops the live
Gross.
chicken down in the middle. And the man jumps after the
fuck?
chicken, grabbing it, holding it close to his body, almost as if he's like trying to protect this chicken while mumbling
It must
to the crowd.
be
He's looking up and he's mumbling
the same
things, and the
pack.
crowd is like oohing and eyeing at this guy. And then finally, he looks at the owner of the carnival, and there's just this darkness in this guy's eye.
Which guy?
The
I
guy's
found it.
owner.
Okay.
Haha,
And
bitch.
before
You
he
whore.
waits, and then he
There
painfully
you are.
decapitates the chicken and sucks the
Not
blood
the
from its
chicken.
neck.
Poor chicken.
I don't know. Maybe the guy is being held and starved. Like, what the hell? But what is this? Even Stan the killer, who just
Lol.
lit a dude on fire, who just murdered a guy, seems a little repulsed by this whole presentation. But he ends up getting a job at the Carney, so I guess that's great. Not as a performer, but like I said, you know, the people that set up the tents and then deassemble the tents, yeah, that's what he's doing. So he's helping them pack up and moving to a different location. He's doing this all in the rain, in a trench coat and fedora. I mean, the flare,
Not the fedora.
drama, it's wild. They have to take down all the tents, tie it up, board it onto a truck. And normally, people don't travel with the carnival from set to set because, you know, you have a family, you have everything going on in this place. They will usually
Alright,
just
there
get
we
the money
go.
for
That's
you
what
know,
I
that
wanted.
day, right? That day of work. But for some reason, the owner of the carnival asks Stan to join them in the next carnival if he has nothing else to do. They'll even throw in
Like,
a
should
hot
I
meal
make
for him, which
it?
he's super excited about. So he's really just not doing well. Like, he needs shelter, he needs food, and all of that. And he's scarfing down this meal when all hell breaks loose. The geek is
Yeah.
out there screaming. That's what they call him, the geek. I guess they're
No,
not calling
they
him
won't be able to
freak.
get
I
past
don't
if
know,
I do
it's weird.
that.
They're calling him the geek. They're like throwing flashlights at each other, blowing into their whistles like, the geek is loose, the guy is loose, the monster is loose. Yeah, the chicken decapitator is loose. So Stan gets thrown a flashlight, and he starts looking for this loose man slash monster slash geek, and he's told.
I bet. Which is good. You should have to go through all those hoops, honestly.
And he's running through the fun houses, the creepy houses with the movie tunnels, like the
Alright,
red and white
that's good.
stripes that are moving, and the mirrors, and there's this giant eyeball display, literally a giant eyeball, and then it'll blink creepily. There's a giant animated skull that opens for you to walk through,
I think
and without the
I'll
music,
put the sink
screams of the other adults, like the
over
smells
here,
of freshly
toilet right
popped
there.
popcorn. This place is fucking creepy. It's so creepy. So he has his flashlight, and he's searching, and boom.
If I do
He finds him in the
that.
funhouse. You know, he's shining his flashlight and he's trying to keep calm because everyone told him, don't take the geek on by yourself because you're asking for trouble. And he just says, hey, look, man, they're coming for you. You gotta come out. Listen, I'm not trying to hurt you. You didn't do nothing to me. The guy is hunched over, mumbling, I'm not like this. I'm not like this. He keeps saying, I'm not like this. And before Stan can do anything, this guy grabs a rock and slams it onto Stan's head, and Stan pulls his leg, gets him down, tackles him onto the ground, and
Bro,
hits
what?
him on the head twice with a stick before the carnival owner
What is
rushes over and
happening?
is like, stop it! Jesus, you're gonna kill him! Oh yeah, as if the carnival's not doing that already to this man. They throw the unconscious geek back into a giant cage that's lined with hay, and the owner of the carnival offers Stan a longer full-time job. He's like, we want you to come from state to state, not just the next town,
The
but
fuck?
for a lot of towns. And Stan looks a little bit
Aw,
hesitant
thank you.
because, like I said, the geek just got loose and everyone was chasing after him, but the carnival owner is trying to convince him, listen,
I mean, I could have a few guesses where you've been, but
let me know if a steady job interests you. That's all.
knowing you, it could really be a
Stan
few
wakes up the
things.
next morning, seeing everyone washing up before getting started. He sees people.
But welcome
you know,
back.
practicing
I'm glad
their
you found
bits,
me.
Tap dancing, playing guitar, contorting their bodies.
But also, yeah, like, what is this
Strange
fucking
poses.
story?
It really does. Look
Where's
like
the
a place where people are looking
therapist?
For a place to make money, and to get away from society. Like, try not to get
What is
judged. Like,
happening?
that's the type of environment. Even
I'm
their whole
confused.
job is people coming in and judging them. It's just, you know, they're kind of united together. So that morning, Stan runs into this woman named Xena, a clairvoyant who likes to read cards. She's married to this
I
old
like that
guy
one.
named Pete, and the two of them do this mind-reading show.
Is it weird to have the toilet
Xena
right
is
there?
not that into her husband. I mean, she is and she isn't. Like, there is this deep underlying love for her husband that Xena has that is unbreakable. But he's old.
Xena the Warrior Princess. I know, that's what I was
It
thinking
seems
too.
like she's kind of into Stan's younger, buffer dude physique. She even lets him use her bathtub in their
I feel like
house
that's normal.
trailer
I feel like
and
that's fine.
asks if he wants
That's
to
fine. That's fine.
help them out in their show.
Yeah, that
Is
works.
the husband around?
Yeah, Pete actually likes Stan. Pete is
What?
like, yeah, Pete is even saying, yeah, maybe you can help us work on our audience, on our show.
Huh.
And Stan's like, what do you mean? What do I have to do? Xena's like, nothing about it. You know, the
I just
Carney
can't
brings
unhear
us a
Xena
song.
the Warrior
We
Princess.
sound southern to southerners, we sound western to westerners, and yeah, you could work for us. You could work our show. And on your downtime, maybe Pete can show you a trick or two.
That doesn't make any
You'll do just
sense.
fine. You got the panache. What is that? Oh, you're easy on the eyes and you're trouble.
That's not what
No,
panache
I'm not.
means.
Well, you're a maybe. And maybes, they're really bad for me. And she reaches into the bath and starts fondling his two carnies.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Carnival stress balls. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, they're making
No.
out, okay? And it's a lot. Maybe she said in her cards that
Not
she was gonna
carnival
have a
stress
stand,
balls.
So I'll start now and not push off the inevitable. I don't know
Help.
what she was thinking.
God damn it.
They're humping and grumping when the carnival starts.
Mm-mm.
And there's this guy named Bruno whose
Stop.
sign says He's the strongest man on earth. And you can see with each show there's lights, drama,
Right, yeah, we'll do the
colorful
floor
stunts,
mirror.
theatrics. But behind the scenes, they all fucking hate working here. Like when they get on stage, they're like, today, I'm the strongest man on earth and I'm going to lift. And then the minute that they get off stage, they're fucking smoking a cigarette and they're like, these fucking losers. My knees fucking hurt.
I mean.
And they hate the people that are paying to watch them do whatever they claim
Can
to
you
do.
blame them?
So
Oh, that's fun.
Stan is going
I don't
around
think it
in a
goes in
suit
this
and boots,
bathroom, but that's
collecting
fun.
questions in a hat for Xena. So Xena's up in stage and she's got the whole
The warrior
outfit down
princess
to the
strikes
T.
again.
She looks like a clairvoyant.
Okay, that works.
And the audience, they're writing down questions about their lives, and they want
Put
Xena to answer
mirrors
their
on the
questions.
side of the window.
They write their name on the card, they write their question on the card, they put it into Stan's little bucket. And when he's done collecting them, he runs under the stage and starts
I need a
reading them
thin
one by
mirror.
one, and gives one of them specifically to Pete, the husband. So the husband is under the stage. The old guy is under the stage, right? And it's like this wooden boarded ceiling, and there's just hay on the ground, and he starts writing on a whiteboard. It's very specific words.
Yeah.
And Xena's on stage.
If it's
She
the only one
gets
that
the
fits,
basket,
then yeah,
the
but
fake
that
basket
looks
of
better.
Questions, right, from Stan. He's like, here you go, I just collected these. And she puts them into this big, like, gold bowl. And she covers it in vodka and lights the whole thing on fire. From the
The
audience's
fuck?
perspective, she has never read the cards. She didn't even really touch the cards, nothing. She just transferred it from one bowl to another and then lit that shit on fire. She should know nothing of what is in those cards. She said that lighting them on fire releases them into the world for her to connect with.
Right.
So, how does she communicate with Pete that's under the stage? Under her podium and under her dress, there is a glass opening. And Pete is under there placing a chalkboard with the words for her to look at that says, Abigail worried about her mom. And so she looks down. She's got her hand to her head. I'm seeing that. Ooh, I'm seeing that someone here is worried about her mom.
We are
And
doing
I'm
no
seeing-
politics,
I'm
is how I
seeing
feel.
an A in the crowd. Yes, that's me.
I am being a break
Is your
for my
name-
American viewers because it's stressful right now, so
Abigail?
Ooh.
we're not talking
Abigail
about it.
gasped and the whole crowd is clapping. Meanwhile, Pete is too drunk or too delirious to get the next part that Abigail wrote, or even just
I
the
feel
next
like I want,
person
like,
in the crowd.
plants or something
So
in
Xena
here.
has to play it by ear, and she's improving, so she's kind of dragging it along. Ah, yes, I knew that because I just saw it in my head. Meanwhile, she's waiting for the next
Girl.
shit to show up in the blackboard, but Pete is passed out under the stage.
The husband is
Yes,
passed out?
because he's getting drunk these
Oh
days.
my god.
He's lost
What?
his touch. This used to be their gig. He used to be amazing. He's the one that actually came up with all of this,
All you
and now
need
he's
to do
drunk.
is stay sober or stay awake.
Yes, just stay awake. You
Bro,
don't even have
that's
to stay sober
crazy.
really for this one.
He didn't lose touch. He just
Lost his consciousness,
Yeah.
pretty much. So Xena has to play it by ear, and Abigail is begging for her to tell her more, and the rest of the crowd is like urging, like, yes, tell her more, tell the poor lady more about her mom. So Xena just takes a random guess. I see. You have a couple of siblings. No? Just one sister. No more siblings? Oh, my brother, but he died. Ah, yes. That's what threw me.
Lucky guess.
He's right here, right now, in the crowd. His hand is on your shoulder. Can you feel it? Yes. Oh my God. I felt something. I felt his hand. Oh my God, Harry. Pata. And the whole crowd burst into applause. Later that night, Xena and Pete and now Stan are eating
Cringe.
dinner in their living room,
I hate
and
it.
Xena and Pete's trailer, and the old woman Abigail had followed them there to ask them more questions. Xena
Right,
claimed that
that's
she
better.
told Abigail the truth, that she just took a guess. She had to do it for the crowd. She's sorry that she did that. It was just for the show. Because Pete had missed a cue, you know? But that confused Stan. He's like, I don't see why you didn't just keep going with it. Or why'd you tell her? No. You never do a spook show. Nothing good comes out of a spook show. I mean, is it so bad to give people hope? It ain't bad if it's a lie, Stan. Xena and Pete have a moment where they seem to be in love, just reminiscing about their time in Petty, where they perfected their act, their words, everything. Apparently Pete back then was the best mentalist out there, and he was damn good before he started getting drunk. So Stan's like, well, can you still do it, Pete? Sure, Stan. Give Xena an article. Any article.
Okay.
An object that means something.
Towel.
Will you add more in mix? Pete turns around and closes his eyes, putting his hands in the air, moving around like this.
Towel.
Shuffling his feet as if he's searching for the answer in his mind.
More
And meanwhile,
towels.
Stan passes Xena his watch. And Xena clears her throat. Professor, please concentrate on the article I have in my hands. What can you tell me? Wristwatch. Leather band. Brass, not gold. Old and very old. Worn down. But it's full of meaning. And it wasn't yours originally, was it? You took it. You stole it, didn't you? I see an older man, and the boy hates him. The boy would like to be loved, but he hates that man. And then Pete sits down aggressively and stares into Stan's face. There's a death, and a wish of a death.
That works.
And Stan starts getting emotional. He says he loved that watch. That was his pride. My father. Was it now? No. That's it. I'm done, okay? So it's confusing. Is it a scam or not? Or maybe it's true and he hates it because he hates having such power. It seems like Pete is doing really well at this. And then he brings out a journal and shows it to Stan. It's all here, you see. Each word has a number, and each number leads you to a different word.
What?
Cool.
When Xena says, Professor, please concentrate on the object I have in my hand.
Also,
each word means something. Please and object correspond with 21. Emphasis on concentrate, which means worn or battered or cheap. And I'm assuming 21 leads to wristwatch. So every word that she says, like instead of please focus, she uses concentrate. And then the combination of please and concentrate leads to a different number, which lead to it's a wristwatch. Or to a word that says gold. Or if she calls him teacher or something else, it would lead to a different word. Or a combination of teacher and concentrate would lead to a different word.
Wow.
Interesting,
That's
no?
how they do it, huh?
That's how
That's
they do
hard.
it, right?
Damn.
But Pete says, you still have to know how to read the mark. You gotta know how they dress, how they walk. People are desperate to tell you who they are. They're desperate to be seen. Well, how do you know if you got them hooked? Well, you pause a moment.
We'll put it right here.
And they're hooked. How did you know about my father, though? Oh, that's a stock read. It's a black rainbow, one size fits all. Thrifty but generous, private but friendly. You hated him but loved him. Everyone has a past, a shadow from their past. And usually for a boy, it's their father. Now, if the mark is a little bit older, you say, you've had some loss recently. But younger man, that's always the father. And with that, Pete goes to turn in their earnings to Clem, the boss of the carnival, and Clem convinces him to grab a bottle to drink, which Xena clearly doesn't like. Like, this guy's getting drunk all the time. But Clem, the owner of the carnival,
Need to add
their secret. I don't know. Maybe that's why Pete lost his touch, because he's constantly getting drunk and losing the next cue. And that night, Stan goes to Clem to drop off a pig's head in a glass bottle with a bunch of liquid.
Why? What?
A pig's head in a glass bottle. I don't know. Someone was like, hey, can you go drop this off to Clem?
The fuck?
And he's shown this whole room with a bunch of submerged
Why
things
on
in
earth?
glass bottles, and one of them is this freaking baby, like a full-size baby that looks stitched together like a Frankenstein baby.
Bro, what the fuck?
And Stan is like, what the heck? And then he meets a woman named Molly, who electrocutes herself over and over on a stage. She doesn't seem to be in pain by it. And I also wonder if it's like an optical illusion or something, because, that's a lot of electricity. That night, while Stan is falling asleep, he hears the moans and the groans of the geek. And he walks over to give the geek a puff of his cigarette through the bars.
She's slightly quiet.
This guy's just being a friendly hammer to everyone. First the mentalist, then Xena, then, the monster, and now Clem, and then now Molly.
The monster.
So he runs up to Molly,
creature.
the beautiful girl that gets electrocuted. She's very pretty. She's got this brunette hair, and she goes on stage on like a
This story is so confusing.
Electrocutes herself.
Not at all what I was expecting.
Like, that would kill it on OnlyFans. And now he runs up to her, and he's so excited. He's got a stack of papers, and he's like, Molly, I got something to show you.
Right?
And you know how in your show you tell a cute little story, and then you electrocute yourself, and it's great. But what about this?
What a good
you
shtick.
get an electric chair. Someone straps you in it, and everyone's confused, like, what's going on here? And all of a sudden, someone comes out with an executioner's hood on, and they pull the lever, and everyone's worried that you're gonna be dead. But boom, you come back. Now I'm getting my little baking sheet.
That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Piping bag. And I'm gonna get into a baking sheet and do the little squiggles, like up, down squiggles, until it's kind of long, like an eclair. Let me focus for a second, because I'm nervous.
I feel like if someone suggested me that, I would be like, I'm good. I'm okay. Thank you, though. Also, what is she making?
Is it not beautiful? It kind of looks like poo, but it's not poo. It looks beautiful.
Stop.
She's flipping through the book where he drew all of this, like the executioner's chair and everything. And she says, "Wow, you drew me?"
I really thought about that a lot.
That's on my mind.
That's
I
weird.
always have, I just like to draw. I used to win a bunch of drawing contests when I was young, but not anymore. But I'm telling you, I think it'll be a great show.
Right.
Yeah, it would, but nothing's really the best of anything around here. Yeah, well, you're better than this place. Maybe you think I'm special, but I'm not. Well, maybe I see something in you that you don't see, and I mean, it's possible. Yeah, but maybe all of this is good enough for me. I don't believe you. If it's not good enough for me, it sure ain't good enough for you. Think about the idea, okay? And he runs off, right? So all of a sudden,
Okay.
he's into this girl. She's very
Presumptuous.
pretty, so he wants to date her. He wants to help her with this executioner's chair. He wants to help execute her. And with enough time,
fuck?
Stan makes Molly an executioner's chair.
Girl,
Fixes
nah.
the lever to
Run.
full smoke machine,
Run.
Displays of the electricity in the back. I mean,
Hell
it is
no.
professional, like a Disney set. How did he even have time to make it? I have no idea. But he does.
That is a hard
Molly
no.
tests it out, and she's instantly in love with the chair and with Stan. It's great, right? They're oddly romantic together. They start dating, and suddenly this story is turning into a romance at the carnival. And that night, Stan finds Molly sitting on the carousel with the lights are on. And she's sitting on a horse, leaning her head up against
Oh,
the
chocolate
pole.
mochi cookies. Ooh,
He's like,
no.
what are you still doing out here? I had a dream, and I couldn't go back to sleep. Do you want to tell me about
This
it?
story.
Sure. It was my dad.
You sleepy
Oh,
kitten?
did he pass? He was alive and smiling in my dream, and I don't really like to smile, but I would smile for him. He could charm his way out of anything. Tell me more about him, about you. What about me? I know you like chocolate, and I know you like to read. And dancing.
Excuse
I like to
you?
dance, but it's been a while. Yeah? Well, we can fix it. And they start dancing. Okay, that's like a whole romance. They start dancing on this carousel, and they're dancing.
I'm sure
to the
it's a
horses,
romance.
and
It
they turn
sounds
round and
terrifying,
round, and
though. I'm
thinking,
concerned.
You know, what the hell is going on? Why is this even on? Do they not care about the electricity off hours? Carnivals are pretty stingy, no? So Molly's like,
Good
I'm thinking
question,
about what you said.
honestly.
That we can do better? Stan, where would we go? Where is better than here? What if I
I'm
told
still
you
not over
I
the
could get
fact.
a
Oh,
tour
here, I have a
house?
great idea. Let me execute
What kind of
you.
act? The kind that would get
I
us
can't.
headlining in the biggest hotels and
I
showrooms
like,
from the East Coast to the
no,
West Coast.
actually, but
You're bigger
thank
than this
you,
place,
but
Molly,
I'm
and if you let
okay.
me, I
What
want
the
to give you this
fuck?
place and everything in it. And as they're about to kiss, Molly jumps off the carousel and heads back to her trailer. But she's not upset. She's smiling in her bed when she gets in. And Stan's about to chase after her, but the head boss, Clem, he wants his help. The monster man has a
Why'd
wound
she
on his
run
head,
away?
and the flies got into it, and now he's infected. The fever won't come down.
Bro,
So the
what?
two of them drag the unconscious geek to the doctor and leave
Poor
him
dude.
at the door in the pouring rain. The head boss clearly doesn't care if this man lives or dies, right? And the two of them go out to eat as if they didn't just leave someone for dead. And while they're at the restaurant, Stan asks the head boss,
What the hell?
how do you know
Alright.
who's a geek? Like, how do you push a guy to get to that point? Well, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. You get a real drunkie, a real alky, likes alcohol, a bottle a day type of fool. Where do you pick him up? Nightmare alleys, train tracks, flop houses, you name it. Lots of folks come addicted to booze, pop opium, but you reel them in with the booze. You tell them,
This is where the bed's going.
it's temporary, just till we get ourselves another geek. And then you spike their alcohol, one drop a bottle, with opium. Yeah.
Bruh.
And then he thinks he's in heaven. And you
That's
say
fucked.
to him like this, well now, I gotta get myself a real geek, okay? And he doesn't want to stop because he wants the alcohol, so he'll say, well, am I doing okay? Am I not good enough? And then you say, like crap, you doing okay. You can't draw a real crowd. Faking a geek? Everyone knows. And you walk away. Now that night, you drag it out. You lay it on thick. Meanwhile, he's sobering up. He's getting the shakes, the terrors. You get him to soak up that feeling. And then you throw him the chicken. He'll geek. Meaning, he'll decapitate the chicken and eat it. Now, back to the car, and this conversation is important later, so just remember it. Back to the carny. Pete is teaching Stan all of his skills, even with his hand motions. So you stand there, left hand in the air, as if you're...
Therapist pretends to fall in love with patient to get revenge.
Then right hand at your
Okay.
temple.
How are we getting to that from this?
You know, you're asking the universe for colors, textures. Stan's like, you got a real gift, you know, Pete, to be able to entertain all these people. If you're good at reading people, it's mostly because you've learned as a child staying one step ahead of everything is good. They're screaming in the distance, and Pete says, oh shit. Clem must be breaking in the new geek. At this rate, he must be half out of his mind by now. Anyway, Stan, my boy, do you mind grabbing me a pint of the sugarcane liquor? Just close your eyes and go to sleep, Pete. It's late. But Pete urges him to get more. So Stan goes to get a pint of the liquor, essentially stealing it from the big boss. And when he gets back, Pete is asleep. So he puts the pint of liquor down and he sees Pete's book, his know-all-be-all book next to him, and he goes to peek at it a little. But Pete wakes up and grabs his arm. Stan, what are you doing? Sorry, I didn't mean any harm. I was just curious. Stan, this book can be misused. That's why I stopped doing these acts. I got shut-eye. Do you know what that is? It's when a man starts believing his own lies. He starts believing that he has power. He has shut-eye. And people are gonna get hurt. Good people. And then you lie, and when the lies end, there is the face of God staring straight into your soul. No matter where you turn, no matter anywhere you go, no man can outrun God, Stan. No man. Yes, sir. And with that, Stan leaves while Pete gets into his liquor. Stan starts practicing the look, the face, the hand motions all night, everything. And for a while, everything is great until it isn't.
What's in that book?
All the words, the number to the words.
How's chat?
Oh, I thought he was teaching him.
Not all of it. Like, that's almost like the encyclopedia.
So he's teaching him the basics.
Yeah.
But not everything.
Yeah. And he wants that act, right? Because he's telling Molly that they can have a two-man show, right? Anyways, everything's going great. You get the montage of the cute little carnival acts until boom, Pete is dead.
Ugh, I love
Pete
saltwater
was found
taffy.
dead. It's mysterious. We don't know what happened to Pete. We can only assume. And Xena is sobbing over his dead body. He had drunken himself to death, is what people believe. But the show must go on. So that night, they have another carny show, and the police roll up to shut that shit down. Whether they found the geek in the rain or someone reported it, I mean, it's about time, yeah? So Stan runs to tell Clem about it, and he's got a whole setup for how to get away with the geek. Because the minute the police
the
lay
bed is
eyes on the
cozy.
geek, they're done. The carny is shut down, game over, because the geek is not supposed to be a part of the show. Everybody is a willing participant, everybody gets paid.
Yeah, I think that
the
is...
geek does not. He's being held hostage.
That is what she's talking about.
They even have a string that they pull and it covers the Geek Monster Man, like, presentation poster with another one, and the sheriff rolls in angry. We will shut this shit down one way or another. You guys are emphasizing cruelty to both animal and man, and you, young lady, and he points at Molly, who's in a skimpy outfit tied to the execution chair. And
You are doing a great job.
keep doing you, babes. He's like, and you, young lady, we've got wives and daughters in this town. You are under arrest for indecency. Someone get her down. Stan runs in. Sir, stop. The electric current has got to go somewhere. It's all wound up in the machine. If you touch her, you will die. And with that, they pull the lever. The electricity goes into Molly. The smoke machine goes off. She starts writhing, and Molly pretends to be in so much pain. She's screaming out. And Stan says, she just saved your deputies' lives. That's why she's wearing less clothes. It's to help block the current from going to others. Well, Why ain't like the other cops, the other southern cops, kissing a priest's toes on Sundays and raking in bribes from the carny 6 days a week? I ain't that. Sir, is your name Jeremiah? Jude? Yeah. A matter of the utmost importance. If I could just have a moment of your time, a message has come through, and I think you're gonna want to hear it. And not in front of these people. Not in front of these cop folks. Please, sir. And the sheriff says, nobody leaves. Everybody stay until I'm done. And he walks over to the corner with Stan, and the two start talking. My name is Stanton Carlisle, Marshall Jude, and my family's Scott. Scots are gifted with what old folks called second sight. Now, it's clear to me that you are a man that's generally distrustful, but also fiercely loyal. I would say that's a fair description. And this is none of my business, and I know you're more than capable of handling your own affairs and anything else, but I do sense a child
so easily manipulated.
And it makes you feel trapped, even in this day.
Jesus.
And you carry something, you've been carrying it for a long time, a memento, if you will, and, who's Mary? A saintly woman I'm seeing. My mother. May I see the memento, sir? And he pulls out his necklace from under his clothes. Yes, and she wants you to know that your ailment has not shunned you from greatness, that your community loves you and feels protected by you, sir. And yes, you couldn't serve your country on foreign soil, but you protect us here at home. And this medal should be a reminder of her love, and her love for you as long as you keep it close to your heart. Lord Jesus will protect you.
What?
At this point, Sheriff Jude, he's got stars in his eyes. He's in love with this man, and he's in love with what he's hearing. He looks like a man that just had a revelation. And she wants you to know, sir, that it's only by being merciful to others that a man has true power. And with that, Stan was able to save the carny. Even Clem, the owner of the carny, is, like, impressed. Everyone's asking, how did you do it, Stan?
Nar. Damn it.
Pete used to say it wasn't about the clothes. It was about the shoes. They tell you a lot about the man, the shoes. He had a lift in his right shoe, and I bet that he had polio as a kid. Means no military. And I could tell by the look in his eyes, he was a mama's boy. I saw that chain around his neck, I thought religious, and I just assumed, he must know someone named Mary. And would you look at that? His mom's name was fucking Mary.
In the world?
There was cheers, applause, everywhere. Meanwhile, that was all Molly needed to know. A life outside with Stan would work. She told him she's ready to go with him, and Stan is over the moon. He feels like he finally found something.
I sleep on most of my pillows.
And, Molly's
I like to sleep like, in Annie, like the older Annie, where she like gets in the bed and there's like all the fucking pillows and blankets and stuff.
Pete's gone?
That's how I like to sleep.
She's lived. She knows what's what. Everyone knows that you're the only one that I've been into, and the only reason I've stuck around. And with that, Molly brings in Stan for a kiss, and they're getting heated. And Molly confesses that she's never done it with a man before, at least not that she said yes to. And with that, the two pack their bags and head off. Stan asks Zena if she wants the book back, and she says no. You earned it.
I like how my brain is only viewing that statement as like a lesbian thing. Like I've never been with a man before. So like you've only been with women,
It wasn't a
or
genuine you earned it. It was almost implying something. So the happy couple, they drive off with their trunk filled with their things, and they go for a new and better life. And they start studying the book for 2 years straight. They're studying, playing in clubs, playing in these little jazz bars, memorizing the words and the numbers, and now they've made it. In 2 years, they were able to climb from random seedy bars in New York City to the top of the top cocktail bars, where judges, politicians, lawyers, doctors mingle together. And Molly, she's still studying one day when Stan falls asleep in their fancy apartment, and he's got a dream, a flashback, if you will, to the very beginning, where his dad is laying in bed, and Stan says, "Dad, you're going now, but I need you."
kind of like that color.
And then he wakes up
actually.
from his nap on the couch, and Molly's like, "Stan, are you okay?" "Yeah, keep going. We got 2 shows
Do the
tomorrow."
dark blue though.
And their shows were impressive. Okay, they are rubbing shoulders with the upper elite in Manhattan. I'm talking the richest of the richest, and they're killing it, but it's clear that their honeymoon phase of this relationship is over. Stan gets upset if Molly even messes up a little in their show. He tells her to get it together.
Oh.
Now, it's easy to notice that in the first and second shows, someone stands out. A woman. A blonde woman who decides to stay for both the shows.
Where the
This
heck?
blonde woman looks full of grace. She looks full of class. She is Kate Blanchett, but she goes by Lilith in the movie. And she watches curiously
Of course, her
as
name is
Molly
Lilith.
grabs people's items and asks questions to Stan. And he guesses the correct object while he's blindfolded on stage. So exactly what Pete originally
That's
did to
what
him.
I
The number
wanted.
thing, right? And in the second show, this woman, Lilith, stands up. I would like to go next, but I would like to hold the object myself. Very well. Mr. Carlisle, what does this woman possess in her hands?
Hey, kitty.
Well, I guess it's a night of gold. A golden handbag. And the room bursts into applause. Molly is about to talk, but Lilith walks around and loudly tells the room, "Be quiet, my child. Let me ask the questions. What is inside the handbag?" Stan takes off his blindfold, confused. "Madam, what is the meaning of all of this? You say you are genuine, but I say you use verbal signals of some sort to communicate." And the crowd gasps. "Ma'am, there are no tricks involved. Madam, I assure you that." "Then answer me. What is inside my handbag, Mr. Carlisle?" "The usuals are inside that bag. Lipstick, a handkerchief." "Oh, but that's easy enough, is it not?" The crowd giggles a bit, but it feels tense. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have never met this woman before, nor do I have any prior knowledge to the contents of that purse, and yet there is something very interesting in there. A small pistol, nickel-plated, ivory handle. May I?" She snaps open her bag, never breaking eye contact, and plops the gun right onto his palm. And the crowd bursts into applause. But he's
Lol.
not done. Because she came after him, so he's gonna go after her. "You claim that you carry it to defend yourself, but I think you do it because you like it. I think you do it because it makes you feel powerful. Well, madam, you're not powerful. Not powerful enough, that is."
Oof.
And he hands her the gun back, and she's going back to her seat to sit down. But he's not done. He's still out for blood. "You're an only child, are you not? Your mother died when you were young?" Her shadow looms a little too close for comfort. Not a day went by where she didn't crush you down in small ways. "And that gun in your purse? Well, sometimes you have dark thoughts about yourself, don't you?"
Okay, now you're not lost.
Lilith
Catch us
isn't
up,
into
Lemon.
this. She is not
Help
responding to
us
that,
not be
okay?
lost.
But stands on a high, and this is when he starts
I'm
really
still
breaking
lost.
into shut-eye territory, the gray area, you know? And he puts his hand on the man sitting next to Lilith in this swanky cocktail bar. "Sir, you had a recent loss, haven't you?" "Oh, God, Julian?" "Sir, he's standing right next to you, resting his hand on your shoulder. He wants to know something. He wants you to know something. How proud of you he is. And how..." And Stan starts hyperventilating and shaking, and his whole body drops to the ground, and he passes out. He pretends to, of course. He doesn't know what else
Bro,
to say,
what?
so that's how you end the act. And Molly rushes to his side, and the crowd
Who's the
bursts into
therapist?
applause. They're standing up, thinking that he passed out from being spoken to, touched by the spirits. He passed out from exhaustion. And then Molly and Stan, they stand while they're being cheered on, and they take a bow, and they rush into their dressing room, and Molly is fucking pissed. "What was that about?" "I don't know. You see how that woman came after me? I saw how you went after her and then that man. What are you talking about? I got us out of the trap. Why did you have to keep going then?" "I had to. Crowd would have turned on us. When she came after me, I had to take her down. Why are you so concerned about her?" "I hit the initials of that watch and
Confusion.
turned it into a goddamn spook show." "Molly, did you just see the same show that I did? Crowd was on its feet. I mean, when was the last time it happened?" "Stan, that woman was sitting at the table with the poor old man, and I've seen her here before." "When?" And there's a knock on the door. "It's them." "Then I won't go see them. No big deal." "Yes, you will. You will go see them, and you'll tell that poor old man that you spooked him. Tell him the truth. Let him off the hook.
Oh.
It's a spook show.
Oh, like Pete used to tell people the truth.
Yeah, like, sorry I did that. I went overboard. It was just for shits and giggles. I took a guess. Yes, you will. Go see him. Tell him the truth. All right. Truth. In and out. Fine, Molly. You happy? And the couple walk out, and the whole bar and cocktail lounge is empty. But Charles Kimball is the old rich man that's waiting to meet them. Meanwhile, Lilith, the blonde woman, is at the bar, watching astutely. She's side-eyeing the fuck out of them. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. No, not at all. I'm Charles Kimball, and I was hoping to engage you for a private consultation. Charles, what you experience tonight, I will double your nightly rate.
Huh?
Well, that's not the point. The thing is that lady with you? And the blonde woman joins them at the table. Charles wanted my opinion before engaging with you. Molly says, well, sorry, we just don't do private consultations. Molly, please. I think you want an apology, Mr. Carlisle. So, the blonde lady is selling this, Lilith. An apology for trying to call him out on his own show. Why would I want an apology? You provided us quite a show here tonight, so thank you. And he turns to Charles Kimball and he says, you seek solace?
Hi,
Yes.
baby.
I think we can provide that for you just this
Hi,
once.
baby dog.
Oh, God. Thank you.
Baby dog.
And Charles writes down his home address
Little
on Lilith's business card and
boss.
makes an appointment for
Thank
4:30
you
p.m.
for kisses.
on Wednesday.
You're very sweet.
Everyone seems content, but not Molly. Molly seems fucking
Hi,
pissed.
baby.
When Stan looks down at the card that Charles wrote, and he's looking at the address, and he's also looking at
Hi, puppy.
Dr. Lilith Carter, psychiatrist.
Oh, it's her.
Stan is intrigued,
hi,
but Molly
Bubba.
is beyond pissed. And Stan
Hi.
doesn't care. He's thinking bigger. He
Hi.
thinks if he partners with Dr. Lilith, they can do some wild things in this
Hi,
town.
buddy.
Very wild things. With her connections, her knowledge, with his abilities, they can make so much money. So he makes an unannounced visit to her office, but she was already waiting for him. Her office is grand, beautiful wood flooring. I'm talking Great Gatsby style. Adornments on the wall, the light sconces are beautiful. I mean, it probably cost a mortgage. The dream psychiatrist office. Mr. Carlisle, what brings you here? You left me your card, didn't you? So here we are. She hands him a drink. Oh no, I never drink. Never have. He glances at her desk at the knobs protruding out. Most would assume it's a design choice, but he knocks on them. Microphones. That's right. Wired recorder. Are you recording this? No. My office is wired to record all analysis sessions.
That one works.
You got a smoother line, you know, but you run a racket just like me. Meaning she's a hustler just like him. Is that what this is? How did you know I had a pistol? I can read a mark pretty quick. And I'm a mark, am I? What do I want? To be found, same as everyone else. Is that it? Find out what people want, health, wealth, love. Find out what it is and sell it back to them. Is that it? As long as you don't oversell it, you know? You want to know how I knew
There.
about that gun? I removed my blindfold for dramatic effect and to get a rise out of the audience. But also, your elbow was bent forward, meant clutch was heavy. You were holding it with your left hand, no wedding ring, no tan mark, unmarried. You like to go out at night, obviously. You were at the lounge. But I assume you like to go to lower class places once in a while, don't you? Well, you live alone, no man in the house, gotta have a gun at home. But
Okay.
I assume a pretty lady like yourself wouldn't have a big gun. Something small, portable, a 22, 25, a pistol for sure. And since you like pretty things, nickel-plated ivory handle.
That
You
is a
talked about my
good
mother.
fucking
What?
guess.
Well, women like you always have mommy issues, daddy issues too, but I see. An electrocomplex? I wouldn't know about that. But you're not as hard to read as you think you are. If I'm so easy to read, why did you come see me then? Judge Kimball. That judge? Pretty big deal, isn't he? Yeah, doesn't get much bigger than Judge Kimball. What do you want? He's a patient of yours? Friend of my father's. Y'all jazzy together? AKA, are y'all sleeping together? And she's like, now why would you ask that? Because you have a handle on him.
Bro, what?
His wife is a patient of mine. Interesting woman, Felicia. Have you ever been in an analysis,
Maybe.
psychiatric session? No, I wouldn't know what to talk about. Simple. What are you thinking about? No? No? You Me? What about me? Come a little closer so I can get a better look at you. And it's like sexual tense, okay? It's like very sexually tense, like they're totally gonna do it. And he's like, no, I'm just thinking if you can help me, we can make quite a big dent in this town. You give me something on that judge or any of the other higher-ups and I will make it worth your while.
No.
You think you got something big enough or interesting enough to make it good enough for me? Come on, Lilith. Nothing in this town matters more than money, and you know that. All right, I'll give you something in exchange for the truth about yourself. I give you a little information, and you tell me the truth. And the two shake hands. And
What
she
does
says
that mean? The truth.
she wants to do an evaluation on him. A psychiatric evaluation on him.
What?
Okay.
Why?
Oh, just you wait.
Oh.
And don't lie. I will know if you're lying. That's it? Then go. Judge Kimball lost a son, an only child, Julian. 23 years old, Julian enlisted against Felicia's wishes in the army and died in no man's land. Okay, I can work with that. And that night,
I just
I'll have another
did.
show, but Molly is definitely pulling away.
Did-
She's getting no love, no support. She's
Guys, did you not just see me
actress.
save?
Literally, everyone rushes to take
I
pictures
literally
of
just
Dr.
saved
Parker,
it.
Mr. Carlisle, not
Are-
knowing how important
Hello?
she is to the whole act. They think that she's just a random assistant that can be replaced.
Literally just saved
he
it.
barely spends any time with her.
When
He's
Jean
changed.
tipped.
He's become power hungry.
What the fuck?
He's losing his mind. He's hanging out all the time.
None of you
with
were
women,
watching me,
leaving
wow.
Molly alone, and she's just lost her sparkle. She misses the carnival because at least at the carnival it felt like family. But she's stuck now. She's in too deep. Meanwhile, Stan goes to Dr. Lilith's office to get
I want
hypnotized.
a mirror in here,
Well, not hypnotized, but
but-
analyzed like he promised. In exchange for, her telling him information about the Kimballs. It's nighttime. The lights are glimmering in New York. The skyline is beautiful. Oh my god, it looks like poo-poo. Oh no. Can you try it? It doesn't smell sweet. I feel like it's gonna be a not so sweet. Not too sweet?
Not too sweet.
I'm
Very
so sick
good.
of these not too sweet desserts. Someone get me a sweet dessert.
It's good.
So the lights are dim, the New York skyline is glimmering in the background. It's vibey. Stan is sitting on the chase,
Bruh.
Lilith on a plush velvet armchair, and with the click of a button, the recording devices turn on and she's ready
Is
to
your
go.
munchie right now?
When I offered you a drink,
What are you crying,
you said you never would.
kitten?
Because I don't. But you made it a point of pride. You could have taken the glass and not drunk it. You could have taken it and said not
I'll
right
put like
now.
a chair or
and set
something
it
on.
aside. You could have said
Munchkin,
no,
why you
thank
cry?
But instead you said, no, not me.
Why you
I
crying,
never
kitten?
You
You
can't
cry,
do
cry,
mentalism and
baby.
be drunk. You gotta be on your toes all the time. When you're on, you're on.
Are you crazy?
And you're on now? I'm always on, Doctor.
Crazy kitten?
Did your father drink? Yes. When I poured the whiskey, you winced. Why? That's not something I would like to talk to you about. The truth, remember? We shook on it. I don't like the way it smelled, that's all. You were 12 feet away. It smelled off, like wood alcohol. You've had wood
Are you scary,
alcohol
kitten?
before? No, not me, never.
Are you scary?
Never. Stop word again.
Scary.
Please lie down. Please. So, Stan puts out a cigarette and lies down on the chase.
Are you
A
terrified?
guy I knew
kitten?
drank wood
No.
alcohol. And he died.
It's my baby.
What are you thinking about now?
Hey.
Makes no sense. Pianos. Elaborate. My mother. Did she play the piano? What does that have to do with anything?
Good kitty.
Did she drink?
I
And
love
Stan
you.
closes his eyes. Lilith walks
Let me
over
give you
and
a kiss
starts
and then I'll
rubbing
go.
her fingers
Hey,
against
hey, hey.
the ridges of his face.
No murder
Very
beans.
interesting and very sexual. If
No
my
murder
therapist
beans.
or psychiatrist
Thank you.
did that to me, I'm filing a report.
No.
Why are you
I'm trying to set you down, sir.
Because now I'm
You have to
confused.
let
Are we
go.
dating? Or what?
You have to let
I
go.
don't know. It's weird.
Woo,
Who played the
careful.
Guy
Careful.
named
There you go.
Humphreys. He was a friend of my folks.
Sir, you're scary.
How old was the man who died
being
at the carnival?
crazy.
What did you say his name was? I didn't.
He's
say.
like, I want to
Or at least I
perch.
don't think I said.
Must perch.
And as he tries to get back up, Lilith brings his head back down, and he whispers,
He's waiting for his
Pete.
food in like 10 minutes.
"Had a peek at the alcohol." I gave it to him, but it was a mistake. Mistake? What was he to you? Did you
True,
admire him,
Jean.
pity him? Did he teach you things?
Yeah, it is an Asian
Yes.
dessert thing. It's just
He was old, wasn't
Not
he?
that
Old enough
sweet.
to be your father.
personally, I wish they were slightly
The dingy house
sweeter,
when the
but
fire was set, and Stan wakes up from the chair.
it's
I
fine.
think we're done now. Did you ever stutter as a child? Because you have a slight compulsory movement. Your head moves up and down ever so slightly. And Humphreys, was he ever inappropriate or abusive with you? And he starts screaming, "Shut your mouth, shut your mouth." Humphreys took away my mother because my father wasn't man enough to hold on to her, all right? Are you happy? Always holding a Bible, selling Jesus. And what do you sell?
Thank
I'm a hustler, okay? And I know it. I'm nothing like my old man, and I'll never be. Never. That word again. We're gonna work on that. Weird. Because it didn't feel like Stan would be back for a very long time. I mean, she was really pushing his buttons. So he rushes home, opens the door to see Molly hanging out with Xena and our two closest friends from the carnival. Friends of her dad's, Bruno and another guy. And she rushes up to kiss Stan and whispers, "I invited them. Sorry. Are you mad?" No. Why would I be? And with that, they turn on some music, order some food, giggle, gaggle, they're having fun.
Couch.
Meanwhile,
At the end of the
Stan
bed.
and Xena sit on the side like old times. You're doing really well, Stan. Yeah? Same grift, different threads now.
There we go.
Don't do the spook show. Don't do it. She's thinking, does she know about Charles Kimball, the appointment that he's got coming up soon?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why she called you? What? No, Molly didn't tell me. It's all in the cards. We'll save it for the chump, Xena. Fine.
That looks good.
Then you do it. Xena slams her cards down and Stan flips over the first card. Downfall. Impending danger. That's what it says, Stan. Another card. An urgent choice. Now, Stan, the next card that you flip is the last. It's a decree. You turn it and you find out what's coming to you. And he flips another card. Xena's face looks serious. The Hanged Man. Upside down.
Uh-oh.
But you can still choose what you do. Well, you said so yourself.
I'm gonna give them a little
such thing as
desk
bad
in their
cards, remember?
bedroom, I
Just depends on
think.
what you do with it. And Stan turns the Hanged Man around so it's no longer hanging. See? I fixed it. And with that, Stan is doing the spook show. He shows up at the Kimball's fancy Manhattan estate.
Dude.
He starts with Mrs. Kimball. He sits
Okay.
her down and tells her dramatically. He closes his eyes. He loves you so much. Even if you guys didn't see eye to eye all the time. Oh yes. That's true. We didn't see eye to eye. May I touch the photograph of him? Maybe it'll bring me deeper with him. Stan closes his eyes, tracing his fingers, and he starts twitching. He died suddenly. But he wants you to know that he was in no pain.
Okay.
He wants you to know that it hurts him so very much that
Yeah,
you
does
guys
it?
miss him, that you guys are in pain. Because he
See,
wants
I
you to
love
know
overly
that with
sweet stuff. I
absolute
have such a
certainty
sweet tooth.
that you
It's a
will all be
problem.
together again in no time. Is he here? Is he here? Can I speak to him? And dramatically, Stan grabs her hand and puts it to his chest, and she cries out in pain, talking about the grief she feels that he's gone. Overall, it was quite a successful session. So, where does Stan go if he wants to keep up the spook show? Yeah, you guessed it. Dr. Lilith, how are you? You should have seen Kimball. I mean, I think he'll be talking about it for the rest of his life, and every time that they bring it up or they talk about it, it'll just get better and better, bigger and bigger, because that's what happens. A toast, then, to your success, Carlisle. And she holds up a glass of alcohol, which he ignores. He asked me to see one of his friends. And who might that be? He didn't say, but I'm considering it. Tell you what, you got a safe? And she nods, and he drops a big chunk of cash. It was the payment from Charles Kimball. Keep
Why?
it for me for a few days, and then you can decide if you want to go 50-50. Besides, don't want Molly knowing about the spook show anyway. And as she takes the cash, they're so close to each other's faces. I mean, they could basically kiss. I would count that as an affair. I'm gonna be honest. It was intense.
Already,
and later,
yeah,
she calls him
definitely
right
an
before he
affair.
performs another lounge. Hello, the man. The friend Kimball wants to introduce you to is Ezra Grindle. Grindle was a patient of mine for a brief time. He's unstable, unpredictable. How is he fixed on cash, though? Very rich, very powerful, and intense,
Okay.
private. Dealings with Grindle have consequences, permanent ones. Well, you better give me an angle then. And Stan is driven up to meet with Mr. Grindle in a mansion that looks more like an entire castle. And the security
Honestly,
is
he gets
probably
what's
higher
coming
than
to
that
him.
of the
He's
Buckingham
kind of
Palace or
dick.
even the White House. I mean, it's insane. Coats, keys, pockets, Emptied here. Okay, it sounds like TSA. No pencils, no pens, keys, cigarettes, or lighters inside. Hands up. I need your watch and your ring. He is straight up getting a pat down before he's escorted into a deep, deep hallway where he meets Ezra Grindle, sitting in an empty, long, lavish hallway, Great Gatsby vibes, on a random chair. Mr. Carlisle, I'm Ezra Grindle. Let me take your coat. It wasn't a question, more of a demand. Thank you for coming to see me. Take a seat. And right when he sits, a giant machine gets wheeled out and there's 3 dudes in suits. I mean, the giant machine looks like it's from the future. It's a giant box with knobs and turns everywhere. What is that? Are you
I like
familiar with
bananas, but I
Hollywood?
hate cooked
This is our
bananas.
version. We call it a lie detector. And you wanna perform this on me? That's the general idea, yeah. Stan is calm, but he laughs it off, while 2 men in suits tell him, this will measure your blood pressure, respiration, and voluntary muscle contractions. Not really sure how comfortable I am with this. Well, we do have our fair share of snake charmers in the past, and we deal with them, so please raise your arms. Can you watch my time, please? Jesus. And what happens if I fail? And Grindle says, one thing at a time. We will ask you simple questions to establish your baseline, and please respond with what you believe to be the absolute truth. Now let's get started, shall we? Absolute truth, I can do that.
The
Now,
heck?
brief as you can, what is your name? Stanton Carlisle. Good. What day is today? Wednesday, I think. Very well now. And as briefly as you can, are you a true medium? Yes, I am. Can you read minds? Yes, I can under the right circumstances. Keep your answers brief, please. Are you in contact?
That was brief.
Stanton closes his eyes, pauses. Everyone looks as if he's about to fess up for lying, but instead he raises his hand dramatically, eyebrows crinkled like he's focusing very hard on taking a poo. Before we go on, you must know there's a presence in this room right now. It's a female presence, and she's just insisting that she communicate with somebody, that they communicate through me. Oh my, she's passed away many, many years ago. There was a life extinguished within her. It was a baby. A child. In her. You forced her to miscarry, did you not?
Oh.
Mr. Grindle? Shall I go on?
Oh, shit.
Mr. Grindle looks pissed plus shocked plus scared, okay? Shall I go on, Mr. Grindle? He's like, no, there's no need. A word in my office, gentlemen. And with that, they all shuffle out
What
of the
the?
hallway intensely. Meanwhile, Stan is sitting there nervously because he can hear Grindle screaming at them. Did you fine-tune it well? 2 wrong, 2 right, answer me. You brought him straight from the club. How could he know that? How? Answer me right now. I presume it went well because he was allowed to leave, and he goes straight to Lilith. Well, Lilith, I got him hooked real good. Despite all that, he's got quite the operation.
Bro, I mean,
So will you
that's
be
a
going
pretty...
back? Oh yeah, he's gonna call back. You're gonna have to give me some real information on him now, though. No, not me. I'm the only one that could have given you that information. If your foot slips, we both fall. And with that, Lilith opens a secret door into the bathroom, while Stan gets up to go to her secret storage key, which is hanging from the cabinet, the one that holds all the files on everyone, even the audio recordings of all the people's sessions. And he walks over to copy the key in one of those, it's like a pocketbook, but it's felt.
Yeah.
So you put the key in and it copies it.
He stole her key, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
But in the meantime, he's talking to her about how she shouldn't be worried, that they will never trace it back to her. He's desperate, so he's not thinking clearly. No. That they'll never trace it back to her. But as he lets the chain down softly, it sounds like Lilith can hear it. And she comes out and says, the thing you need to know is if you displease the wrong people, the world closes in on you very, very fast. And she takes off her jacket to show her boobies, and there is a giant scar cut around her left breast and going down her stomach. Literally
Cancer?
circling her breast and going down her stomach.
What?
Yeah, meaning
What is
like
that?
she messed with the wrong people and she got hurt.
Oh.
And they
And Stan comes up to trace it with his
cut up her
hands.
titty?
What happened to you? Life.
They cut up my titty.
And from there, Stan gets on his knees to kiss her scars. Like, what? Excuse me, sir, you have a wife? And he's gonna screw her over anyway. So he uses the key that he copied to get into her office after hours and use the recording device to listen to Grindel's patient sessions. He listens to it in her office, like the audacity of this guy. Grindel is talking about how he claims he couldn't even claim
She's obviously
the
gonna figure it
dead lover's
out.
body. So he was having an affair and got her pregnant. She died during the abortion, and he couldn't even claim her body. Because then it would reveal what he did. It would ruin him professionally with his family, so he left the body to be unclaimed. And he's sobbing, talking about how she had to go to a commoner's grave. We see them standing using this information to find death records on this woman for the date that Grindel said, and found out that her name was Doris, and found more personal information about her. Now he's ready for when Grindel calls, and Grindel does call. Hiya, thanks for coming again. I just want to get straight into it. I wanted to see what impression you got from the girl that showed up during the test. I didn't see her. She didn't materialize. But by that means that she could. Was very brief, Mr. Grindel. Call me Ezra, please. I sense profound sadness and regret. She loved you. And that boy, that baby boy. It was
What are you doing, Mexi?
Is she with me right now?
It's almost food time,
She's
Mexi.
never far. This garden. So he's got this
It's almost
giant
food
garden.
time,
Like I'm
baby.
talking Getty Museum, like Griffith Observatory.
Hi, you're
but no, not
adorable.
Griffith Observatory. The Getty Garden.
You're
or
very
something,
cute,
right? It's
kitten.
huge. She's never far from this place. This garden. Is it
It's
important?
gonna happen any second now, Mexi.
I built it to honor her. The paths and the benches you see, she would have loved it. She does. She loves it. I can sense it, Brother Ezra. And he puts his hand on Ezra's shoulder. She's trying to tell me something, but it doesn't make any sense. It gets jumbled sometimes. It's like that when they try to communicate with me. The letter D, Doris, Dory. Grindel sits down on the bench crying. Dory, my Dory. I have to see her. I have to, whatever it takes. I want you to do. Materialize her? Yeah. Do you have any idea what type of commitment that would have to be? I can give you $10,000 for every session. Mr. Grindel, your sins are grave. You would have to work hard spiritually. If you even want to see her, even have the chance
You'd have to
see
work hard
her.
spiritually.
Listen,
Why did I say it like that?
But I
Spiritually.
have no hope. You think you can buy hope?
I don't know where your food is, baby. I thought it was gonna happen.
And suddenly, Mr. Grindel smirks. He went from desperate to smirking, and he says, well, not to be crude, but I know I can.
What?
And he stops crying and laughs before getting up, and his handyman comes up to him to hand him a big wad of cash. And they walk off, leaving Stan alone in the garden, waiting for his car to come pick him up. He brings it back to Lilith's office, and she puts it in the safe, and the two of them start talking about bringing her back to life. They think maybe Molly can play the part. Molly looks
There's your
very
food,
much
baby.
like Dory. She'll need to be staged in blood. The more shocking the image,
Excited
the less inclined
kitten.
he will be to question it. And Lilith brings a cup to her lips, drinks the liquor, and goes in to make out with Stan. After their kiss, he goes to pick up the glass of whiskey and downs it all. Yeah, he's drinking now.
What? Why?
Because he feels unstoppable. To us.
Okay.
And it's a bizarre moment. So I think the feeling is his dad was an alcoholic and lost his life to alcoholism. But with Stan, now that I think maybe he was scared of alcohol because he didn't want to go down that same path. But now at this point in his life, he believes he's above human. He believes he has total control over him and the people around him, and he is a legend. You know what I mean? He's getting too cocky. It's the FTX effect, you know? So it's a bizarre moment. Okay, it's weird. But then he goes back home and he starts trying to ease Molly into the idea. He shows her the pictures that he found of Doris, Grindel's dead lover, and she died like 40 years ago, but she died young. And she looks exactly like Molly, just with longer black hair. So I'm gonna materialize you, Molly, in a seance, and he can unburden his soul and forgive himself. No, not me. As far as I
She's
can
like, what
tell,
the
that's
fuck?
what
I don't
the
want
preacher
part
does
of
every
this.
Sunday. And it worked with Judge Kimball. I saved the Kimball marriage.
Yeah, I know. He's not happy about the daylight
I think
savings.
Grindel really loved her, Stan. You can see that, can't you? All that suffering that he had, we can finally deliver him
Oh,
some
helps
hope.
her back from their walk. Hi, Crazy.
Before Molly can
Hi,
answer,
Crazy.
Grindel's right-hand man comes
Hello,
to knock on the door,
Crazies.
so of course, Molly has to go hide because she's going to materialize later. And he sits down and says, he wants to see you again. Of course he does.
Scary
You want a cup of
kitten.
coffee first? And the right-hand man looks around. I don't know why he bothers with you. You're a real cheap pal, just phony. But I'll tell you this. I care for that man. I owe him a lot. And if you're smart, that should scare you. Stan was not smart, nor did he care. He kept eating his toast while barely listening to the guy. And now that he's back with Grindel, he keeps talking to him. She says you lied. You lied to her, you gave her a false name, and you left her body behind. And that pisses Grindel off enough, and that he snaps his hands back away from Stan. So they were holding hands.
They were holding
hands. You can't break
hands.
the circle. We have to keep our hands together. Don't break the circle. It takes patience. I want to see her, Stan. I want to talk to her. I've given you a fortune. Now it's time that you delivered something other than guilt, hearing this endless resuscitation of what I know, what the fuck I did, and what I'm going to do. If this goes on much longer, well, you'll just find out what happens to you.
Jeez.
So Stan goes home and buys Molly a wig. Can you ask for more time, Stan? I need more time. We're out of time, Molly. Now wear this, and this is the position that you'll resume. Hands down by your side, arms open, okay? And he has the drawing, just like the execution chair. So she's looking at the drawing, and Stan goes to the bathroom. And she's flipping through the book, and she sees a drawing of Lilith, the doctor. The one that she had no idea that they were still in communication. He's drawing another woman.
What?
Stan told her when they first met that he draws whatever is on his mind. Meanwhile, in the Kimball house, the judges, the one that lost their son, they're having a delicious breakfast in their lush Manhattan apartment. They seem to be back in love, happy, finally at peace. And Mrs. Kimball says, Charles. Yes, my love. I've been thinking about what Mr. Carlyle said about us being reunited with Julian. Do you remember? Yes, I do, my love. Well, and she gets up smiling, pulls out a gun and shoots him straight in the head. Then she sits down smiling. Oh, Julian. And points the gun at her head and takes her own life.
You know, when he said that during the thing, he said you guys will be united very soon.
Yeah.
I thought about this too. Like, what do you mean united very soon?
I guess because they were older, so like very soon could be 30 years, you know.
Oh, it sounded like a curse at that moment too.
It did.
Wow, so he basically killed her.
Basically.
Bruh.
She took her own life because she genuinely believed that they will be reunited very soon, and this is what she had to do. She convinced herself she had to do this. This is what Julian would have wanted. I don't think Stan has any idea what he's done. Not yet, at least. He has other problems, because he comes home to find the entire place empty of Molly's things, and a letter on the table. Dear Stan.
She dipped.
By the time you read this, I will be eastbound. I won't do what you want me to.
Oof.
I can't. I've loved you the best I can for as much as I can, and I know now that it'll never be enough. Whatever is missing in you, it sure isn't me. It's hard to accept it, but as much as the truth hurts, I need it. And maybe in time, you'll need it too. Molly. And Stan grabs a glass of liquor, shoots it down before heading to the bus station and finds Molly.
You made diagrams.
Molly, please talk to me. I just wanted to talk to you for a second. No, you smell like booze. Leave me alone. You can't leave. We're in too deep. There is no we anymore. There hasn't been for a very long time. I don't know who you're seeing on the side, but you're certainly not fucking me anymore. I bet it's that frozen-faced bitch you were so impressed with. I bet she seems class to you, but she's not, and neither are you. Molly, please, I was just trying to get the inside spook because you don't want to do the spook show. Please, this is the last time, I promise, and everything is Christmas after that. I'm scared, Stan. I'm scared too, Molly. I'm so scared I can't even breathe. I'm so scared every damn day of my life. Sometimes you don't see the land until you cross it, and I crossed it, and I can see that now.
Yeah,
Molly,
did you cross
please,
it?
Everyone has left me in my life. Don't leave me too. Please.
Ooh, I'm especially leaving you now.
Grindel's garden, unlock one of the side gates, and Molly is waiting in the car, depressed, as Grindel's long-lost lover in olden day clothes, and he tries to explain. I'm gonna go bring him out to the garden at exactly 8. No earlier, no later. You're gonna walk through the gate about 20 paces towards him. When he sees you, I will tell him to get down on his knees and pray. When he closes his eyes, you walk out, and then we're done. Okay?
Okay, and then when he wants to get back together with his dead love, then what?
Would go through my body.
What's the plan with that?
You know how I could take it? The first few days my muscles would cramp for so long, and it would hurt so bad. But then I tried to make myself let go and go numb. I would tell myself to go really numb. But it was always just really clear to me when I've had enough electricity. And I knew when I just couldn't take it. And Stan,
Okay.
I've had enough. I'll be there at 8 and I'll do what you'd want me to. But I'm done after.
Uh-oh.
So it seems like they're not getting back together afterwards, regardless. Even if he stops the spook shows, like, she's had enough. So Stan doesn't respond. Instead, he just walks out and goes to the memorial that he set up in the garden. This is the night that they're going to see her. They're trying to. But Grindel is having cold feet. I don't blame you, but I must be honest. Stan, you told me to purge my soul from my sins, and I haven't done that.
Are you
There
a
are things
kitten?
that I've done that I haven't told anyone before. It's okay, Ezra. You're gonna purge yourself now. Be still. Put
It's
your
a
hand on
scary
me and tell me.
kitten.
Oh, no, I can't. Tell her. Tell her. God, please don't make... Dory... Dory, through the years, I've hurt many young women. I don't know why. I guess I've just been seeking you in them, or I was seeking to rid my soul of this anger.
Girl, what?
What did you do? I don't know. I heard them. And then he opens his eyes to see Dory walking through the garden, blood all over her hands and dress. Oh my God. She's there. But instead of praying, Grindel runs straight to Molly. Which, like, why didn't I not think this through?
Yeah.
I would have immediately thought that's what he would have done, no?
Yeah, obviously.
Who just sees his long-lost dead one that he wanted to see for decades now and
then-
doesn't run straight to her.
Yeah,
He
obviously.
hugs her legs so that she can't move, she can't leave. Meanwhile, the right-hand man that threatened Stan heard on the radio inside the house that the Kimballs have died in an apparent murder-suicide, and he knows that the Kimballs recommended Grindel to Stan, so he's rushing out, and Grindel realizes that Molly is just a fucking random girl pretending to be Dory.
Dude.
And when he realizes this, he threatens to destroy the both of them, and he punches Molly in the face. Stan defends Molly by punching Grindel in the face one too many times.
What
until
did you
he's
think
dead.
was gonna happen? Okay.
What about right-hand man?
Right-hand man is running out. It's a big house.
Oh.
Molly is yelling at him to stop, and when he finally does, it seems like Grindel might be dead. He tells Molly to run to turn the car on, and they drive off, and the
Okay,
right-hand man
this is
shows
so
up to
dumb,
shoot at
but
them, and
alright.
he runs him over.
What?
What?
Runs him over, reverses, and runs him back over, killing the both.
Help, no.
What? He just killed two people like that?
Stop.
Yeah. They stop in the middle of nowhere, and Molly is so pissed when they finally stop. She slaps him across the face and walks off. And he's
I feel like
screaming,
that's kind of an
"Mommy, where are you
underreaction,
going,
I'm gonna be
Molly?
honest.
We can't go back to the hotel." She doesn't look back. She keeps walking. And he screams after her,
Kind of
"I
an
don't need you, Molly.
underreaction.
I don't need you." And he goes over to Lilith's place and he takes his cash and he tries to leave. She's putting the cash in his duffel bag for him and he's downing glasses of liquor and making out with Lilith. And as he's about to walk out the door, she says, "I do love you, Stan." And it makes him tense up and freeze. And suddenly she laughs and, "Did I oversell it?" And with a smirk, she turns on the recording device. Patient Stanton Carlisle, final therapy session. "What are you doing?" He throws his bag down and opens it up. All the money are singles. They're dollar bills. They used to be $100 bills. And now,
What did
the
she-
outer layers of each
Dude,
stack
he's
are
so
$100
dumb.
and everything in the middle are singles.
Okay.
He's dumb.
Where's the
Obviously.
money? Where did you put it? You took the money. What are you saying, Mr. Carlisle? Try to understand that these delusions are becoming part of your condition. You crazy bitch. I will tell them everything we did. Did what? Tell me. We did together. What are you talking about? Have we seen each other other than in this very office? Cut it out. What are you doing?
Jesus.
You came unannounced, my secretary allowed you in, and I did everything I could, but it seems you've made a transference to me, both as your mistress and as your mother. I've tried to avert a
Oh my
serious
God.
upset, but it seems that I have failed. The symbolism is quite obvious, isn't it, Mr. Carlisle? You have a very peculiar relationship to older men, Ezra Grindel, for example, but also the man you claimed to have killed at the carnival.
Did we get locked in here, Munchen?
Why are you doing this? You don't even care about the money. Lilith turns off the recording and laughs. You are such a disappointment. And you're right. The money doesn't matter to me, but it means everything to you, doesn't it? You're a small, small man. You don't fool people, Stan. They fool themselves. You think you stand high above the common man? You're nothing. You think you could take me, Stan? You're so blind, aren't you? You can't read the signs. Didn't you notice? My clutch was heavy. And she takes the gun out of her clutch and shoots him in the face. But it just grazes his ear and he's not dead. Am I powerful enough for you now, Stan? And while Stan is on the ground bleeding, she runs to her phone. Please, security, there's a patient of mine. I need help immediately. Stan stands up and grabs Lilith and starts strangling her with the phone cord while trying to wrestle the gun away from her. Stan, you think you can take my breath away? And she laughs. And as he's strangling her, the door opens and the security runs in and starts chasing after him in the hallway, but not before asking, "You all right, doctor?" She says, "I'll live." And a huge chase ensues where Stan jumps aboard a train filled with chickens in cages, and he hides behind the chickens well enough that they don't see him, and the train takes off and he lays there, looking so similarly to a broken man. And while on the train, he has a flashback to his dad lying on the bed, sickly. Stan leans down and says, "By the way, Dad, I've always hated you."
Bro.
He opens up all the windows in the cold winter, takes his dad's blanket, and watches the man shiver to death.
Whoa.
And then he kills him, burns him.
Okay.
Then we get a flash forward. Many weeks later, Stan is completely unshaven, looks completely different, wobbling out of a wooden trailer to join a group of men without homes by the fire. He's got holes in his shoes. He has to cover them up with newspaper. His clothes are beyond dirty, and a strange man offers him some liquor. For a price. No more mooching. And with that, Stan is dead in his eyes. Takes off his watch and hands it to them. So now, a completely broken man. He travels back to the carnival looking for a job. But it's a new carnival, not the same boss. And he stumbles inside, and he interviews with him, and he takes a shot of liquor with the carnival owner. He says, "I'm not looking for a mentalist. Those are the old days, okay? We don't do that shit here. No one likes it. Look, one carny to another, Eureka brews, okay? But as a friend, listen, I do have one job. And you don't have to take it, it's temporary, but it's a job. You could take it for a while. I got a nice dry place to sleep, hot meals, and a shot now and then. It's only temporary, though. Till we get a real geek." You know what a geek is? Stan knows.
Oof.
So what do you say? You think he can handle it? And Stan starts crying, sobbing. And then he starts laughing at the irony. Mister, I was born for it. And he starts crying in defeat and laughing at the irony of it all.
I mean, kind of deserved.
Stan knew better than to take this job. He knew what it meant. He knew his fate, but it was too late. He was lying at the bottom of the pit, and there was no way out. And that's the end.
Oh.
So good, no?
Bruh.
So good.
Wow.
But there's more to
Yeesh.
mention. So people say, why did Lilith betray him? I mean, it seemed like she really was developing a fond relationship with him.
Betray him?
But
That was her
Lilith
plan the whole time,
seems to
obviously.
have a burning hatred for egotistical, powerful men, or people who believe that
Her name
power
is
everything.
Lilith.
They probably have heard her in the past.
Her name is
and
literally
Ezra
Lilith.
Grindle was most likely the one that gave her the scar
Her
on
name
her
is
chest.
Lilith.
Because he said he did things to women, things that he shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
So she set this all up to get revenge on Ezra Grindle and Kimball. So she brought Kimball to the lounge, and Molly said, "I've seen her here before."
Mm-hmm.
And she knew that this guy, whoever this guy was, Mr. Carlisle Stanton, was a hustler. So she's watching him, brings Mr. Kimball, knowing that he had a recent death. She checks him out, does the whole little performance of like, "What's in my purse?" And that indicates to Kimball that this guy is the real deal. So she's getting revenge on Kimball for whatever he may have done to her, and then revenge on Ezra Grindle because she knew that the two of them are close and that Grindle has got some issues and would be interested in shit like this.
So she's the ultimate mentalist.
Yes, she's the ultimate mentalist, and it's crazy because it also speaks to the misogyny of the olden days and still now. But
I was gonna
he's
say.
playing with these powerful men, and he thinks that the people that he should be scared of are the powerful men. But in reality, she uses that to her advantage and gets away with this. He would never suspect her. He thinks that she's a fool that leaves her cabinet unlocked or with the key in the, cabinet. It's so interesting. The ending, The ending, oh my god, I just wish I could play you the ending clip because the amount of facial emotion. It's Bradley Cooper, the guy that was in American Gangsters or American Hustlers.
Bradley Cooper is the main guy?
Really good, really good. And Kate Blanchett.
Bradley Cooper's always great.
She conned the con. This was probably one of the better movies that I've seen in a really long time. What are your thoughts? And I hope you guys enjoyed this week's episode. Next week we will be back with a book bag.
Okay. I might go grab myself a snack here in between videos. Hold on, let me finish decorating this wall first, though. Girl, what the... Let me size shit up. Actually, it's one of my shaders. I could turn it off. I'm not gonna though. It's too much work. All right. Actually, do this. Yeah, that's good. Cool. I'll put something on this wall and then we're good to go. I want to put like, I want it to be like a fucking hooks or something, maybe. If I can find that. I can never fucking find hooks. Anytime I'm looking for hooks. My god, I wish the categories were better. This one, I guess. See, it's not a row of hooks, it's just a single one. Okay, I'll put a shelf over it. You. That works. Do that, and then now I have to find something to fucking put on the shelf. Great. Give me random decor. And 2 random of decor. Pillow. Put a pillow, sure. Right, we've got a pillow. We've got flip-flops. I feel like those should go on the ground. Box. Random box. That always works. Perfume looking thing. Sure, that works. Cool. Also, where was the... Yes, underwear on the ground. Cool. Socks. Socks on the ground. There, perfect. Ooh, should I do a laundry bin? It's under activities and skills for some reason. I think. It should be. Yeah. All right. Parents' bedroom is complete. Do we like? How do we like? How do we feel? Would we live here? Who would live there? Now we're gonna do the like upstairs communal area. And then we'll do the porches, which I'm not gonna do that much on, honestly. You live here? Nice. Ugh. This is for a family of 3 plus a cat. What's the rent? No idea, but so far the lot value is only 75K. So I mean, like, these are some good prices. 75K, who's taking it? You have to finish building the rest of the house, but I mean, with that budget, you have plenty of wiggle room. Realistically, this needs another 400,000 added to the price. And Munchie! No, Munchie! No! Kitten! He has been trying to steal all of my plushies and eat them. He just tried to steal the blueberry cow! Munchie! No, Kitten! Eat the American flag instead, Munchie! This is not for kittens! It's not for kittens! It's a bad kitten! That's a bad kitten! You don't get to eat that, Munchin! No, baby! No, you have your own! Here, play with your own stuffed animal, baby! You gotta play with your own plushies! You're silly. You're silly kitten! I love you. I love you. Here, oh, almost dropped it. There we go. Here's your plushie. There, go get the spring, Munchie. Play with your plushie. Get the spring. He's crazy. He's crazy. The issue with the water gun is that it gets everything fucking wet. All right, I'm gonna quickly go grab a snack. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna go quickly grab a snack. I'll be right back. Everyone, oh, I'm gonna stop this because we're at the end of the video. So I'm gonna do that. Be right back. I'm gonna throw up the break screen. It won't take me that long, but then you get music, and then we'll find another Queen book to listen to. Be right back. Hi, I'm back. Okay, so 2 things that I'm gonna brag about here. I have this mango ice cream that keeps going viral on TikTok but is always sold out. My Asian market has it. And second thing is I have Dole Whip, because we got the Munchie. No, we got the Ninja Creamy, and they sell the Dole Whip mix. They just sell it, and if you have that, it's like exactly the same thing. So also it's not that the Ninja Creamy is like not that expensive. You could just like make ice cream with it. Highly suggest if you like Dole Whip. Like, it's identical. It's literally identical. Dole Whip is a pineapple sorbet that they sell at Disneyland, and it's like crack. It's so good. It's literally like, it's pineapple, but it tastes like ice cream, like soft serve ice cream. Oh, it's so good. So good. It's so fucking good. Anyway, this is also really fucking good. I like the mango ice cream. Yeah. The ice cream is mango flavored, but like really lightly mango flavored. Like it somehow tastes more like a mango than a mango tastes in a way. And it's got like white chocolate on the outside. It's so good. But I'm gonna let them fuse. It does taste more mango-y because it's mango shaped. Yeah. So good. All right. A girl stalks married couple and falls in love. She gets rid of the real wife. Oh. Should we watch that next? Okay, right? Those pills have never helped me. Every time, for some reason, this doesn't make my lactose intolerance kick up that much. Ice cream in general doesn't, but that also might be because this is an Asian ice cream. Asian ice cream usually does not get me. I think they know what they're doing. But those like lactose intolerance pills do nothing for me. That's so weird. Dole Whip is so good though. But which one of these is better? It's hard to decide. Cause like the Dole Whip, it's like more refreshing and more like citrusy, versus this is way more creamy, but together they're so good. They're so cold though. Oh my gosh, so good, baby. I need all of it in my tummy. There's also a lemon version of these. They're good too. I like the mango one better. So good. Also, sorry for people who can't buy ice cream. Sorry for torturing you by making you watch me bite this ice cream. Took a lot of building up my teeth sensitivity to be able to bite ice cream again, because I definitely didn't used to be able to. No, the lemon flavored ones are lemon shaped. I feel like there's another flavor, but I don't. Oh, peach. There's a peach one. The peach one's also really fucking good. So good. Anyway. So good. True, no snozzberries. Oh my god, wait, she did a video on the black phone. I never saw that movie. Should we either watch that movie or should we watch... Listen, I'm also a sugar addict. Okay, we'll just watch the movie. I'm trying to look through her videos to see which one is like a book. Good question. I'm looking. Hold on. I have to scroll back because we've seen a lot of them. Oh, true. We do need a Christmas one next month. Oh my god, stop. She did one for Don't Worry, Darling. Should we watch that? Maybe we should listen to that one. I'm curious how she told that one. Ooh, or nanny moves in with a mysterious rich family only to be framed for one of the kids' deaths. Let's do that one. Yeah, I actually really like my family, so I do enjoy Christmas and Thanksgiving. Thankfully. Some people are not that lucky, but... So much happened this year. It went by so fast. Okay. Let's do the nanny one. I think that'll be good.
Bada bing, bada.
Hold on. Hold on, Queen. I gotta get them the link first. The ice cream is so cold. You're not gonna stop me. It's very cold. How many funerals have I been to in my life? Way too many. I've lost count, to be honest. Okay. Let's go. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Sorry. 3, 2, 1. Play.
Bada bing, bada. Come on, bro.
Bada bing, bada bing.
I lost the play
Welcome
button.
to
It
this
went
week's
away.
Bacon and Mystery,
It hid
Bacon
from
and Murder
me.
episode. Today, we are talking about a highly requested book called Turn of the Key by
Nice.
Ware.
A book.
This book was like highly requested since we started doing these spams, and I don't know why, I just never got into it. I guess the blurb made me feel like it was gonna be haunted house, paranormal vibe, ooh, noises in the attic, and you guys know that I am not a huge fan of reading about ghosts. It just doesn't freak me out as much. So I was really pleasantly surprised that this book is like a very smart, clever take on the haunted house trope. Like it's got that haunted feeling but it's not ghosts. It's all humans, and I think that's so scary. I think that's creepier.
I think
and
that's
the
fine.
Whole thing is like a smart
It's
house
family.
that's out to
It
get
goes
you,
to family
or is it-
first.
Or is it someone?
What do you mean smart house?
Like everything is controlled by an app. It's like
Oh,
a super
okay.
modern smart house.
Oh, I like
And
it.
things
Like a
start,
robot.
yeah, and things
Robot
just start
takeover.
moving
Like,
around.
Museums are not all that ethical to begin with, so
I mean, I think
keeping it
adds to the
when it's
spookiness
already a
and
family
just the whole
heirloom
thing. The whole setup
is not unethical.
spooky. It involves children. No, I'm kidding. But it does involve a lot of children. It's the idea that you go to this remote house as a residential live-in nanny to watch over these 3 kids, and one of them is creepy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I love kids, but she's creepy. If that was my kid, I don't know how I would react. So I really liked it. Go give it a read. I'm gonna link it in the comments and in the description. It's so good. And with that being said, the book opens up. Oh, we're making Oreo sushi. We're attempting to make
Oreo sushi.
And like before I hear any people be like,
I never know how to react to that type of
like
thing.
Some sort of culture. This is like some fake American bull. It's not even sushi. It's
I
an
kind of
Oreo
just don't
cake
react
roll.
either.
I don't know why people call it Oreo
I don't know really
sushi.
how you're
Don't be
supposed to.
offended
I don't
if
think you're supposed to
You
react in
like
a
this
certain way.
candle. Just really smart to light it without any plate underneath on a highly flammable cloth with highly flammable flowers in the background. It's a good idea. Okay, so we're making the Oreo roll. He's got the recipe because I can't multitask. What's the first step, dude?
First step is actually the funnest. You just separate all the whites into the bowl.
Raw dogging all the Oreo creams. I got multiple different kinds of Oreos. I got the double stuff and I got the regular. I actually got a regular stuff, but yeah, I feel like the double is better. So the book opens up.
Yeah,
with a
I think
series of
after-
letters, or like rough drafts of letters to a famous attorney. The first letter is titled
I think after you see a number of
2017. Dear
kids you know
Mr.
die,
Wrexham, I know you
um,
don't know me, but please, you have to
you kind
help
of just stop
the second letter. Dear Mr. Wrexham,
feeling
you
stuff.
don't know me, but you may have seen the coverage on my case in the news. The reason I'm writing to you is
You just kind of have to keep going.
Scratch that. Third letter. Dear Mr. Wrexham,
That's what therapy's for. I don't know.
Address you. I've never written to an attorney before, but the first thing I have to say is scratch the letter. So it's like someone is trying to write a letter, but it's just not working out. She doesn't really know exactly how to even start.
Alright,
this
snack has
type of
been
letter, right?
plundered.
And
Let's
finally,
swap back.
We get to the final draft of the letter that she's gonna send out to this attorney. Dear Mr.
Brain rot
Wrexham,
time.
please help me. I didn't
Let's
kill
finish
anyone.
this top.
Immediately, I'm like, what the fork is going on? There's really no setup in the beginning of this book. Like, it's fascinating. Then the book is told in a series of letters to her
I
attorney,
think-
but it doesn't feel like you're reading letters. It feels like you're with her in real time, but it's just in the preface of a letter, if that makes sense.
Maybe right here is
So
where the
she
desk
helped me
is.
tell the whole story from in prison, writing
Maybe
letters
right
to an
here.
attorney.
Does she mail it out?
Put 2 desks
That's
right
the-
here.
Okay, we're getting there. So she's writing letters to her criminal
What are you
defense
doing,
attorney
puppy?
while she's in jail. And I mean, things are not going well for our main character, Rowan. She is 27 years old, by the way, just to help you really picture it. People say that she looks like Anne Hathaway if Anne Hathaway didn't have beauty treatments. Does that make sense? Like, you know how people comment, you like the Target version of this? That's kind of what they would have commented on Rowan. Is it me?
So she's
Yeah.
the target version of Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, but just to give you a
Not
picture,
Target,
she
Anne
kinda looks like
Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway, right? Anyway, she had recently started a job for a wealthy family. She was going to be a live-in nanny for their 3 young children and their rebellious teenage daughter. Now, the rebellious teenage daughter is in boarding school, so mainly you're talking about 3 young kids. And Rowan was found covered in blood, and one of them was found dead. So the case was a pretty big deal from the get-go. I mean, you're talking about a wealthy family in a remote countryside estate. Nanny ends up covered in the blood of a young child. A young child ends up dead. I mean, it was a freaking show. So right off the get-go, Rowan is thrown in jail, and her attorney, the public defender that she was assigned,
Oh my
refused
god,
to
line
even
up, you
listen
fucking
to her
pixels.
story. Refused to even give her a chance. It felt like everyone just assumed that she was guilty because, well, to be
That didn't line
fair,
up.
going into it, Rowan did have a lot of secrets. There was a reason that she found that job. There was a reason that she found this family. The public would say that she targeted this family, but she said that's not the case. So she's writing to this famous criminal defense attorney, Mr. Wrexham, from her prison cell, and she says that I'm innocent. And I know, you know, they all say that.
I want to eat it. Is that okay?
You
I
don't
want to eat it. Is
cream
that
is
okay?
weird.
Enough with cream. What?
Thank you. I eat a lot of cream.
Disgusting.
Double stuff is good. You want to double stuff somewhat? Okay. Every single person that meets you, Mr. Wrexham,
Queen.
says they're all innocent. Every single
Please.
person that I've met in this prison is
All right,
innocent. according
big
to them
desk,
anyway.
wrap
But
around
in my
desk. This
case,
might be a bad
I
idea.
swear
I
to
might
you
put
it's
the
true.
desk over here.
I'm writing to ask you to represent me.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
do
know
that.
nothing of the law, but I know that my current attorney is horrible. In fact, he's the person that landed me in prison. He wouldn't let me talk to the police. I thought once he knew my story, once the police knew my story, my full story, he would tell the police everything and it would be straightened out. But in fact, he just made it so much worse. He made me look so much guiltier, saying that I had no comment at this time, no comment at this time. That's what he kept repeating. And the police kept twisting the words coming out of my mouth. But please, I am begging you, if you listen to me, you will know that I'm innocent. You just need to listen to the full story. I'm sure you already
I'll
know
just do
the
it here.
story. It's been all over the headlines, but in case
Maybe
you
not
don't,
that desk though.
I'm the nanny in the Ellen Court case. And Mr. Wrexham, I did not kill that child. I did not kill that child, and someone out there did. And they're out there while I'm rotting in prison. I'm not supposed to be here. Or at least I wasn't supposed to be here. The women here,
Okay, there we go.
they're kind of different. You can see it on their face. It's like another species. And it's not like I think that I'm better than the women in prison.
Side eye.
It's just, I don't fit in here. There's the self-harmers. There's the ones who scream and bang their heads. There's the one that partake in gang activity. There's the ones that threaten you if you don't give them your lunch. They all look like they
Hi,
belong here.
I'm making a noise.
I didn't fit it until one day. I went to the bathroom, and in the far corner I saw this woman, another inmate, and her face was just set like stone. Her eyes were dark, her facial features were hardened, and at first I thought, oh my god, she looks so pissed off. What is she so pissed off about? Like, I wonder what she's in here for. And then my second thought was, well, I better get going. We're bringing out the big
Actually,
boys, the megas. They don't
does
even
this
look like
work?
mega stuff,
Oh,
you
they
know?
look mega to me, babe.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I feel like they could be more stuffed.
No.
So anyway, my second
No.
thought was, well, I better go to a different
Why did he say it
bathroom,
like
right? Then
that?
I realized that there was a mirror at the far end of the wall,
God damn it.
and it was me. I was the hard
that
set
work?
woman. That was me. I was turning into just another soulless woman in the system. So with that, I have 140 days to convince you to be my attorney before the trial starts. And I've decided I'm going to tell you the full truth and nothing but the truth, beginning to end. And also, the stomping that you hear is intentional. This is not unprofessionalism from Stephanie Sue, who is babysitting her niece right now, and my mom is going crazy upstairs. No. That 2-year-old upstairs is part of the show.
The
Because
stumping noise.
yeah, because there's a creaking in the attic later. There's a stomping in the attic later.
Ah.
There's some evil children later.
So we
What?
told Sophie to stop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm setting the tone. I'm
Got it.
setting the vibe.
Dang it. Okay, too
And
far.
the beginning starts
I went too
with
far.
an ad for a job. The ad read, wanted, large family seeks experienced live-in nanny. Rowan was already a nanny, so it made sense for her to be reading something like this. It's not like she was just browsing random jobs that she didn't qualify for. I mean, okay, technically she didn't really qualify for this job. This was like a super fancy nannying job, and all she did was work at like daycare centers.
there we
but
go.
still, the parents
That's
from
better.
this
We
wanted
have
the Ellen Courts.
fucking
They ran
desks.
a family architectural practice called Ellen Court and Ellen Court. They lived
Dude,
in
I
a
always do
beautiful
that.
remote house in the Scottish Highlands. They both work from home.
But that's because I
But,
have
they do have to go to trade shows every now and
eating
then.
disorder and
They
food
do
just
have
does not
out-of-the-country
fucking sound good all the
houses
time.
and designs that they're working on. So they are looking for a nanny.
Like, ew,
that's gonna live
food,
in
I guess
their
I have to
remote
eat
house,
something.
Countryside home in the hills of Scotland, and watch their 3 kids. Well, if that doesn't make you want to rethink your job choices, I don't know what does. If you've ever wanted to be a nanny, why do children stomp like demons? I don't know. what
Right?
it is. The
That's
way
such
they
a good
stomp
question.
really is like demon-like, no?
It is.
Like horror movie level,
Mhm.
demon is coming at you, running through the woods, stomping. Anyway,
Agreed.
so they want a nanny who can stay and grow and be close with the children. They don't want someone who's going to come in for a couple of weeks. They want someone that's going to stay for years. The job requirements were listed as, we are seeking an experienced nanny used to working with children of all ages from babyhood to teens. You must be practical, unflappable, and comfortable looking after children on your own. Excellent references, background check, like obviously these are all things that are a must. Clean driver's license, first aid certificate. In return, we will offer boarding, housing, all expenses paid, and a package of an additional $55,000 a year, including bonuses,
Kinda
use of a
sus.
free car, and 8 weeks of holiday. So honestly, it's a pretty banging job because you don't have to pay for rent, you don't have to pay for any of that. You just get $55,000 on top of it, and you get 2 months of vacation. I mean, what? So it said, please send all applications to Bill and Sandra Ellencourt from Heather Bray House in Carnbridge, Scotland. The funny thing is, Rowan, she had the experience, so this was up her alley, but she wasn't even looking for a job when this came up on her Google results.
Yeah, okay.
She was actually looking for something else. It doesn't really matter what she was looking for because this fell into her lap, and it was like a
What was
gift
she looking for?
sent from above. It was perfect, almost too perfect. I mean, not just the salary, which is a pretty good start. No rent, no bills, food covered. She was getting
Sus.
paid that much. I mean, yeah, it was good. But it wasn't just the salary. The whole look of this whole package, the whole thing, the whole family, it just fell into her lap. And she was in the perfect position to apply. You see, Rowan's roommate was
No,
gone
it
traveling.
doesn't fit.
She'd gone to, I think, India, which meant that Rowan had to pay double the rent, which normally would piss her off, but she got along well with her roommate. They met at Little Nippers. This is like a nursery. It's called Little Nippers.
Little
and basically,
Nippers?
you're
What
taking care
the
of
hell?
Babies. Literally babies. So many diapers that they had to change nonstop. They're taking care of like 10 babies, 10 diapers every 2 to 3 hours. Which sounds like Rowan hates kids, but she doesn't hate kids. It's just
That
a
would
tough
make me
job,
hate
you know?
kids,
Sometimes you gotta
personally.
rant about your tough job. It's no big deal, right? But for whatever reason, if you ever rant about children, people think you're like a soulless monster. It's like you're
Uh-oh.
a
Maybe that's why
goddamn
people
sinner
don't
out
like
of
me.
nowhere. Like you can't even, God forbid, one of those terrible twos annoys you a little bit. You can't rant about it, okay? At least that's
There we
how the
go.
police are even seeing it. Anytime Rowan talked about her job after she was arrested, they would say these snide remarks like, so you don't seem to like kids all that much. You seem very frustrated, you know, having to be cooped up in the woods with 4 kids, left with no way to let off steam, as you say. Yeah, they used it against her, but Rowan swears she's not a bad nanny. Anyway, that's now. This was then. When Rowan first saw the ad, she was spinning. I mean, it was a fabulous salary and a perfect opportunity. She had to take it. But that should have been the first red flag. The salary was too generous. It was ridiculous. Rowan even wondered if there had been some sort of typo, that maybe one of the children's were the spawns of Satan's or
Ooh,
something.
this is
Like, there's
cool.
gotta
I
be a
haven't seen
catch.
that
It was too
before.
good of a job. But it didn't matter because the
like
salary
that.
wasn't even the reason why she applied. And if her roommate hadn't gone to India, none of this would have happened. So that morning,
Her roommate went
after
to
reading
India?
the ad, Rowan called in sick to her Little Nippers job and started working on her resume and getting together all the paperwork that she needed to submit all the perfect things that this family was probably looking for. Something that would convince the Ellencourts that she was the person that they were looking for a very long time. The perfect nanny. And at the end of the day, she submitted all the paperwork, and now all she could do was wait. The next few days were rough. Like, you know when you apply for a job, it's rough. Like, especially a job that you're excited about. She's sitting on pins and needles, trying and waiting and hoping that they're gonna call her back for an interview, an in-person interview. And the longer that she waited, the more Rowan realized how much she wanted this to happen. How much she needed this job. After 6 long days, Rowan finally got the email. Ping. Subject, nanny position from Sandra Ellencourt. Even just the last name Ellencourt was enough to make Rowan's heart spin and her head feel like a fucking washing machine, like she was literally spinning. It was so exciting. Her fingers were shaking so hard she could barely open the damn email. I mean, they probably didn't reach out to resumes that they were rejecting, right? That would be ruthless. That'd be f***ed up. So she clicked.
Is this
and the
supposed to
email
be
read,
blank?
Hi, Rowan. Thanks for your application and apologies for getting back to you so late. Your resume is very impressive and we would like to invite you to interview with us. Our house is rather remote, so we are happy to cover all the travel fees and offer you a room to stay in the house overnight. You're not going to make it back to London in one day. However, there is one thing I must be upfront about before you decide to come. We live in Heatherbrae House, and since we bought the house, we have been aware of various superstitions surrounding the house. It's an old building,
there's a ghost?
and it's had more than its usual number of deaths and tragedies. So, for that reason, there's a lot of local tales of hauntings, and, well, just to be short with it, long story short, the 4 nannies have resigned in the past 14 months because the house is haunted, or they claim it is. As you can imagine, it's been pretty tough for the kids and awkward for myself and my husband professionally. I just want to be honest, and that's why we are offering a generous salary.
Girl, you're
to
fine.
find someone to commit to staying at least with our family for the long term, for at least a year. If you don't feel like this is you, that's okay, just let us know. But if you do feel like this is the right fit, let us know your availability in the upcoming week. Thank you. Best wishes, Sandra. I don't know, would you still apply?
That's good.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay.
I would apply and then I would probably be so scared I would quit. And then I would hate myself for it.
No,
like,
queen.
You know, when you need a job, but then you get there and it starts
That's
hitting
funny.
the fan. It's a whole other story, you know? How much money is enough money to put up with ghosts and sleep deprivation? I guess we'll see, right? So, I mean, Rowan doesn't give a about these paranormal haunted stories. I mean, she's jumping up and down. She got the interview. Yeah, there's more steps, but at least she's able to conquer the first one. So almost exactly one.
No, I'm definitely the person in a horror movie where they're like, don't go, there's a ghost, and I'm like, okay.
Doing her best
Anyway.
impression of Rowan, the perfect nanny. Her normally bushy hair was cleaned and tied up in a ponytail. Her nails were cleaned and short. Her makeup was clean and on point. She was wearing her best approachable but responsible, fun but hardworking, professional yet not too proud to get down on my knees to clean up the vomit outfit. Rowan's stomach was doing flips on the train. She had never done anything like this before. I mean, not the nannying. Obviously, she's done that for nearly a decade, right? Nearly, actually, 2 decades. No, yeah. Since she was 17, so a decade. Mostly in nurseries rather than in private residences, but still, right? To be fair, you know, she's putting herself out there. She's setting herself up for rejection, so yeah, she was nervous. It was terrifying. And the scary part was just how much she wanted this job. It was like this hunger that was taking over. So finally, after 6 hours of on the train, she, of motion sickness and nerves, she gets off, and let me tell you, the appreciation of this stunning landscape. I mean, the countryside of Scotland was filled with
There we
rolling
go.
green fields, smoke blue and purple skies.
I feel like maybe a
mountains that
chair
were
here.
rising up from behind. I mean, it looked like the window screen, but better. Do you know what I'm talking about? Mountains and the green. I mean, it was so beautiful. There was just something that started to swell up inside of her when she looked out the window. Hope, maybe? And in some sick, twisted kind of way, felt like she was coming home. Felt like this is where she belonged. She stepped off the train. She was lugging her big-ass briefcase that she brought for just one night. She wanted to be prepared, you know. You never know how these things go. She's lugging it and waiting, and Sandra mentioned that someone would be there to pick her up. So she waited until she saw him. Well, it couldn't possibly be him, right? Because this guy was too young. 30, 35. He was also really hot in that scrubby, unshaven kind of way, you know what I mean?
Of course.
But it can't be him. But it was her right? Because they were the only 2 on the platform now, and he shoved his hand in his pockets and he said, Rowan Kane? Yeah, hi. Oh, I'm Jack Grant. I work for the Heatherbrae house. Sandra sent me up to pick you up. Sorry, I'm 5 minutes late. Oh, hi, no, it's fine. Rowan felt kind of a little shy around this guy because he was hot. Okay, if you guys watch Handmaid's Tale, this kind of gives me the Nick vibe. You know, the driver of the
Dude, I never
house,
actually did see
the
Handmaid's Tale, I'm gonna be honest. I never
like,
actually
that was the
watched
vibe,
it.
Okay, and my spidey senses are telling
I watched like the
me
first
that
2
they
episodes when they first came out, and then I
He's like, can I get your bag?
didn't watch the
No,
rest for whatever
it's not
reason.
Thanks for coming out, though. No need to thank me. It's my job. So you work for the Ellen Courts? For Bill and Sandra, yeah. I'm not even sure what my job title would be. I think Bill has me down on payroll as some sort of driver, but I'm kind of like the odd job man. I think that would cover it better. I do the gardening, I fix the cars, and I run them out of the airports, and you're gonna be the new nanny, right? Not yet. I mean, That's the position that I'm going for, yeah, but have there been a lot of other interviewers? 2 to 3. You're doing much better than some of them. The first one didn't even speak English. I don't know who wrote her application for her, though. Sandra was like, that's not her. Oh. Good. I mean, good, not good for her. Good for me, I guess. If I can say that, I suppose.
Lol.
Awkwardly, the two get to the parking lot and they hop into the Tesla. And, you know, Jack is like, it's a bit flashy of a car. Not my first choice, but, well, Phil, you'll see, he's super into technology. Oh, is he? It was such a meaningless remark, but somehow just some knowledge of the man that she was going to interview under was something, right? Anyway, Jack loads up
I'm gonna
her
put a TV
briefcase
here.
and she's lost in thought. And finally, he holds open the front door, or the side door. After you, Rowan. And for a moment, she froze, forgetting where she was and who he was talking to. And she snapped out of her deep thought, pulled herself into the car. And listen, to some degree, Rowan knew that the Ellen Courts were wealthy, right? I mean, they're hiring a nanny, a live-in nanny. I mean, who has the funds to do that? And they're offering a generous salary to the nanny. They have an odd job man that just runs around town doing odd jobs. I mean, they must be wealthy to a degree. But it wasn't until they pulled up to Heatherbrae House that Rowan realized just
Girl, the
how
house has a
privileged they
name.
were. It made her feel
The house is
strange. She
named.
almost wanted to turn to Jack and say, oh, I don't care about money. Like, I'm not here for the salary.
Huh?
But what a strange reaction that would have been. So instead, she bit her tongue, and she watched as the high steel gate swung open when the Tesla approached. And it was eerily
I feel like that would have made me more sussed out. Like, what do you mean you're not here for the money? It's a job. I would hope you would be here for the
They
money.
were taking turns, and they still couldn't even see a house yet.
Oreo successfully
Turns in the
gutted.
driveway. It wasn't until,
Is she making
the
like a
house
little
even
cheesecake
revealed
out
that
of the
Jack noticed
Oreos?
her reaction. Big place, isn't it? Just a bit. And finally, there was Heatherbrae House.
Just a bit.
I don't know what Rowan was expecting, maybe a mansion or something, but the house actually looked homey. It was like a Victorian house on the outside. It looked
Oh,
beautiful. It was grand, but not in that obnoxious
Man.
way. It was grand in that
Let me
homey,
set
cozy,
it on
old
things.
money
There we
kind
go.
of way, where it's just homey enough, but you know everything inside is the highest caliber, and everything you touch just feels extra refined. And this is not the house to accidentally break a vase in. You know what I mean? Like, it just
Girl,
it exuded
oh my God,
warmth,
stop that.
luxury, and comfort.
There we
Like,
go.
you know that it looks modest, but you go inside, everything's gonna be cashmere and the highest
Mahogany?
mahogany, you know?
There you go.
Rowan felt bitter, comparing it to her boxy, cheerless suburban home that she grew up in that was completely devoid of love and comfort or really anything. So, must be nice to grow up in a place like this. I'm gonna whip this. Okay, are you guys ready?
Frosting?
The weather these days have been more indecisive than me, okay?
Wait, what the fuck is she
Is it
making?
raining today? Is it not? Make up your mind, weather. Normally I get really annoyed with weather like this, especially when we're in New York City, because when you're going out and then suddenly being hit by
That
rain
works
and having
here. I
wet
don't know if I
socks,
want that
you know
color,
that
though.
feeling where you've stepped into a puddle and your sock is wet, ruins the whole day. But if you got a pair of Vessies,
That one
listen,
looks
these
good.
Vessies are not even just my wet weather approved shoes. They're my any weather approved shoes because they are so freaking cute. Like, look at these pairs. They're so pretty. I will wear them when it rains, when it snows, when it's not even raining because they're so good. They're so comfortable. They're so light. You slip them on. It's a no-brainer. And even in the wettest of weather, your feet will be dry. Puddles are no longer your enemy. You no longer have to nervously fidget around and jump over a puddle when you're crossing the street because Vessies are completely waterproof and they're made of dual climate knit
not big
material.
enough.
It could be freezing outside. Then I could get on a train and it's steamy and hot, but my feet feel so comfortable. It keeps you cool in the summer, warm in the winter, and the best part is, normally when you think of like waterproof shoes, you're thinking those big clunky boots, rain boots. And you can't wear those comfortably when you're running errands. Like, yeah, maybe if you're jumping around in the rain for 2 seconds, but imagine everything else in life. And it's so easy to clean, throw them in the wash. It's a good investment, I swear, because you can wear them all year long. They're my go-to shoes.
Like, is
And
there a
right now,
cup
they're
or
giving away a pair of
anything?
socks of your choice to the first 100 shoes sold using my code
Mm-hmm.
SOCKS. Bam. Check out their early Black Friday sale as well at Vessi.com.
Wait, hold up.
If you missed the chance to get a free pair of socks, you're
What
okay because
happened?
Vessi's early Black Friday sale starts now. Get your style and size that you want now before they sell out. That's at Vessi.com/BAM and use code SOCKSBAM to get a free pair of socks with your shoe purchase for the first 100 people.
Oh my God.
So anyways, I imagine as a nanny it might be hard to not be jealous of these kids that have no idea
It's
how
like,
privileged
what the
they are
fuck
and how
is
lucky
going
they are to
on?
be
Why
growing
is
up
it
in
not the right height?
and live in a nanny. But anyway, I digress.
There we go.
Rowan walked up to the front door and immediately things just felt off.
Pesto
the door was
coma.
traditional, but
Yum.
there was no keyhole. Like there was a doorknob. With the, like front doors, they have those massive keyholes. It's like separate from the knob, and you like put it in, and then you open the knob. It didn't have any of that. So it's just a small, strange detail that made it feel unsettling, to say the least. Like, was this a fake door? Maybe she needed to go find the real door that was like on the other side of the house. She was about to turn around when something reflective caught her eye. It's almost like next to the door frame, a screen appeared. Almost a tiny screen. It was well built into the locked part of the house. You would never see it from afar.
The fuck?
Jax, Bill's super into technology, came to mind when, what in the tech is this? And startling, a female voice started to come out of the screen. Rowan, hello!
Lol.
Rowan started looking around, some sort of camera. She didn't remember knocking, so is there some sort of motion sensor, some camera, is someone staring at her? How did someone even know that she was here? Hi. Yes, is this, Sandra? Yes, I'm just getting changed. I'll be down in 10 seconds. Sorry to keep you standing around. It's okay. And after 30 seconds,
Awkward.
Rowan could hear a symphony of barking, and the door swung open. 2 big black labs shot out and started jumping all over Rowan. Sandra, the 40-something-year-old honey blonde woman, laughed and tried to chase after the 2 unruly dogs. But it was like a half-assed attempt, She's like, kids, dogs, come on now. She wasn't like really pulling them back. She was just like, Hero, get back in here. The dogs did not listen to her, clearly, because one of them was jamming his snout straight into Rose's crotch, which is just fucking
Why
great.
do dogs
How
do
you be
that,
professional when
dude?
dogs are sniffing your private area? Hero, stop it. Honestly, Hero, stop. Sorry. She's so friendly. Do you mind
Bruh.
dogs? No, not at all. Ro did kind of mind dogs, in the sense that she loved dogs, but she also had asthma, so her breathing was already constricting, and the dust that they were bringing
Well,
up, but
you
since
probably
Sandra was
shouldn't
watching,
do that job then.
Ro bent down.
I'm gonna be honest.
Good boy. Good girl, actually. Here's the girl. Claude is the boy. They're brother and sister. Oh, well then. Good girl. And after petting the slobbering dog, Ro had the instinct to wipe her palm on her skirt, but Sandra was watching, so she suppressed it, and she walked into the house. Thankfully, Jack came off to drop off Ro's suitcase and told Sandra that he was going to go fix the lawnmower now. Oh, thank you, Jack. And when he walked away, honestly, that man is such a treasure. I don't know what we would do without him. I mean, him and Jean have been absolute rocks. It's just what makes this whole nanny situation even more unexplainable, really. Inexplicable. There we have it. The nanny situation. 4 nannies quit in the past 14 months. Was the house really haunted? Sandra's bringing it up already. I mean, sure, after that email and, just for general prep for the interview, Rowan did look up the house. And I mean, if you lean into the urban legends, sure, you could spook yourself out, but Ro just is not that type of girl. But even she had to admit, 4 nannies in 14
Okay,
months?
there we go.
Not normal. Maybe something was going on in the house. Maybe not ghosts, maybe something else.
People just hate
Maybe
those
Sandra
fucking
was a
kids.
difficult employer. Maybe she was one of those helicopter moms that was so fucking annoying. Anyway, inside the house, the dogs are still running in circles, and Ro could finally soak in the house.
There.
It wasn't
Okay,
too big.
cute.
It's a
Upstairs.
nice family home. The decor, the furnishings, they were so well built. Like, they were comfortable.
Okay,
And
outside.
it was clear that there was a
I'm
sense
just
of
gonna do,
money
like,
everywhere. Everything felt tasteful.
a little bit.
It didn't scream, I'm rich, but it screamed wealth. And it was just enough messy. There were piles of newspapers near the sofa.
It didn't scream, I'm rich, but it did scream wealth. Like,
But
okay,
it was clear
okay.
that
I
this
mean,
was not an ordinary home for children.
I feel like.
There were no specks of dust on any surface. There was no dog hair gathered in the corner of the floor somewhere. Someone was coming to clean this house pretty often. Even the smell was rich. There was no smell of wet dog or old smells from last night's cooking. Everything smelled like beeswax and that woody musk, with maybe a hint of dried rose petals. I mean, it was just perfect. It's
That's how I'm
like
trying to have my house be,
multi-million-dollar
honestly.
celebrity homes where everyone on Architectural Digest and everyone's commenting, I love that it's actually like a home. But it's like $10 million, and you're like, what better can be a home for $10 million? Are you kidding? It's one of those homes. It's the type of house that Ro would have even built for herself had she had endless money and time. Sandra snapped Ro out of her trance and shook her hand for a proper meeting.
I feel like they should be
Sandra had
different
an
on each
awful
side.
It was unusually intense, okay? You must be hungry, Rowan. Let me show you to your room, and then once you've changed yourself, we can get comfortable and we can have something to eat and chat about the position. Was the journey awful? Not awful, no, just slow. Are the children in bed then? The three youngest are, Maddie is 8, Ellie is 6, and the baby Petra is just 18 months. So they're all in bed. And, oh, and you mentioned another child? In the ad, it said that you had 4? Rhiannon. She's 14, but she's going on 24. She thinks she's 25. But she's...
Lol.
Wait, I was gonna say, is she 14 or 24?
She's 14, but she acts like she's 25, you know?
Fucking
But she's at boarding school.
kid
which
noise in the
honestly,
background.
really wasn't even our choice. There's just no high schools
Keeps
close enough.
tripping me
The
out,
nearest one
bro.
is an hour drive away, and that would be too much. So the only option was boarding school. She likes it though, even though it breaks my heart every time she leaves. Rose smiled, but she was thinking, well, if it breaks your heart, why don't you just move? But instead of saying that, she politely said, oh, so I won't meet her then? No, unfortunately not. But to be honest, your time will be spent with the littles. So, anyway, unfortunately, Bill, my husband, can't be here either. Oh. Ro was shocked. I mean, don't you think that a dad would want to meet the person that's going to be caring for his children?
Not one like
Strange.
that.
But Ro worked on contorting her face to that of sympathy and understanding. Oh, well, that's a shame. Yes, he's working. It's been a struggle, really. I have to say, with all the nannies leaving this year, the children are very upset, and the business has suffered. We're both architects in a 2-man firm. It's just me and him. But that means during busy times and when we have more than one project going on, we're stretched a bit thin. We try to juggle it as
Impressive
best as
that they're
possible,
able
but it's
to
just
have
pure
that
chaos. I've
with
been
that
picking
job.
up the slack at home with
Oh,
the recent nanny
save.
meeting, and Bill's
Yes.
been holding down the business. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Whoever gets this position is not gonna have a smooth introductory period.
They all share water. Munch drinks their water more than they drink his water at this point.
We need someone who's not going to be fazed by being left with the kids right off the bat. And they need to be able to start ASAP. Do you think that describes you? Rose smiled. Definitely. I mean, you've seen my resume. Oh yes, we were both so impressed. Quite frankly, it's one of the most impressive ones we've had. I mean, you tick all the boxes. The fact that you've had experience with various age groups, but anyway, I'm rambling. Let's get you to your room. Look at me chatting your ear off. If you'll follow me. So Sandra led Ro
She
up a
seems
flight of
nice.
curving stairs. There was this thick velvet, soft carpeting that was pristinely cleaned, like a carpet running down the stairs. For a house with 3 young kids, it was pristine. It cushioned their steps, and they turned into a long hallway. Sandra put her finger to her lips in an exaggerated shh motion, indicating that these are the rooms where the kids were sleeping in. So they slowly walked past. One room had the words, Princess Ellie and Queen Maddie. Then they turned into another hallway, and a few steps that led to a slightly smaller landing, like a mini 3rd floor, if you will. On the left was a room with the words, F off, keep out or you die. That's Rhiannon's room, and this one is yours. Well, I mean, it's where we always put the nannies, and it's where you'll be sleeping tonight. Sorry, I didn't mean to be presumptuous, Rowan. Rowan smiled. Sandra opened the door, and at first it was dark. And instead of looking for the switch, Sandra pulled out her phone and pressed a few buttons. And the lights lit up in the room, but it was mood lighting. A few lamps set lighting, and it was really well done. Cool, isn't it? We do have switches, obviously. Well, we have wall panels, but this is a smart house. All the heating, the lights, and so on can be controlled all on our phones. Sandra gave a dramatic swoop on her phone, and more lights came on, and then with another swoop, they all dimmed again.
I think they'll be able to sit in that.
And with a few taps, music started cascading into the room through the speakers. And there's also a voice option. But I find that a bit creepy, so I don't use it too often. But I can show you. Sandra raised her voice and said authoritatively, music off. And sure enough, the music turned off. Obviously, you can control the settings from the panel right here. To demonstrate, Sandra leaned over on the wall, and with a few clicks, the curtain swished open and then swished closed again. Wow, it's, Ro didn't really know what to say. She wanted to say it was creepy, but that would have been rude. I know, it's a bit ridiculous, but being architects, it's a professional duty for us to try out all the cool gadgets. Anyway, I gotta stop talking. Let me get you ready. Meet me downstairs in like 15 minutes. We can have dinner and chat.
I'd be sold personally. Sounds like a great job.
So after Ro was certain Sandra was gone, she
Like,
sat
I got
on the bed
this.
and looked around. It was exhausting. It's like the place just sucked the energy out of you. Maybe it was the fact that the house was so isolated.
No, that
it just
sounds
felt
like my parents'
incredibly
house, I'm not gonna
silent,
lie.
So quiet that it made her shiver thinking about it. Like, the house itself was even a bit unsettling. The more rooms she saw, the more she realized just how weird it was. The house itself was having an identity crisis. It was a weird mixture of modern and traditional, but it didn't flow well. For example, the windows were pure Victorian brass latches, slightly rippled glass panels.
Okay, well,
but
my
the
parents'
curtains in
house is
front of
not
it
having
were
an identity
full-on
crisis, it's
restoration
just
hardware,
modern.
Super modern, controlled shades with the click of a button. But then the furniture was more conservative, kind of like the ones that you would find at like an
How is there not
expensive
more?
winery, like one of those resorts, you know, in Napa Valley or something.
So these
Put a
architects
kitty.
not doing a good job? Or
Well, she
feels-
found it was unsettling, but people loved it, you know.
Mm.
So
Putting
Ro took the
kitty-
time to explore the room.
little catio
There were a
out
few
here.
doors leading off to a few different things. One was a walk-in closet, the other led to a bathroom, and another one was locked. Strange, but not alarming. Anyway, the
Little
bathroom
catio.
was as high-tech as the rest of the house. It took Ro a bunch of attempts to get the lighting just right in the bathroom. It was either too dim, like a nightlight, or too bright that it was disorienting, and it's like 8 p.m. right now. But the bathroom was just another moment for Ro to realize just how much she wanted this. She wanted to live here. She wanted to be in this beautiful house, this room, this gorgeous bathroom, this marble-tiled shower, the super clean glass. But more than that, she wanted to be a part of this family so bad. Ro looked into the mirror to pull herself together, and she noticed a
little
look on
creepy,
her face,
but
one that
alright.
she was sure to make sure that Sandra never saw. The look of hunger. She knew not to look too desperate in front of potential
Oh.
employers. Just interested.
Okay,
But
cute.
desperation never works well with the rich.
Mm-hmm.
Ro reached down to grab her necklace, the one she always touched whenever she was anxious. Even as a young kid, she always touched her necklace like this. It was a cheap necklace. Her mom freaking hated it with a burning passion. Her mom would say, "It's cheap
Want to put a
rubbish.
plant
It's gonna
there.
turn your skin
Ooh,
green.
or a
Just
garbage
take it
can would
off."
work.
But Ro had
Wait, I already
been wearing
put a
it for
trash
nearly
can
2
right there.
decades now. It was a part of her. It was a silver R pendant. Ro could almost hear her mom's voice now. Not silver, silver plated. Ro knew there was no reason to take it off. It wasn't even inappropriate of a necklace. It didn't even look that cheap in her eyes. The chances that anyone would even notice it were low, but even then, maybe she was being paranoid. She took it off and put it on the nightstand. Then with a new layer of lip gloss, Ro ran downstairs to talk to Sandra to give the interview of her mother freaking life. When Ro got downstairs, she followed the smell of cooking straight into the kitchen, and it was like a whole other world. It's like she was smacked. So the rest of the house was having an identity crisis, right? But it still had the main frame of the old Victorian house, like lower ceilings, crown molding everywhere, like it was beautiful, right? The minute that she walked into the
different
kitchen,
color.
it was like cathedral glass everything.
The
Glass
heck?
ceilings, glass walls, glass down everything. It looked like someone had just sliced the Victorian house in half, and the whole back was just replaced with modern glass, aggressively modern.
So it must be very stunning.
Yeah.
Honestly, the box are not very slobbery at all.
But half the house.
Oh, they're
stunning.
cuddling.
Stunning, but she didn't
Wait.
like it.
Oh, really?
Because it was just unsettling. Like, it just didn't flow in her mind. It was aggressively modern. I mean, the panel of the Victorian tiles
Top
and the
floor
wood
is
just
done.
switched over to concrete. It was this
Time for
strange
this. I'm gonna
combination
start
of this brutalist cathedral
with
and industrial kitchen. Even the bar stools were chrome stools.
the kids'
I mean, it
room.
was bizarre. Even
How
the
old
fridge
is
had
the
a
kid?
screen where Sandra
It's a
was talking to
toddler,
it.
or no, it was a
Happy, add potatoes to
normal
the shopping
kid, I
list.
think.
Adding potatoes to your shopping list. Eat happy, Sandra. Ro wanted to laugh at how fucking ridiculous this whole thing was, but she held it down. The two sat down to dig into some beef stew that Sandra made, and it tasted amazing. Again, Sandra is one of those people that seems like she can do it all, but she's also like kind of holding back a little. She's comfortable and so friendly and polite, but she's also very far away. Does that make sense? Like, that's the vibe I was getting. Like, even when you compliment her on her cooking, she'll say, "Oh, it's the stove. Oh my God, this
Is it a
stove,
toddler
Italian
or a
love for it. We
kid? I
finally got one
forget.
from Italy. The stove does. You can cook anything with this stove." But it was clear that she knew her beef stew was goddamn good. Okay.
I think we need to go back to
Anyway,
live.
during dinner,
Okay.
they had the regular smegular interview questions. Sandra had already
We need to
reached out
swap
her
back.
previous
Also, I
employers,
need a
and they couldn't say
drink
enough
really
good
bad 'cause I'm
things about
out.
Rowan. And Rowan's like, "Your house is beautiful, by the way." "Thank you. Heatherbrae House was a real project. It had been totally neglected for decades, lived in by a very eccentric old
That's a
man
kid.
who
That's
went
just
into
a
care
normal
home
kid.
and then just allowed his house to fall into disrepair till his death. I mean, I'm talking dry rot everywhere.
The issue is I want to,
Burst
like,
pipes, dodgy
be in
electrics.
play
I
mode
mean,
as little as
we really had
possible.
to strip it back to the bones to completely revamp
So no
it.
progress
We
gets
really tried
made.
to bring the spirit of the house as well as creating a new
But you know
one
what we
from
should
scratch.
do?
But, enough about us. What about yourself? Ro went on
Since
to
there's a
every single
computer
question that she
upstairs
had
and I
been
can do-
thrown exactly how she had practiced.
Ma'am, how
But
are
the
you
path was
up
waiting
here?
to begin on the train. Still, she could see Sandra smiling as if she was satisfied. But was it enough for her to get the job? It's hard to say. They ended their night drinking some wine, but not too much that Rowan would get her story tangled, but just enough so that she could let loose and they could really get to, quote, get to know each other. Then afterwards, they went into their respective rooms for the night, and Sandra said,
Sorry, it's
I think
gonna
we
be
have everything covered.
annoying and
I
dumb.
wanted to ask, I was hoping that, you could meet the little ones tomorrow, see if you click, and then Jack can drive you back to the train station if that's okay. Sounds good to me. Thank you for the delicious supper. My pleasure. Sleep well. The children are usually up by 6, but there's no need for you to get up that early, unless you want to. Rose smiled and made a mental note to set the alarm for 6, because even though, unless you want to, it didn't mean unless you want to, okay? Like, she had to get this job. So she was exhausted. What do I do with this?
You grind it into like a paste.
I grind? Okay.
Oh, it's getting thick.
Yeah. That good?
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Look at that Oreo dough. Yeah, so you roll it, flatten out into a sheet. There we go.
This is so much work for an Oreo. Guys, I suggest just eating the Oreo. Wouldn't it be more swirls if I flattened the whole length of the roll?
You lift it up and then roll it inside. Don't roll the plastic paper.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Tight, because it's a sushi, honey.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, and then open the plastic paper. Yeah, and then roll it. Yes, there we go. Wow. Does it feel like a sushi?
No.
Okay. Oh.
I'm changing as many settings as I can so that
So,
It
how did
doesn't-
you know that, right?
weird
Like,
things
what's
don't
the
happen
work?
while
Ro
we're
walked
building.
back to the stairs, and it was it went from skylights and modern glass down windows to, again, low wedding cake style frosting ceilings with crown molding everywhere. Anyway, before Ro made it to her room, she was tempted. She stopped and opened one of the doors and saw little baby Petra sleeping in her crib. She was on her back, with her arms and legs froggy style. She had kicked off her blanket, so slowly, Ro put her blanket back on and tucked it around her, and she took a moment to stare at her before leaving the room. Listen, it was a little weird. Anyway, back in her room, Rose sets her alarm and gets started, getting ready for bed. And listen, she's having a show of a time trying to get the freaking panel to work.
Oh yeah, let's turn on autosave.
None of them are working. I mean, none of the buttons have any identifiable icons. They don't say anything. All of it was super hectic. So it was hard to tell what controlled what. At one point, she turned on all the lights, then turned them off, then turned on the music, turned them off, had the curtains moving back and forth. It was overly complicated. And then Ro realized that she forgot her charger at home,
Okay,
which
every
meant that
hour
she
it'll
was
save.
screwed tomorrow on her train ride back. Like, her phone would be out of battery. So she started rummaging through the nightstands, and she found that closed in the nightstand was a little piece of paper. A child's drawing. Or at least it looked like it. She picked it up and inspected it. And it wasn't a work of art, no matter what the parents want to think. It wasn't a Van Gogh. It wasn't a Da Vinci. I was going to say DiCaprio. It was a mix mash of stick figures and a thick crayon-lined house, okay? It looked like a square house. And all the windows were scratched aggressively black, except there was a pale face peeping out of one of the windows. It honestly felt very creepy. There was no name signed. There was no way of knowing who drew this. Ro turned it over in case there was a name. There was no name, but instead
You
there was
definitely want to
writing on the
change
other side.
that.
Not children's writing, adult writing. It read, "To the new nanny, my name is Katya. I'm writing you this note because I wanted to tell you to please be..." That's it. Please be what? Katya was the last nanny. Ro had heard that she lived here and slept here, and why did she feel the need to leave this note to the next nanny, and why didn't she finish her sentence? Please what? Please be kind to the children? Please be nice to the dogs? No one writes a letter like this to not finish it, and no one writes a letter like this to inform the new nanny of something so small. There was an uneasiness that started to settle in Ro's heart after reading this letter. Whatever Katya wanted to say, it was too late now. So Ro was here. She switched off the light, tried to forget the writing as she fell asleep on the comfortable bed, knowing that she would have to wake up very, very soon to meet the kids. Like, the morning was harder than she imagined.
Child support should be way
the
more,
travel
okay.
made it exhausting. Her whole body felt sore. All she wanted to do was lay down in this comfortable bed and pretend like this was her life. Keep snoozing. But she knew she had to get up. Literally, her job depended on it. She could already hear the sound of the kids downstairs eating breakfast. So she hopped into the bathroom, smashing like 1,000,000 different types of buttons to finally get the lights and the shower head
Yes,
right.
you must pay
Even the
child
shower
support.
had presets. Straight up, you can press a button and the shower head itself will either go taller or shorter or slant differently. Everything was so tech. It was just too much. But once she got it right, the shower was incredible. She had never experienced a shower like this before in her life. I mean, it was so good. She was tempted to stay in here forever, and the only thing that drew her out of that shower was the
Let's
fact
turn
that she
on
might be able to
all
enjoy
of the
it
everything
forever,
here.
if she got the job. So she rushes downstairs in her white button down, again looking like the perfect nanny, and immediately she spots the kids. Petra was on a high chair.
Yeah.
Maddie was the one with dark hair. She's 8. Ellie is the one with blonde hair, and she's 6. Now, it's clear that the two styles and personalities of these girls are completely different. Both of them like to mess around with their little sister, though. They had that in common. Both of them were sitting in their chairs, encouraging Petra to spoon her porridge across the room. They were giggling and shouting at her, "Do more, do more." Sandra seemed to be having a good time with her kids. She's like, "Stop it, girl. You're only
Make
getting
the
encouraged more."
percentage decay lower.
Oh, Rowan, you're up so early. I hope the kids didn't wake you. We're still trying to train members of the family, Ellie, to not come down before 6 a.m. No, it's fine. I'm naturally an early
Bypass
riser
relationship
anyway.
culling for
Well,
sure.
that's certainly a good talent to have in this house. The little girl with blonde hair, Ellie, the younger one, the follower, she giggled and pointed. Petra threw her porridge again. So Ro walks over to Petra to take away the spoon and porridge.
Right,
but
kitties,
as Ro leaned
long
down,
lifespan.
Boom! She dodged, but not quick enough because she got
We
hit
want
in the chest.
them to be a child
Women
longer than 8 days.
down,
Alright,
Ro.
let's do
There was
15.
porridge dripping from her shirt. Her
Adults,
silk blouse, her best
200.
blouse. There was a gasp.
Elders,
and Ro had to hide the absolute
we'll do
fury
100.
rise up inside of her. She wanted to scream. Her hand wanted to instinctively shoot up into the
We'll
air.
have to restart, but that's
But
fine.
she suppressed it. Because, you know. Also, this nanny is really giving dark side nanny vibes.
Dogs?
Now. Like, she's got an anger problem. She's got a temper problem. But Rose with a thin smile to show Sandra
We had
she could roll with the
15,
punches.
right?
Meanwhile, the two little girls
15
burst
for
out into
child.
stifled giggles. Oh my god, Rowan, I'm so sorry. They talk about the terrible twos, but I swear to God, Petra has been auditioning for them for the past 6 months.
Damn,
Is your top
why so
okay?
short?
Sandra, don't give it a second thought.
So
the top's
weird.
gonna be okay. Don't worry. It wasn't gonna be okay. It was a silk blouse. It was dry clean only. Her only good top, and she couldn't even afford to get it dry cleaned. So there's that. Honestly, these things happen when you have kids, right? It's only porridge anyway. However, I think you've had a little much, Petra. So here we go, little miss. And maybe I'm gonna take your porridge and I'll take charge in cleaning it up.
Like, I'm so
Sandra, where's the mop?
confused.
Oh my god, thank you so much, Rowan. It's in the utility room. Honestly, I wasn't expecting
Oh,
you to
wait,
pitch
'cause
it
I
up,
didn't
Kate.
click
This is
long lifespan
beyond
is
the
why.
capability, really. I'm just glad to help, Sandra. Ro walked past her, petting Petra on the head with affection.
Alright,
that she
horses
did not
live
feel, but she was
longer,
quick to
so...
pretend. She went to the utility room, got the mop, which the utility room is interesting. It was clearly the older part of the house, and it had a door that led to the outside. So it's kind of like a mud room, if you will, right? But it had this big Victorian sink, stone floor. The door was like that old Victorian style. Anyway, Ro was not in the mood to analyze the architecture. She was busy leaning over the sink, taking a picture, trying to get the stain
Listen,
out.
that just means
And
I'm not
as
going to
she's
forget to
standing
save
there
it.
with her bra, the door that leads into the house opens.
Okay, long lifespan,
Hey,
babies.
Sandra, I was just gonna.
No, they should be babies for like
Oh my god.
10
They
days.
looked
They
up
should.
and,
I'm gonna
you
make
know,
the
Jack and
sim
Ro made
lifespan
eye
way longer.
contact.
'Cause
Ro
when we're
was
doing
shirtless, they
playthroughs,
both
we don't want
blushed.
people
Oh my
constantly
God, oh my
aging
God,
up.
I'm
I
so
feel
sorry.
like.
I'm so sorry. I thought. He turned around and he fled the scene, slamming the
infant.
door shut behind him.
Do 15.
Great. Another stellar moment in today's already
Toddler.
perfect day.
It'll feel like we're
So Ro quickly
actually
put on her shirt and rushed to mop up Petra's porridge while Sandra made
progressing
a cup
stuff.
of coffee and a toast. So, girls,
Okay, so they should be a
I didn't get
toddler
chance to
for
introduce you
like
to Rowan. She's going to have a look around the house and she's come to meet you all. Say hello.
50.
So a little bit about the personalities. Petra is 18 months
Child.
old, so there's not really much to give
Let's
there.
do
She's a
100.
handful. Maddie is the eldest. 8
Teen.
years old,
Why is it
and she's kind of-
0?
she's the rebellious one. She's the pushy kid that likes to roll her eyes behind her parents' back.
Oh, 'cause
Meanwhile,
default.
Ellie is more of like the golden child. She's 2 years younger, but it seems like she's
200.
wrapped around her older sister's finger. Whatever Maddie wants to do,
Or wait,
Ellie's
no.
gonna do
Teen
it.
should be 100.
Rose said hi to them, and Sandra's like, kids, why don't you guys go run
100.
upstairs,
This is
get dressed, and
200.
we can show Rowan around the grounds, yes? The kids run up. So it's just Rowan, Sandra, and
Adult should be
Patrick.
300
And Sandra
because
opens her
usually you're
iPad,
an adult
presses
for
a
the
few buttons,
longest.
And suddenly they're able to see into the girls' room.
And then
It was
200 for
sure, I mean,
elder.
most people had baby monitors, baby
Alright,
cams,
cool.
but there was a camera in the girls' room. And the kids were quite old. And not only that, but once they got into the room, Sandra pressed a button and she spoke into her iPad. Maddie, what did I
Need
say about
any of
slamming the
this?
door? And Maddie looked up at the camera and said,
Ooh,
sorry,
yes.
Mom. Ro looked at the iPad and shook.
Yes,
You have to run
please.
and talk to them. You know, it's very easy. Yeah, very handy. We have them all over the house since it's a pretty big place with several floors. And Rose thinking, what do you mean all over the house? Like, do you mean in the room? I mean, obviously, the bathroom and the guest room,
Yes,
that's
please
sort of
use the parents' fucking
technicality,
DNA.
wise
It's so weird how this
stuff,
is
right?
not
Like, you can't have cameras
default.
there without telling people, right? Rose's mind was spinning, thinking back at everything she did last night.
I'm
in case
fine with
Sandra was
blueberry.
able to see
Blue
it all.
babies is fine.
Sandra interrupted her deep thoughts by asking her, well, do you want a grand tour?
Okay.
So they went from room to room exploring the house. There was a massive
Oh, I
library,
just cracked my back.
a
That felt
study,
great.
a living room, a formal living room, a casual living room, a media room, a playroom for the kids. And during the day, it was more understandable why the back of the house had been surgically dismembered and replaced with
Yes.
glass. I mean, the view.
Bypass
The
for
view
sure.
was phenomenal. It was like nothing was separating you between you and nature. The glass felt like it just felt like you were in the middle of the hills. I think a lot of people were
Yes.
shocked when we decided to do glass in this back part of the house, but trust me, if you had seen the way that it
Teens
was
can
before,
quit
you
school.
would understand. Rose thought about her tiny little apartment that could fit into just one of their bathrooms, and she thought, no, I couldn't understand.
Yeah,
But she
okay.
smiled and nodded. You're probably wondering why Ro is telling all of this to the attorney, Mr. Wrexham, in the letters. It's just that she wants Mr. Wrexham to understand the full story, right? Now, anyway, the rest of the day goes without any
Past
hiccups. I mean,
ghosts,
they get to
yeah,
know each
some
other.
family
Maddie, again, is
names.
like the annoying one, and the rest of the kids are fine. So when it's finally time for her to get back into the car to be driven to the train station, they all say their goodbyes. And at the end, as she's about to board the car, she literally gets smacked from behind. And it's like someone's tiny arms are just strangling her. And she wiggled around to see that it was Maddie hugging her. Maddie is the one that doesn't
How do I
like people.
select no one?
8-year-old.
Yeah, so Ro hugged her back and whispered, thank you for showing me your lovely house, Maddie. Goodbye. Ro thought that would make Maddie let her go, but she only hugged her harder. Don't. Maddie said, don't. Don't what? Don't go? I have to go, but I'll come back very soon, I hope. Maddie still didn't let go. And in fact, it felt like she was shaking. Maddie, is something wrong? Don't come here. It's
The
not
fuck?
safe.
Oh,
What?
It's not safe? Maddie, what do you mean? It's not safe. They wouldn't like it. Who wouldn't like it, Maddie? And with that, Maddie let go of Ro and just ran back.
Oh.
Ro tried to shout after her, but Sandra appeared and said, oh, don't worry, that's Maddie for you, I'm afraid. She must have really liked you, though.
Club member count.
she's
Make
never
this
gone
way
to a
higher.
stranger before. Must be a first.
Maximum joinable clubs. Definitely
And in the
higher.
car, all Ro could think about was what Maddie mumbled after she said that.
Don't
And
need
it
to see
sounded like
that.
she said, the ghost. The ghost wouldn't like it. Weird. Maybe you know this feeling like I do, but have you ever purchased a morning after pill? There's just something about it that is so uncomfortable. Like, everyone is staring at you, judging you. Why is the packaging? Like, it feels so intense. Like, the packaging feels like it's judging me. And I just wish that there was a company out there that did not make me feel like that. Because if you've ever had unprotected sex, forgotten your birth
don't care about
control,
that.
or if your condom broke,
Oops,
or you were
not
just not
that.
sure, you might have thought
That
about
one.
getting the morning after pill.
That
Julie is here
one.
to make you feel way less judged.
Ooh, yes.
Julie
Okay,
is
the
an
abduction
FDA-approved
pregnancy
morning after
settings. We
pill
need
that
to
helps
change
stop
this.
pregnancy before it
Obviously.
starts. I love that Julie heavily focuses on the learning and acceptance rather than the stigma and
Yeah,
shame.
well, I don't care about
They believe that
those.
women deserve products that are easy to find, easy to take.
Definitely, you
easy
can
to
also
relate
get
to,
elders
and
pregnant.
Most importantly, easy to understand. So
Both.
Julie works using the same active ingredient as Plan B.
Both.
Essentially, Julie works by preventing or delaying your ovulation. With no egg, there's no fertilization, and therefore no pregnancy, and it's no risk to your future fertility.
Oh, she's talking
It's
about
best to be
pregnancy
taken
as we're
right away
talking
or
about
within
alien
72 hours
pregnancy.
after unprotected sex. And you can find Julie at Walmarts across the U.S., or you can order online, because sometimes you just want to have them in the house just for a friend, for
Yeah,
you,
forced
for the future,
disguise,
just in case.
'cause
It's
I feel
legal in all
like-
50 states, and you don't need an ID, prescription, or credit card to get it. You can go to juliecare.co to learn more or find Julie at your nearest Walmart today. That's juliecare.co to learn more.
Oh wait, did I do
Okay,
abduction
listen up, my
settings?
hungry
I only
friends,
did
because
abduction
you watch
pregnancy.
me, it is likely that you will love a good
Abduction
meal. But my
ages,
thing is
everyone
I
can
love
get
good food,
abducted.
but I'm not good at cooking up good food at home. I mean, look at this video. At least that was until Green Chef came into my life. Which, side note, Green Chef is now owned by HelloFresh, and I love to use both brands because we have so many mouths to feed. But my sister likes to switch between them
24
depending on what she's
hours.
feeling, and there is so much to feel about Green Chef, okay?
Yes,
They
NPCs
expanded their
can.
menu from 24 to 30 weekly options, and the way that you can just have vegan food one day, which is
Oh,
so
maximum is
phenomenal. You can
24?
have keto the
Okay,
next
fine.
day. You can even order extra portions of a dish in just one click, which, trust me, once you try Green Chef, you're going to
Cool.
be wanting extra portions
Mermaids,
of everything.
first-
and you can
force
swap in
more-
USDA certified organic ground beef and chicken.
Yeah, we don't need to
and
force
wild-caught
mermaids.
sockeye salmon for any meal
That's
that features
fine.
chicken
Okay,
for salmon.
spellcasters.
There's
Okay,
even
don't
10-minute
care.
lunches, so you can
Vampires,
have
aging.
low-carb, nutritious lunch recipes in just 10 minutes. No cooking required. This is perfect for like my sister
Yeah,
and
they
her
age
husband.
too young.
They're working parents, you know, of
God
2
damn it.
kids. 2 under 2. So Green Chef literally has been saving their lives. Green Chef has something for
Vampires.
everyone. They've got keto,
Experience
paleo, vegan,
adjustment.
vegetarian, fast and fit, Mediterranean, gluten-free meals, and they even have pre-made and pre-measured dressings, sauces,
Force dark
spices.
form,
so you can get
no.
this crazy chef-curated, delicate, explosive
Level on
flavor in
age
less
up,
time.
yes.
And it's the only meal kit that's both carbon
Don't
and plastic
care.
offset. They offset 100% of their carbon
Risky
footprint, so
vampirism,
100%
ooh.
plastic in every box. If you want those cozy home-cooked meals this holiday season, Green Chef is the way to go. Go to greenchef.com/baking599 and use code baking599
Definitely
to get
risky.
$5.99 per meal on
Okay,
the first
feeding
box.
percentages
And the first
when you're
box ships
asking
free.
permission to
That's
drink.
greenchef.com/baking599
We'll give it a
and
5%.
use code baking599
Compel,
to get $5.99 per meal on your first
10%.
box. And your first box ships free.
Compel
Green
for
Chef,
deep
the number one
drink.
meal kit for eating well.
That's going up to
So on the rest of the
20.
card, right, Jack filled
Okay.
Bo in on Jean, the
Drink
other
uncontrollably.
So, her name is Jean. She's an
We're
older
giving it a
woman, the
50-50
local-
shot,
she's a
okay?
local that lives in town. Her dad is super sick, so she's his full-time caretaker.
Um,
And since she's, you know, has
oh, I
to be
did just
living,
did that one.
the Ellen Courts let her pop into the house a few times a day. to
yeah,
do the
tell me if
dishes
there's a
and
fucking
tidy up,
vampire,
and
what?
honestly, it's a really good arrangement.
Okay, I
They
did that.
really trust her. She
Werewolves.
loves the kids.
Don't
They've been
care.
working
Cool.
together for a really long time. So anyway, Roman gets home and
Pregnancy.
patiently waits for another
Oh my
call.
god. Okay.
And finally, after
There are so
a
many
week,
settings.
She gets a call back. She
Important
packs her
question.
bags,
If there are
sets up her
pregnancy settings,
payroll,
does it
and
mean
off to
Sims
the
has
Ellen
MPreg? It
Courts
does.
she
Yeah.
goes.
Yeah.
She
You can
even
do
did a
MPreg in The
login
Sims,
to the Happy
absolutely.
app so that she has this new
Okay,
profile
adoption
she can control the
ages,
rights.
everybody.
It's so complicated. She's like, who the heck does this to their house?
50-50,
It's counterproductive.
opposite sex,
But it's all going so well.
adoption percent.
Until the
No,
night
you're
before
not gonna do
Rose
that.
set to depart. She just can't stop thinking about
Same
what
sex
Maddie
adoption.
said.
Yeah, well,
About
they're not
Rose,
trying for
the
pregnancy,
letter from the
so.
previous nanny. But like, come on, all of it had to be bull.
Yeah.
Right? Maddie's a kid who's impressionable. She probably heard the locals talking about the haunting in the house. And
Actually,
besides,
I'll make
these
that.
women
They could do
seem young.
IVF.
They probably were annoyed at being stuck in the middle of nowhere with no clubs nearby, no people their age to socialize with, so they probably left. Ro knew she was different. She didn't care
Yeah.
for all of that. She didn't care to party or club or anything. She knew that she had a reason to make this work. And that was all.
Marriage.
And it wasn't
Allow
even just
homeless marriage.
the first
Random
day Rose showed
marriage?
up at the
No.
house, she was able to meet the Bill Ellen Court.
Bypass,
For a moment, she didn't
yes.
even know what to say. She just stood there
Yes.
awkwardly. She wasn't expecting to meet him.
Yes.
Rowan, good to meet you at last.
Yes.
Sandra
Wait,
has
we have
told me a lot
robots?
about you. You have
You
a
can get
very
married to
impressive
robots.
resume. Rowan smiled, and Bill picked up her suitcase and helped her inside. Rowan nervously picked out where her necklace would be, but you know, she slipped it inside her shirt.
Okay, don't care.
Because she didn't want it to show. And they walked in together, and in the kitchen they all sat down, had some
How is
coffee, and Bill
that?
quizzed her on her resume and her former experience. And
Oh, well, I don't want
it was
anyone
just
getting
strange. Like,
married, okay?
She already got the job, but for some reason she just wanted to impress Bill
Eh.
Ellencourt. I don't know, it's strange. But the
Okay.
more Bill talked, the more Ro wanted to strangle him. Like, he was so profoundly fucking annoying. He went on and on about how hard it is to hire in this remote area that they live in, how the former nannies were incompetent, about how this and that, and Ro just wanted to shake him. I mean, yeah, she knew that the Ellen courts were successful, evident by their house, but come on, this guy...
Zero, I don't want you doing adoptions.
Complaining and taking it all for granted. He was just so comfortable with his privilege. Like, it was wild. I mean, he was so comfortable financially, emotionally, physically, in the way that most people could never dream of. Yet he was so ignorant.
Okay, you can adopt pets, I don't care.
Complaining about his fucking gardener.
Offspring.
And he did it with such conviction.
Identical offspring chance. Okay. Inherit traits.
And Sandra was gazing adorably
Inherit a random number of
to
traits.
listen to him drone on about his
Maximum
garden
household.
for hours. And Ro was hit with the realization. The gut-punching realization.
What? They can have like 10. I don't care. What the
he
fuck?
was selfish. A selfish man that never asked her a single question about her train ride here, or anything that didn't pertain to her, the job or the resume. He just didn't care. I don't know what Ro was expecting meeting him, but I guess
I want to punish myself. Sometimes get 6 kids. Sure.
From the man who couldn't be bothered to even interview the woman who would be caring for his children alone. Anyway, Sandra probably took notice of the drooping smile on Ro's face and took over about the kids' schedules. Their sleep schedules, their allergies.
Yes.
She even brought out a 300-page binder of rules and tidbits. Everything ranged from the list of approved foods to once-in-a-while treats to the emergency codes for things. And even my working coffee machine, because it was a smart coffee machine and it had presets. It was wild, honestly. Sandra and Bill also informed Ro that Maddie was probably...
There's way better death features in this one.
And then they drop the bomb. That they both have a trade show that they have to attend. But only if Ro is okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts... Well, they leave tomorrow. Meaning starting on Ro's second day, she would be alone with the children in this house as the primary caretaker for an entire week. Ro was stressed, but she felt like she had to say yes. I mean, how do you say no? What else
Try to
could she do?
limit
Pack her
for
things and go back
neighborhood.
home? So she agreed, said it was fine, but it wasn't fine. She just didn't know it yet. By the end of that week, one of the Ellen Court kids would be dead, and Ro would be covered in their blood.
Their marriage?
Rushed away in the back.
I just did this. I just did that.
1 week.
First week.
The first night was easy enough. Since Sandra was home, she was walking Ro through the steps, how to get the girls to bed, how to brush their teeth, help them pick up their bedtime stories, all of that. Oh, and even how to check their rooms. You know, the cameras from the app that was connected to the house. And then by the end of the night, Ro was exhausted. But she knew tomorrow was going to be a million times worse. She had to wake up at 6, and she was going to be alone with the kids.
NPCs get their pregnancies paused.
I don't know, it's like the most comfortable mattress she's ever laid on, but she was having a hard time falling asleep. The room was the perfect temperature. She could literally adjust it on her phone, on her tablet.
Everyone but the actives getting
being alone with
paused.
the kids that made her anxious and awake. Honestly,
Pause
Bill
on
was the
playable
one that was
labor.
bothering her.
Non-active household has a
Before
sim
going
going
to
to
bed, there was a
labor.
movement in the kitchen.
Message will display in the
They
game
were sitting on
pause.
the
Yeah.
counter stools, and Bill was spreading his legs, so her legs were in between
How
his
long
legs,
should they
and he
be
was turning
pregnant?
towards her. So
Definitely
if she
longer than
opened
3
his leg
days.
A little bit, she would be touching his leg with her thigh.
Let's do 10.
It was just oddly intimate.
Yeah, what?
And she was trying to grab water, but he poured her a glass of wine and insisted that she sit next to him. And he sat a little way too close. And the way that he intently watched as she brought the glass up to her lips to take a sip, it was weird. Like, it was even hard to tell how old Bill was by looking at him. Like, he could be anywhere between 40 and 60, honestly. He wore those fancy glasses that made him look like an architect. He had that salt and pepper hair. And he was now drunk, leaning over the table saying, "So who are you, Rowan Kane?"
What the heck?
It's just one of those nasty pickup lines she had heard one too many times. And his whole vibe, his body language, it felt wrong and intimate. She tried to be
Okay,
casual.
I'm just gonna leave that.
What do you want to know? You remind me of someone, but I can't really think of who. Film star, maybe? Do you have any famous relatives? Ugh, cringe. A tired...
How's that? Okay, what did we do? The tuner?
No, definitely not. I'm an only child, and anyway, my family's as ordinary as they can get. No Hollywood for us.
Yes.
Maybe it's work. Anyone work in architecture or anything? No. We look like
no instant upgrades. Allow multiple BFFs. Yes.
Anne Hathaway.
Allow teens to invite people to
you're
move
very
in.
kind,
Yeah.
But now that's the first time I've ever heard that
Disable
comparison.
witness death.
Well, I feel like we've met before.
I
don't think
know.
so. I just feel like I would remember a face.
Friendly
like yours.
ask if single. Yes.
Rose
Friendly
and
stay the
Tyre
night.
suddenly scrunched into a ball,
Yes.
and this is when she realized Bill was one of them.
Kiss always
He was the
available,
employer, he was the
yes.
boss's husband, and worst of all, he
Put away
was...
books,
Oh
yes.
God, Ro can't even bring herself
Stop
to say
random
it.
flirting,
her hands were
yes.
shaking and she clenched her fingers so he wouldn't see. She cleared her throat and made an excuse to leave, but Bill's legs again
Autonomous
were blocking her.
mischief,
right?
no.
Rowan felt so sick
No.
that she excused herself and literally
No.
ran upstairs to sleep. And it was such an
No.
abrupt exit, but the
No.
thought that he was hitting on her just made
Actually,
her want
yes.
gas, honestly. And you know what? The situation was too perfect.
Yes.
There had to be some flaws.
God,
and maybe
yes.
gross pervert Bill was the flaw. He was the problem. Suddenly, the supernatural stuff didn't seem so mysterious anymore.
Don't care.
Maybe it wasn't a ghost, but a 50-year-old
Okay, cool,
creepy
actually.
dad who can't keep his in his pants that was scaring off the nanny. Same old depressing story.
We're enabling it, chat.
But still, it felt like
Same-sex
a gut
trend,
punch.
no.
Ro was certain
Absolutely.
it was gonna be perfect, but it wasn't.
Friendlier,
So now she was alone in her
woohoo.
room where she could
Yes.
finally be herself, the not-so-perfect nanny, and she could lay there and just
Yes.
relax.
Elders
But as she's
can
laying
try for
there,
baby,
in an
yes.
unsightly position on her bed with nothing but her undergarments on, she finally decided
Whiskey,
okay, you know what,
risky
let me turn off the
woohoo.
lights.
Oh my god.
And when she
Blech.
does, she
Chat,
sees
should we
a
turn on
tiny
teen
little
woohoo?
blinking light in the corner.
What,
No way.
tell
Are
me.
you
It's up to
freaking
you,
kidding me?
chat.
A
Do we
smoke
turn that on or
detector,
no?
A sensor.
Do I
we
make a
don't know.
poll?
Maybe a camera, perhaps. I mean, wouldn't that be illegal? An employee had a reasonable expectation to privacy, right?
I'm making a poll.
But still, Ro got up, dragged a chair underneath it, and put a dirty sock on top of it. Sure, it could have been a smoke detector, but at least Ro could sleep a little bit better knowing that no one could watch her through the stupid smart home app. Smart my ass.
Alright,
It was the dumbest
there
thing
you go.
ever.
Vote.
Ro woke up.
Vote,
not at
we'll come
6,
back.
but in the middle of the night, confused
Because we
as to
can
where she
punish
even
them
was,
with a
or what
child.
was even going on. Then she,
If
you
we
know, kind
want
of
to.
got brought back to it and she
Okay.
heard this creak noise. Creak, 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 coming from right above her room. It felt slow and measured, as if someone was pacing in the attic above her.
I'm giving them a
Before
1%
Ro could turn on the
chance.
lights, the footsteps stopped. She grabbed
Or
her nightcap,
5% chance
threw it
for
on, and
normal.
went to investigate. She went out into the hallway first, looking to see if anyone was creaking around in the hallway. But she was certain it was coming from above her room. Maybe
If they get
she
punished, they'll
didn't
also
see.
get 5%.
But instead, she opened a few doors, and she felt like a trespasser, and ultimately she found nothing. But the whole thing was weird. It didn't sound like a bird or a rat, and it didn't even
If they
look
wanna
like
try
there was
for
an attic in
baby,
this
yeah,
house or
sure.
anything. So what the hell was above her? The first day alone with the kids was exactly what you would imagine. A fucking disaster. A total and utter disaster. I mean, the kids had a meltdown when Sandra left. Ellie straight up stationed herself horizontally on the driveway. She just laid down on the driveway. I mean, thank God the driveway was gated and nobody was coming back for a while because Jack had errands to
I don't
run.
really understand the
God
question with
forbid
that
she
one,
get
but
run
okay.
over by the silent Tesla. But it was just wild.
Okay.
Maddie ran off into the woods behind the house.
Bed sharing,
Ellie's
no.
missing,
No jealousy,
Maddie's missing.
no, we
The
want
only
that.
one that didn't
Use
run away was
privacy,
Petra, but it's
nah.
not like she had a choice. She couldn't even
Sleepy,
walk yet.
no.
Ro tried to be casual with it.
Okay,
She knew the girls
nudity.
would come back, and she knew if she went searching
Nude
high and low for
woohoo,
them,
yes.
then they would know that this tactic
Nude
worked,
hot tub.
and they
You
would
don't
take
need to be
it.
nude for that.
She had to play it chill.
Nude hot
So
springs,
in Ro's free
yes.
time, she
Nude
managed to
sauna,
go through
yes.
some of the giant binder in front
You
of
don't
her
need to be nude
of
for
all
the
things
spa.
that the girls were allowed to do, what they weren't allowed
Or
to
the
do,
yoga.
what TV they could watch, how much screen time. I mean, it was
Obviously, you're naked in the shower.
in
What the
nearly
heck?
a
Kind of a
decade of being a nanny,
question.
Ro had never encountered anything like this before. This binder was insanity. Did the nannies leave because Sandra was so controlling?
Yeah,
Or
both
was
of you
Sandra
can
just
be
a nice mom
naked.
who felt guilt about wanting to pursue a career at the same time? It was hard to say. Anyway, after enough time in the
No,
girls'
don't
naked
stay
home,
naked
Ro
afterwards.
was
Get dressed, you
confused
whore.
because, Sure, the whole place is gated really high, and it
Okay,
seems like a
autonomous
nice area where
woohoo
no
is
one's gonna hop
enabled.
the fence
Autonomous
with a
driver
giant
baby,
gate,
no.
Climb it and try to find something to mess with, but still, it was a lot of grounds. I mean,
Give
who
it
knows
some
what those
time.
would have
Extreme
tripped if it was a wild
woohoo.
animal. There could have been something. A pond that they could drown in. So Ro took the dogs when Petra
No,
was
we
down
don't
for
need
her
that.
nap, and she started looking.
Woohoo skill,
girls.
yes.
The
Ah,
dogs, I don't know. She hoped that they could sniff the girls out like canine dogs.
okay,
but it
birth
didn't work.
control,
So
yes.
finally, Ro made it back home, and she ran into this woman downstairs.
Birth control
Maybe 50 or
duration
60
should be
years old.
24.
Hello?
Hello, stop
And
it.
she just looked at Ro with disgust,
All moods, birth
disapproval,
control,
maybe
yes.
hatred. It was hard to say.
I think we've done it.
Self-conscious, and she looked
Okay,
down,
we're
and
gonna
she realized
restart
that
now.
2 buttons on her blouse had unbuttoned in her hectic craze to find the girls. She quickly buttoned them. Her face was flushing. Hi,
Let me
hello.
just hide that really
who are
fast
you?
while I get this
I'm
back
Jean,
up.
Jean McKenzie.
Oy.
I imagine you're the nanny. Rowan?
Oh, and
Yes,
yes.
I'm the nanny. Rowan. Well, I
We're
don't know.
voting yes,
I'm
okay.
not a nanny, so I
Cool.
guess it's up to you. But I don't
I'll turn
really
it back
approve of
on,
keeping
and then
children
it'll
locked
go
out, and
into
dare I
effect once
say,
we restart.
Mrs. Ellencourt wouldn't like it much either. Locked out? What do you mean? I found the poor girls shivering on the step in their sundresses when I came to clean. But no, hang on a second. I didn't lock anyone out. They ran away from me. I was looking for them. I left the back door open for them. It was locked when I arrived. I mean, it must have been blown shut, but I didn't lock it. I wouldn't have locked it. It was locked when I arrived.
Awkward.
Ro felt a flash of anger. I mean, is this f***ing lady really accusing her of lying? Maybe it came off the latch.
Here,
or
let me
something,
go
but
grab
I
a
didn't
drink
lock
really
the girls
fast.
out. Are they okay? They're having a bite in the kitchen with me. I've been keeping an eye on them. Unlike
spam
you,
call, oh
is
my
what
God.
you wanted to say. Ro knew it. Sorry, that's my job. Please, let me give them lunch. I've already given it to
Everyone,
them. The
you
poor
can
things were
stare at our
ravenous. They
beautiful
needed something
family.
to eat. Look, Miss Mackenzie, I've already explained the girls ran away.
I don't want it to
didn't lock
play,
them out.
so
Maybe
I
if
have
they
to
got a
wait.
bit cold and scared waiting for someone to let them in, that will make them think twice about running off next time. Now, if you don't mind, I've got work to do. Ro pushed into the kitchen to see that the girls were eating pizza. Pizza was on the list of occasional treats for the girls, and it was Ro's plan to bribe them with it for dinner. But here Jean was, getting all the brownie points with the girls. Fucking fantastic. Hello, girls. Were you playing hide and seek today? Listen, I'm sorry if we started off on such a wrong day, but I feel terrible about it, and I promise tomorrow is going to be better. Can we be friends? And for a second, it looked like Ellie was wavering. She wanted to smile and put out her hand, but Maddie pinched her under the table, and Ellie jerked back.
You're back.
It happened
Really
so
fast.
fast, but Rose saw it, and she said, "What just happened?" "Nothing." "Ellie, it's okay. What just happened? You can tell me." "Nothing." Maddie looked content with her actions, and Ellie was emotional. It was clear which sister was in charge. And Ro was pissed, but at the same time she understood. Because imagine being left for an entire week with just this stranger that you just met yesterday. I mean, if Ro was younger, she would have behaved the exact same way. So since the kids were safely home, Ro made her rounds to arm the house, essentially. Meaning locking it down from the inside. Which I don't know how safe that is, because, like, what if there's a fire and the kids can't get out? But, like, that's what they did. The older doors, they had keys that they would keep on the top of the door frame, and they would lock it from the inside. So it's locked from the inside and out, right? So you can't get in without unarming the house, and you can't get out without unarming the house. And the utility room was one of the older doors that was on the first floor. So she locked it, put the key on top of the door frame. Now, here's the thing. This all sounds normal, right? And it's like, none of this is really part of the murder, but it all matters because, I guess, piece by piece, Rose explaining she was just being ripped apart in this house. She was losing her mind. That night was rough. Like, Maddie and Ellie refused to come down for dinner.
Yeah,
Not
also
even
grab
pizza or ice
Skittles.
cream worked. They barricaded the entire door into their room with anything that they could find. Pillows, cushions, toys, stuffed animals, everything. I tried to
Nightmare
nap,
children,
but that
honestly.
night she was so cranky, I guess, because her nap was so
After
good.
our streams,
She
not
just,
today.
nothing was putting her to sleep. She even read, part of the Bible-length binder to tell her what to do, and none of it was working. So she put Petra back in the crib, just having her cry it out. Went downstairs, and Ro realized she hadn't eaten a single thing. So she grabbed the pizza, and she started heating it up. And then there was a tap, tap, tap on the glass window. She swung around, thinking someone was there, because it didn't sound like it was a branch, but rather a tap, tap, tap. But it was dark outside. She couldn't see a single thing. Now, I don't know why she did this, but in the panic, she yelled, "Lights
Smoothies.
on!" And all the lights in the room turned on.
And smoothie
so
Skittle.
freaking bright, like operating room lights. And obviously, with the lights on, all Ro could see was nothing outside. She could only see her reflection, but whoever was out there could see her completely. Just sitting there like a sitting duck. So she panicked and screamed, "Lights off!" And every single light in the kitchen turned off. Now it's pitch black. She bonked her way all the way to the tablet to turn on some of the mood lighting, but she was
Well, thanks for hanging out.
something was out there. Someone. And while her pizza was heating up, she nervously glanced outside, just feeling exposed. Every sound, every flicker, it made her paranoid. But what could she do? She can't call the police because she's paranoid, right? And then finally, a flicker in the utility room. The door swung open and a dark figure appeared.
What?
"It's me, Jack." "Oh my God, Jack, what the heck? Was that you in the back just earlier?" "Earlier when?" "Never mind, doesn't matter. What can I help you with?" "I won't keep you long. I just wanted to check in, see if you're all right, being it's your first day and all." "Thanks. You can come in if you want. The kids are in bed. I'm just getting myself some supper." "Are you sure? It's pretty late." "I'm sure." Sorry, I was meaning to come earlier, but I had some errands to run. How are the kids? It was, good. Yeah, good. Oh, God. Who am I kidding? It was awful. They ran away from me after Bill and Sandra left, and I went to look for them in the woods. And then that woman, what's her name, Jean? Well, she turned up, found the girls sitting on the doorstep, claiming that I locked them out, which I absolutely didn't, and I deliberately left the door open for them, and they all hate me. They all hate me. Petra's been screaming for like an hour. And right on cue, Petra starts screaming. Shh, sit down, it's okay, I got it. She's probably just not used to your face yet. It'll get better. So Ro watches Jack go up the stairs to Petra's room, probably broke every nannying rule, aka don't let a man be alone with a baby, unless the parents said it's okay, you know what I mean? Right? So he has access to the smart home, so she just kind of assumed, I'm sure, why would they hire someone that they're not comfortable being alone with the babies? Right? And sure enough, after some cooing, Jack came back down successful. Petra was knocked out. God, you must think I'm an idiot. I mean, that's my job, right? Don't be silly. They'll be fine once you get to know them. You're just a stranger, that's all. And they're testing you. They've had enough nannies this past year to make them a bit mistrustful, you know? You know what kids are like. Once they see that you're here to stay, they'll come around.
We're gonna do that. Okay, cool.
What did happen with the other nannies? If you don't ask,
That'll restart to go into effect, but we're not doing that right now, so it's fine.
Because they thought the house was haunted, but I just can't believe that. I don't know. It just seems wild. Have you ever seen anything? Well, I wouldn't say I... And before he can respond, a voice comes booming down from the speakers. Sandra is calling it, which is creepy. Was she watching them too? She just wanted an update on the first day. It was weird. Okay, so she's like,
girl, this is your parents'
It
computer.
was just like this whole thing. It was weird. So they hung up, and Ro felt defeated. The idea that she had to wake up back at 6 a.m. was crushing. The fact that she had to do this all over again, and the fact that Jack sat there listening to their awkward conversation. They ate the pizza together. Ro insisted that he stay for pizza, and Jack tried to make the conversation light again. About what you were asking about? Oh, the supernatural thing? Well, the truth is, I haven't seen anything myself, but Jean, well, she's not superstitious exactly, but she loves a good tale.
You cannot
She's always
use...
filling the kids' heads with folk tales and urban legends, you know? That sort of thing. But this house is very old. Or parts of it are, anyway. There's the usual amount of
Girl,
death
we're
and
not supposed to be
violence, I
making
suppose.
progress right now. Stop it.
So you think Jean's been telling the girls stuff and they've been passing it on to the
That's why I don't like
nannies?
being in live mode.
Maybe. I wouldn't want to say for sure, but
Right.
the other nannies
We're
were young.
going
they
back.
just didn't like being in a remote place with no one their age to talk to.
No progress.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I guess that makes sense. And after dinner, Ro helped Jack out, and he gave her his cell phone number so that if she had any problems, she could just call him. But he lived literally
This
right
is
there.
true.
So this is their house. They had a detached garage, and he lived in an apartment above the detached garage. So he's like a
Same
couple,
property.
same property, a couple steps away from the utility room. So he's like right there. Now, she goes to lock the utility room door, and the key is gone.
Jack took it.
No, but it doesn't make sense because Jack has his own set of keys. And he didn't lock it. He unlocked it with his key, put it in his pocket, opened the door, came in, ate dinner, and when they went to go lock it, the key was gone. But Jack was already left, you know, the door had been closed. So she's like, what do I do? I mean, should I call him 10 minutes after? But that's so embarrassing. So she starts panicking. She turns on all the lights, turns on the flashlight, trying to look underneath all of like the utility stuff to see if the key had slipped or anything, but it was gone. But it's nearly midnight. She's got to knock out, so she just barricades it with some like little pieces of furniture, hoping that it's enough because I mean technically the whole place is gated and it's in the middle of nowhere. Like who's gonna come, right? Whoever's gonna come probably already has the key, is her thought. So she goes back to her room and she tries to fall asleep. She sets her alarm, but she wakes up again at 3:15 to the creaking noise.
Is it implying that someone's living in the attic?
Kind of, or something's going on in the attic. Like
Dang
a
it.
ghost. Yeah.
Or someone, right?
But it's like pacing. It doesn't even sound like someone is
They need
walking
way more
around
money.
casually and trying to be quiet in the attic. It sounds like creak, creak. You know what I mean? Like, why are you walking like that?
Oh my god.
Ro realized that maybe the locked door in her room was the entrance to the attic because nowhere in the house, and trust me,
Alright, I'm
searched,
going back so I can
there
give
was no
them money.
entrance to any attic.
Because they're poor.
Rose stomped over to the door and tried to pull it open with all her might, but it didn't work. She tried to use the key to the bedroom. that
Are you
Sandra
having
gave
a
her.
stroke,
Didn't
Patrick?
work. There was no key above the door frame, nothing. So Ro got down on her knee and stuck her eye to the keyhole to look. And yeah, she did feel like out of nowhere something was going to come and stab her retina out, but she was just so curious. She couldn't see anything, but she felt something. Some sort of ventilation. Like air was coming out of the keyhole. which if you were looking into the keyhole of a tiny little broom closet, you wouldn't get that type of
Hello,
ventilation.
Mr. Kitten.
So that means something's behind there. The attic, perhaps? The footsteps had stopped at this point, but Ro knew that she wasn't going to sleep anytime soon. So she stayed awake till her alarm clock read 5:57. Yeah, she's fucking sleep deprived. It was morning, the children were now waking up, and Ro had gotten no sleep. She rushed down to make a coffee, where she saw Jack gathering the dogs for their walk. Sorry, hope I didn't wake you. No, not at all. Sleep well? What did that mean? Did he know something? And then Rose like, come on, you're being paranoid. That's just a normal question that polite people ask. Not particularly well, actually. I couldn't find the key to the...
Is he a ghost today? I
so
see
I
him.
couldn't lock it up properly. Do you know where it might have gone? This door? The utility room door? Yeah, there's no bolt in it either, so I just wedged a piece of wood beneath it, but clearly that didn't work because you walked in. Jack frowned and reached for the door frame to search for the key. I already checked. The door frame, obviously. Jack kneeled down to look, and Ro was getting annoyed, like, come on, I'm not a fucking idiot. Like, I already checked down there. Because if I didn't look, are you kidding? Do you think I'm dumb?
Weird.
The more Jack looked, the more that she was getting annoyed. Jack, I already looked down. Jack, did you hear me? I said I already looked. And the irritation in Rose's voice was showing. And Jack said, got it. And Jack was holding up the brass key in the air. It just didn't make sense. She looked last night, she was sure of it, but now here it was, and it didn't make sense, and honestly, it made Rose suspicious of Jack, because maybe he was too nice.
Now that I have money, and I know what size child we
She
have.
was losing her mind. Maybe the lack of sleep was getting to her. Money can't buy happiness. I mean, judging from this story, we know that's true.
Cute.
But not worrying about your money
Okay,
is
but
pretty
bunk bed.
close. That's where Chime can help you smile more. They were just named the #1 most loved banking app, and for good reason. With payday up to 2 days early and fee-free overdrafts up to $200, they offer financial peace of mind in your wallet. All of this with no annual fees, large security deposits, or credit checks to apply. See for yourself why Chime is so loved at chime.com/banking. That's chime.com/banking. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank or Stride Bank NA, members FDIC. Early access to direct deposit funds depends on payer. SpotMe eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. See chime.com/spotme. Chime was the 2021 #1 most downloaded banking app in the US, according to Apptopia. But before Ro could make sense of it, she knew she had to make the girls breakfast. So this day was going better than the last, at least, right? She made plans to rally up the girls and go on a little picnic, and they agreed, shockingly. So they packed sandwiches, went out into the grounds, and after their little picnic, the girls asked Ro if she wanted to see their hangout spot, their secret little spot. So they lead her to this wonderful garden. The garden didn't look wonderful, and it was more of like a secret garden. So imagine 4 walls, brick walls, and it's like a room, and there's an iron gate. So it's almost sequestered off. It's not like a garden. There's just no roof. Imagine brick walls on all sides and an iron gate and no roof. And like a greenhouse inside. Now, there was a gate, and it was supposed to be locked, but Ellie said it's fine, and she unlocked it by sticking her little toddler hand in and undoing the clasp from the inside. Now, this garden was near the edge of the grounds, so Ro was skeptical about going inside with the girls because the gates were locked. But you know, if it was dangerous, she probably would have known about it, and she was making so much progress with the girls. So she went in with the girls, with the stroller with Petra in it, and the whole garden felt like very different from the rest of the house. Overgrown, unkept, not organized. It felt abandoned, really. There were overgrown bushes of berries all over the place, tangled vines.
There we
were
go.
a lot of pretty plants, but they were taking over the space. The tree limbs were hanging down, brushing past, almost reaching out at the people passing. And in the corner, amongst the overgrown foliage, was a statue of a woman. A skull-like skinny face, cheeks that were scored with what looked like scratches, and skeletal long hands. And the word said Ackless. God, what a horrible statue. Who on earth would put up something like that? Girls, where'd you go? Maddie? Ellie? Finally, after what felt like ever, the girls popped up.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna.
The whole day was relatively nice. The girls were being nice.
I don't want to put it there and then put a
calm.
dresser
There
here.
was that nasty cut on Rose's forehead that was dampening the day. She had scraped it along one of the branches in the garden, and now it was swollen and red, and it was like pulsating. Maybe poison
The
ivy.
fuck?
Maybe she was allergic to a plant. I don't know.
Girl,
It's
that's like
strange.
not casual
She's never had this
women.
experience before. Now that night, Sandra called, and she has to talk to the kids. So Rowan gives the phone to the kids, and she leaves the room because she wants them to have, you know, a bit of time to talk to their mom by themselves. And when Maddie comes back to the kitchen and gives Ro the phone back, she looks, there's a strange look on her face, like pride? Mommy wants to talk to you. Hello? Rowan, what's this I hear about you taking them to the locked garden? Oh, I did, but how dare you force your way into an area on the grounds that we expressly keep locked for the children's safety? I can't believe how irresponsible. Whoa, hang on a minute, Sandra. I'm sorry if I made the mistake. I had no idea I was out of bounds, and I didn't force myself in anywhere. Ellie and Maddie, I told you to use your common sense. If breaking into a poison garden is your idea of common... What did you just say? It's a poison garden, as you would know if you bothered to read the binder provided, which you clearly did not. A poison? Ro grabbed her binder and frantically started flipping through the pages, all 350 pages of it. I mean, how was she supposed to read it all? Sandra should have put poison garden near the front, for sake. What even is a poison garden? The previous owner of the house was an analytical chemist with a specialty in biological toxins. That was his personal testing ground, I suppose. Every single plant is toxic to some degree, some extremely toxic.
Bro, those kids are trying to kill her.
To ingest. Just even brushing past them or touching them is enough. Rose's hand shot up to the burning forehead. We're trying to find the best way to deal with it, but the bloody thing has some sort of heritage status and is protected, so we can't just tear it down. In the meantime, we keep it locked up, and it never occurred to me that you would take them there. Sandra, I apologize for that. That is 100% on me, but you should know it wasn't my idea to go. The girls suggested it, and they know how to open the lock without a key. There's some kind of clasp that they use, and they've clearly done it before. That kind of shut her up. Well, we'll talk about this when I get back. He put Maddie back on the phone. And just like that, it was clear why Maddie was being so nice to Ro that day. The girls had a plan. The girls talked on the phone with Sandra for a while Ro started Googling Aklis, the Greek goddess of death, misery, and poison. That was the statue. Fucking great. And when the girls were done talking on the phone, they were called in for dinner, and Ro asked, "Girls, did you know that the plants in the garden were dangerous?" "What garden?" "The poison garden, the one that you're not supposed to go into, remember?" "Oh, we're not allowed to go in there without a grown-up. But you're a grown-up. Did you guys know the plants were dangerous? Did you know?" And Ellie said,
Fucking demon kid.
"Another girl died." "What did you say?" "There was another girl who died. Jean told us. A long time ago, before we were born, she was the little girl of the man that lived here before us. And that's why he went, you know, crazy." And Maddie said, "That's why he went soft in the head." "What do you mean soft in the head?" "He had to be put away, not straight away, but after a while, living here with her ghost, he lost his mind. His daughter's ghost used to wake him up in the middle of the night with her crying. And Jean told us, after a while he stopped sleeping. He would just pace back and forth all day long, creaking on the floors. And he went mad. You know, people go mad if they stop sleeping for long enough. They go mad, and then they die. Maddie?
Okay.
Is that what you meant before, when you said the ghost wouldn't like it? I don't know what you're talking about. When you hugged me the first day that I met you, you said the ghost wouldn't like it. I never hugged you. I don't hug people. Well, there aren't any ghosts, Maddie. I promise you that. They're just make-believe, and they can't hurt you or me or any of us. Whatever. I'm done with dinner. And with that, Maddie ran upstairs with Ellie following behind. And when Ro went to clean up her plate, she saw that Maddie had used her alphabet spaghetti to write WEHATEU.
WEAH?
We hate you.
Oh, jeez.
Why?
Ro wanted to scream. She was terrified and fucking angry. Like, you think I like you? You think I like you? You little I hate you too. What the heck? You're making my life miserable. Why are you so creepy? Why are you so annoying? But Ro didn't hate Maddie. Just in the moment, it felt like she did. Ro almost felt connected to Maddie. All that
Bro,
anger
put me
and
with
that
some
anger,
kids like that,
felt
they
that
would
when
not
she was
last
safe.
very long, I'm
Ro
gonna be
and Maddie
honest.
looked alike. Their eyes were holding dark secrets. They had brown hair, and their stubbornness was this look of determination. Maddie was like Ro, a girl with a plan. But what the hell is Maddie's plan? So over the course of a few more days, more weird starts taking place in the house. More
First
sleepless
off, I
nights,
don't give a
creaking
fuck
in
if
the
you like
attic,
me.
still
I'm
unable
getting
to get
paid.
into the room.
Okay?
I mean, she kind of low-key suspects Jack for stealing the utility room key, but there's no reason because he already has the key, unless he's doing it to drive her crazy, which wouldn't make sense either. On top of that, Maddie is still not coming around to Ro, and
thought it was a
remember her
carpet.
favorite R necklace? Well, it went freaking missing. The only good thing that happened was the swollen forehead got better, but that was about it. There were some sexually charged moments where the house was having a meltdown and Jack would rush over shirtless and help save the day. They were having those exchanges, those glances. Right. Ro was able to find out some more information about all the deaths in the house. Apparently, the little girl was the daughter of the doctor who was the poison chemist, and she died after ingesting laurel berries, poisonous berries that were made into jam. But for some reason,
Why
her
would
father
they be made
never
into
ate
jam?
so she was the only one that died, and that made the locals feel like he was suspicious.
I mean,
That the dad
yeah.
had wanted her to die, or had poisoned the jam, or
It's
didn't eat
pretty
the jam
weird,
because
I'll
he
be
knew it was
honest.
poisoned. I'm not sure. Locals just suspect that her dad killed her. And then another family bought it, and well, the dad killed the wife and the kids by drowning them in the bath.
Lol.
Then another owner shot himself with a
The heck?
rifle in the head, and there's just been a lot more than the normal amount of death in the house. So with that new information, the girls started going to school, which was looking out for Ro because, you know, the girls were gone for most of the day and Petra was pretty easy to manage. One day when Jack was out running errands for the Ellen courts, Ellie did say something that was very suspicious. She went up to Ro and said, I like it better when he's gone. He makes them do things they don't want to do.
He makes them do
Yeah.
things. Okay.
Who?
So, I mean, that just made her suspicious. She tried to ask, like, who are you talking about? Your dad? Jack? Is it Jack? But Ellie got scared and stopped responding. So was Jack doing something weird to them, to the children, to who? The nannies? Maybe she should find out, because the Ellen courts weren't coming home soon. Well, they were supposed to, but another email was sent extending their trip by another week. And on top of
Weird.
that, they were going to have another person that she was supposed to look after. Rhiannon, the teenage girl, was coming home for the week.
That should be
Oh.
good though.
No, it was going to, judging by the sign
She's
on
the
her
crazy
door,
girl.
yeah, it's not gonna be good. She sounds like angsty teenager, right? And she really was. She was the really bratty type that treated the help like the help. She was Maddie, but
Oh,
worse.
great.
She was smarter and older and more scathing. Everything she said made Ro feel like utter trash. Oh, and she liked to sneak out and get drunk with the guys. I mean, it really wasn't sneaking
Wonderful.
out, but more so, she would lie to her parents, sleep over at a guy's house, and it was clear that she was getting drunk and coming home the next day. So
Oh,
with all of
boy.
that going on and barely 3 hours of sleep a night, she tells Jack, I need to do something about this door. Like, there's no way it's a bird or a rat, it's a human, it sounds like it. So he grabs a whole set of keys, takes it to the little locked door in her room, and he tries every single one of them. It takes forever. And finally, after 40 brass keys, he finds one that clicks
Which
in.
kid do you think's gonna
But
die,
it's jammed a
chat?
little, so he has to really tug and tug and tug and tug, and boom, the door opens. It was unlocked now. They opened it up, and they just saw a boarded up closet.
God, I
Boarded
wish you
up
guys were
closet?
seeing
Like
what Patrick was
boards on the
saying.
wall of the closet.
Okay, so they
Good
still
night,
can get it.
Colin.
Yeah. But he's like, that's not a wall. I know it's not a wall. And
Have a
that
good-
boarding,
have a
it
good
doesn't look like
night.
Sandra
That sounds
built it
good.
Because they pay attention to detail for everything. There's no way they would have just boarded something
Ellie?
up with rusty nails.
Yeah,
and called it a
probably.
day. So they tore down the boarding, and it was a staircase going up.
Probably.
They hiked up the staircase, and they found an attic. But this was one of the only ways up into the attic that they knew of. There was no other door, no other entrance, unless someone's like climbing through the vents or something. And the attic was creepy. It was filled with feathers, not like pillow down feathers from a pillow, you know, but straight up feathers, and it smelled like death. The two things were connected. A window was open a crack, and 2 crows had flown in and tried to fly out by banging on every hard surface till all their feathers were plucked and fell to the ground. And now they were dead in a corner.
Oh.
On the walls were a bunch of written phrases, and it looked like a child writing. It looked very amateur, and it said, the ghosts don't like you. They hate you. We want you to go away. The ghosts are angry. They hate you. Get out. They're angry. We hate you. We hate you. Go away.
The heck?
Ro knew where those words came from. But how? There's no other entrance into the attic but through Ro's room, and Ro knew Maddie couldn't have been there, but she repeated those phrases to her, so does that mean someone had said it to Maddie? But that still didn't explain the creaking. None of it explained the creaking and the smell. Just thinking about the smell made Ro want to gag. The smell of death was so strong. Oh, and the dolls, there were a bunch of glass Victorian dolls just laying on top of each other, faces painted with
Creepy.
these strange expressions. Anyway, afterwards, Jack offered Ro the only key to the storage room because, well, the door was in her bedroom, and he also wanted her to figure out what they should do with it. Either board it up and act like nothing happened, or tell Bill and Sandra that they tore it down. Either way, it was a lot to think about. Ro locked the door in the meantime, meaning no one else could go up, and she was deciding what to do with it. She also started sleeping downstairs on the couch. And one morning she woke up to Ellie snuggling up with her.
Aw.
Ellie, what are you doing here? I had a nightmare. That's okay. Ro felt like it was a moment they were finally bonding, except when she got up from the couch, ting, something fell to the ground. The decapitated glass head of a Victorian doll.
What?
Ro knew she would have never brought it down from the attic, and it was locked. So
What?
Ro freaked out, accused Maddie or Ellie or even someone putting it there, and they got into this huge heated fight. And Ro felt like all the effort of getting closer to the girls, it was gone now. And then after the little Cold War, Ellie wrote Ro a letter. It wasn't written, it was typed. But with one of their tech-obsessed gadgets, it was a speech-to-text letter printer, and it read, Dave Owen. Dear Rowan. Dave Owen. Speech-to-text be like that. I'm so sorry for scratching you and walking away, saying that I hate you. Please don't be angry and don't go away like the others. I'm so sorry. Love, Ellie.
Aw.
At least Ro was getting back on good terms with Ellie again. And Maddie was no longer actively torturing her, right? Unless Maddie was the one that put the doll on the couch, but like how? Anyway, Riri was the problem now. She was going out drinking all night long.
Mods are below me.
She was gonna put a stop to it.
In the
Ro's like,
description.
I can't do this. I mean, I can't be her jailer. I can't force
Huge
her to stay
list.
home. It's my job to tell her parents. So she sat Riri down, and Riri's like, "I'm going out tonight." I don't think so. Yeah, well,
Most of them,
Are you planning on walking in those heels? Because I'm not giving you a ride anywhere. I have a ride.
most of the item mods and stuff
Okay,
are
Riri,
from
this is all very
The
fun
Sims
and
resource.
everything, but if you go out, I'm gonna call your parents, and I have
all
to
the
tell
like
them that you came home
script
stinking
mods
of
and
alcohol
stuff.
when you came. Ro expected her to look scared.
You're gonna need to hunt down.
Nothing. In fact, she looked like she was enjoying it. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You little Is that the type of language that you use at Little Nippers? What? How did you know where I work? No, don't try to change the subject. This is unacceptable and stupid. First of all, I know you're going out drinking with your friends, and I have to let your parents know. Well, I don't think you'll do that. Give me one good reason not to. I'll do better. I'll give you 2 good reasons.
Bruh.
Rachel Gerhardt. The silence in the room was dead. For a second,
Dude, that song has been
Rachel
stuck in
felt
my
her
head.
knees buckle underneath her. This was the moment where everything goes to
Girl, who?
It was going to hit the fan. Because Rhiannon knew the truth, and now Bill and Sandra were
Who?
going to too. And if you're confused, let me fill you in.
Yeah.
Rachel is her real name.
Okay.
Rowan is her roommate that's in India. She had the better resume, the better everything, and Rachel used her information to apply for the job. I mean, yes, it was because she had the better resume, but also because Rachel couldn't... Never mind. How did you find out?
Huh.
A little bit of digging. Unlike my dear parents, I like to do a little bit more research when a new girl turns up at the house. You'd be surprised what I can find online. It's actually pretty easy. I found Rowan Kane, and then when I got here, I knew you didn't look like Rowan. You look nothing like her. So well, I went through Rowan's friend list, and judging by your profile picture, it was easy to find out who you were, Rachel.
That easy?
Yeah, Rachel was too stunned to speak, and Rhiannon took it as an opportunity to walk out, to go to her party. I mean, it was so brazen. Rachel didn't even know what to do. Was she supposed to call Sandra? But then what? Sorry, your kids are out underage drinking, and by the way, my name's not Rowan, it's Rachel. Sorry I used a fake name to get here, and you hired me. Oh, and you don't know who I am, but I'm alone with your kids. It's not smart. Rachel knew that it was too late. Everything was gonna fall apart. So you know what? It'll probably be her last night as a nanny. Might as well drink some wine, right?
Oh no.
She sat in the kitchen, pouring glass after glass. The girls were upstairs asleep, and there was a knock on the door. Jack wanted to see how she was doing, and he noticed that her finger was swollen. Because remember that glass doll that fell out?
Yeah.
Well, trying to get rid of it, she scraped her finger on it, and now it looked like there was still like a piece of glass in there.
Ooh.
So he's like,
Ow.
come on, I gotta get those out. Like, do you have any
The
Neosporin
fuck?
here? And she's like, no, I don't. So he's like, come to my apartment, I got you.
Oh my god, here we go. Finally.
Rachel knows that she shouldn't have gone. Every bone in her body
Lol.
told her not to go. But it was gonna be 5 minutes, and she was gonna take the baby monitor, right?
Uh-oh.
So she went to Jack's, and yes, she left the children unattended. But she thought, it's just the top of the garage, you know? It's as dangerous as taking out the trash. Well, the police would never let her live with this choice. In fact, they would say things like, you were so scared that you couldn't even sleep in your room. You thought there was a threat in the house, and yet you left the kids alone. 5 minutes turned much longer, because they had sex, you know, of course they did. And afterwards, there was just so much comfort in that apartment. No smart panels.
I'm sorry, and you
phones,
stayed?
no
Okay,
apps,
yeah,
just
no, that
an
actually is
IKEA
your fault
couch
then.
And a light switch, and It just felt nice to be with an adult for once and not be around all this pent-up energy and anger from the kids.
Oh
And she
God,
felt
hi, Monty.
at peace. And also, Jack
We
was
got
telling
everybody
her,
today.
well, I mean, all the last few nannies were leaving like butterflies. Only Holly stayed for a few years. She was the one that stayed the longest, maybe a couple years. She looked after Maddie and Ellie, and, well, never mind that. Then Lauren stayed like 8 months. The other ones didn't even last a week. Katya left in the first night. The first night? What happened? Called a taxi, left in the middle of the night, left her things. Yeah, but what happened to make her leave? I don't know. I always just thought, never mind. What? I always thought that it was Bill, maybe? Oh. Okay, you don't need to say more. All the nannies were kind of on the younger side, very pretty. And I don't know, one time when one of the nannies left, Bill had a black eye, and I thought maybe one of them had punched him. God, disgusting. Okay. And Ellie's voice filled Rachel's mind. I like it better when he's gone. He makes them do things they don't want to do. Maybe she had caught on. Kids are quick. Maybe she saw her dad doing things to the nannies that they didn't want to do. Oh my God, and the fact that Bill wanted to do something with her made her feel sick to her stomach. And the steamy session with Jack and it just made her want to gag. So Rachel rushed back home and started to type out an email on the computer to send to Bill and Sandra explaining the whole situation. But she deleted it thinking it would be better to wait to tell them in person. It seemed like Riri wasn't gonna rat her out. She just wanted to use it as leverage. So Rachel went over to the wine bottle she nearly finished and realized it was now empty. She was certain that she didn't finish it. It was next to the sink, and she looked in the sink, and there was remnants of wine all over the sink, as if someone had poured it down. And in the wine mixture were berries. Cherry laurel berries.
Oh.
What in the world?
It doesn't make sense. This house felt like it had two faces. One face that tried to kill her, and another one that tried to save her. Someone put poison in the wine, and then it felt like someone had dumped the wine so that she wouldn't drink it. It didn't make any sense. Rachel was so fucking sick of it. Maybe it was the fact that she was getting fired soon. She suddenly felt no fear, rushed upstairs, put the key in the storage closet door, turned the key, ran up to the attic looking for more answers, more creeping, and she's like, I dare you. And in the corner, she found a new piece of evidence, a phone. A mobile phone that was buzzing on the ground, and her necklace. Her necklace was there.
What?
What the fork?
What?
So now she was pissed. I mean, why was her necklace here? It was just gonna be another sleepless night. Rachel sat in the kitchen drinking tea, trying to make sense of it all, when Rhiannon walked into the door. Hello, Rhi. And for the first time, she seemed shocked. You're drunk. I can smell it on you. Yeah, and I can smell it on you. You seem like you've been drinking wine. Fair point, but you know I can't let you get away with this, Rhi. I have to call your parents. You can't act like this. What if something happened while you were out? Okay, you do that, Rachel. Good luck with the fallout. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna tell your mom. If I lose my job, so be it. If you lose your job, if you're delusional, you got your job with a fake name, probably with fake qualifications. For all I know, you're lucky if you don't end up getting sued. Maybe, but I'll take that risk. Go upstairs and wash your makeup off. You. You little bitch. What is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Yes, you. All of you, actually. Why do you hate me so much? What have I ever done to you? Do you actually want to be left here all alone? Why are you such a bitch to the staff? What the do you know about it? You can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. We don't want you. We don't need you. Rhi, I know that ever since Holly left there's... Don't you dare say her name. Don't you dare talk about that faced hell witch here.
Whoa.
Who?
What?
Holly? Rhi was shaking and in tears at this point. What happened? Is it because she abandoned you guys? Abandoned us? No, she didn't abandon us. Then what? Then what? She stole my fucking father, that's what, if you must know. What? Yes, my dear darling daddy shagged her for the better part of the 2 years that she was with us, and she had Maddie and Ellie so wrapped around her little finger they were covering for both of them, telling my mother lies. And you know the worst part is? I didn't even see it. I didn't even know until one of my friends stayed over and pointed it out. I didn't believe her at first, so I set up a nanny cam in my dad's office.
Oh.
Funny, isn't it? He can
Oof.
spy on all of us, but his privacy is important. And I heard them. I heard them doing it. I heard him telling Holly that he was going to leave all of us soon and be with her, that they were going to be together in London if she was just patient. I heard her begging him.
Did she
that
kill
she
her?
couldn't wait. She wanted it to be sooner, and she was telling him all the stuff that she wanted to do to him. All of it. I heard it all. So I framed the bitch. What? I got her in front of cameras and wound her up so hard until she hit me. And then I told her, get out or I would put this footage all over YouTube and she would never work in this country again. No, I swear to you, never in a million years would I ever have sex with your father. Ever. You can't promise that. That's what they all think when they come here. But he keeps going, he keeps pushing, and you can't afford to lose your job, and he's got money. And you know what? He can even be kind of charming. When
Sounds like your dad's a rapist, though.
Listen, I would never, I swear there's no way. Well, I don't believe you. He's done it before, you know, before Holly. And then he does it again and again. Rachel's heart broke for her over and over. Listen, I can promise you, I swear on my grave, I am never ever going to sleep with your father. And on the tip of Rachel's tongue, she had the reason that she desperately wanted to tell her. But she wanted to be the one to tell Bill and Sandra first. But she wished to God she did. Maybe that would have changed that night. But the reason that she would never sleep with Bill was because he was her father too. Let me take you back. When Rachel found the ad, it's not because she was looking for work, but because she was Googling Bill Ellencourt's name. She did that once in a while. Her biological dad, the one that completely forgot about her and didn't even care to see what she was doing. I mean, she knew who he was, you know, sometimes he paid child support. Not really. He's really wealthy, but he maybe only paid like $200 a month for the first year. Just left Rachel's mom when she was pregnant. He sent a few checks.
I was not expecting that.
And for her first birthday, he sent her the R necklace. And Rachel wore it every single day, and her mom would tell her, that's a cheap piece of rubbish. It's probably silver-plated. Your dad doesn't care about you. He left us. And then Rachel's mom married a new man. And their life was perfect. Except for the fact that Rachel was there.
I feel like they could have done it slightly earlier, too.
Everything about Rachel reminded Rachel's mom of Bill. Her hair, her eyes, everything. So when Rachel was old enough, she was kicked out of the house. And, yeah, she did look for Bill. She practiced how she would say hi to him.
Interesting.
And it's not like she wants him to be her dad. Not after all this happened. It's too much. But she just wanted to see what he was like. And obviously when this opportunity fell into her lap, it was a perfect excuse to use Rowan's name, to get to know Bill without the fear of rejection, without feeling like the stakes were high. Maybe if they got along, she could tell him the truth, and if they didn't, she could just leave. Anyway, she couldn't tell Rhea all that. So Rhea stopped crying, and both of them had this awkward moment. Rhea went back into her room, said goodnight, and Rachel went back into hers.
I feel like, yeah, you definitely should have just told her.
She felt this chill around her, and the window was wide open. Strange. No memory of that. Did that mean someone was in the house? And it made her feel sick and panicked, and she went to Petra. Petra was in her crib, sleeping. Then she went to the girls' room. Ellie was in her bed. Maddie? Maddie, where are you?
Oh, is it Maddie?
Was Maddie. Rachel starts screaming, Maddie, where are you? Screaming so loud that Rhiannon wakes up and starts helping her search the entire house. And when the entire house turned up no sign of Maddie, they run outside, and Rachel's like, I'm gonna go to the poison garden. And she rounds the corner to run to the poison garden, but Rachel stopped dead in her tracks. Maddie was not in the garden. She was right under Rachel's room, in her nightgown, covered in blood. She had fallen to her death.
What?
Rachel threw herself onto Maddie, screaming, crying, please, please, please. She remembers not much, but she remembers Jack pulling Rhiannon inside. She'll never forget the look on Rhiannon's face as she saw her sister covered in blood. Rachel remembered crying, sobbing, while she waited for the police to come, the flashing blue lights. She tried to understand what the hell happened, and there she was, covered in blood, sitting on the velvet
Guys,
sofa,
apparently Patrick
trying to explain the whole
and
story.
his
And then she remembered
other personality are not happy.
And Jack was telling
Just
her,
in case
"It's
you
okay.
were
Everything's gonna be okay.
curious.
Everything would be okay for Rowan, but not for Rachel. I would never kill Maddie. I never would have killed her. We're half sisters, but we are sisters. The police think that she came into my room and found out something. Maybe she found out that I was her half-sister. Maybe she found out that I had used her fake name to get the job. But the police speculate that she found out, and I opened the window and I threw her out to keep her quiet.
That doesn't even make sense.
What made me look even more guilty is the camera in my room. The only thing that could have set me free, I covered it. And now the police have a mountain of evidence against me. And once they found out who I really was, it's over. They thought I was a deranged, estranged, unhinged daughter coming to get revenge on her dad's
That's
new
so
perfect
weird.
family. But I didn't kill her. So who did? You have to help me. I didn't kill my sister. Years later, a corrections officer was cleaning one of the inmates' cells for a new inmate to come in, and they found wedged between the bed and the wall a stack of letters. Letters that were supposed to be sent off to an attorney, but never made it. These were the letters that were found. And then another letter. It was typed and sent by Jean. Remember the lady that worked there?
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Well, Jean said Ellie wanted her to send a letter, but she promised not to read it, so here's the letter.
Jean said
Ellie wanted Jean to send Rachel a letter in prison.
Ellie, the little daughter?
Yeah. Which, side note, Mrs. Ellencourt left her husband, sold the house, took the kids to move, and Mr. Ellencourt is being sued for sexual misconduct by an intern. So Bill
Yes.
was sexually harassing all the women, and that's why they left their jobs. No ghosts.
No shit.
The letter from Ellie read, Dave Owen. They say your real name is Rachel. Is that true? I miss you. I'm sad you're gone because it's all my fault. It's me that pushed Maddie. She was going to make you go away like the others. She took your things into the attic. She found a way in through a crawl space. She would play those videos of creaking noises to scare you through a phone on YouTube to make you lose sleep. She thought if you lost sleep, you would go mad, like the doctor.
Yo.
She's the one that put the doll in your lap when you slept. She wanted you to leave, and when it didn't work, she put the poison berries in your wine. I poured it down the sink. And when Maddie was angry, she said she was going to get you in trouble by opening all the windows and setting off all the alarms and making it seem like you hurt her. I begged her not to do it, but she kept going, and she got so mad, and I was so scared that I pushed her. I didn't mean for it to happen, and I'm sorry.
So she
Please,
knew
I'm sorry.
she was gonna send the letters to the attorney, but then she knew it was her who did it, so she took the fall for her. Oh my god.
Please come back soon. Love Ellie.
Yo.
So it's implied that Ellie killed Maddie and Rachel stayed in jail to protect her. So she wrote all these letters to her attorney, but then she found out that Ellie did it, and she never shipped the letters off.
Dude, that sucks. That's sad.
You're telling me a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old
Be murdering each other, be homicidal.
Right.
created this whole mystery.
Yeah. This reminds me of the Then She Was Gone book. I don't like books where in the end, I don't see it play out. I like to see books where it's a revelation, it plays out. This was just kind of like a letter that was thrown in. And I think in the reading format it is better
I
because
do
everything
have
was
to
written
agree
in
with
a letter,
that.
but it just didn't really pack the punch that it was waiting for.
Good mystery, right?
Yes.
Good setup. Definitely, I'm curious. I'm
Me too.
confused. I wanted to know.
I'm curious, I'm
The
confused.
answer was not as, the emotion is kind of lacking, right?
Yes,
It's like
and-
two people
yes.
fighting and then one girl pushes another.
Right?
girl
Like,
out.
oh, it was
It's
just
like,
her? I feel like we could have told the cops that. She would have gotten a way lighter sentence.
there's
Like, she would have been.
I really want to dig into
He
it,
would have been
yeah.
fine.
And I will say that a lot of the book was a lot of children involved, like a lot of feeding the kids, and like there was a lot. So
Oh, I'm glad we
it was a
didn't
lot,
read
because
it.
when you
Jesus.
have kids, it was a lot.
How was the reading experience though?
It was good. It was an easy read, but I would say easy in the sense that it was an easy thriller. I wasn't like pins and needles. Like sometimes I'll read a thriller and I'm almost like flipping the page faster than I'm reading because I'm like, what the f- is happening? Like I'm getting stressed out. I need to know, right?
Been there.
But this one was like a very casual, easy thriller. So if you guys are just starting in the thriller space, this is a really good one. And I know Ruth Ware has some really intense thrillers that maybe we'll get into. I don't know about this one.
Well, yeah, what did she make? Oh, right, the Oreo.
Whoa.
It's
Log.
beautiful.
That is cool.
I forgot she was making that, dude.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Look at that.
Are you ready? Yeah, get you one? And maybe it'll be like ice cream. Yeah, that looks like something you get at Cold Stone.
Looks good.
I don't know.
So sweet. Oh my god,
Ice cream.
my tooth is doing that thing when something is so sweet.
But it's kind of like,
It's kind of a vibe.
imagine this with some like other ice creams.
I can feel it giving me a cavity. It's kind
This
of a vibe,
is the
though.
stuff that I cannot give to Sophie unless we want to die the rest of the day.
See, you want
Oh
it
my
to
God.
be not too sweet.
Yeah, but then it's way too sweet now. Oh my gosh. Someone hide this from that child, because if she gets a sugar high, I'm Rowan. No,
God
I'm
damn
just
it.
kidding. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Bruh. I know, I felt like it was gonna be too sweet. Cause like the Oreo filling is already just like a lot, you know? Actually, this. Actually, we're just gonna put these in the corner here. There. And then I feel like these can go here, and then I'll put like a lamp right here. Let's see, and then I think we'll watch one more thing, and then that'll be the end of stream. Go for like another hour or so. Honestly, I like the Oreo thins the best because that's the least amount of filling. Because I'm not a huge fan of the Oreo filling. It's just like a lot. It's just a lot. I should probably find myself some actual dinner. I think my boyfriend might have actually made some food. So I might go check on that in a sec here. And then I'll come back and we'll find the last thing that we're watching. Actually, that's a good color. Oh, I like that color. Should I make it smaller? Yeah. Eek. There. That's good. I feel like maybe a plant in this corner here, and then we'll be good. What? You can put stuff in this? That's good to know. Not that. Maybe this. But different color, I think. That, yeah. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna put more stuff up here though. I just need to go to, actually, is there an alarm clock? Ooh, wait. This. Putting this on the wall. Perfect. Actually, should it go above this? Yeah. That's a better spot. Okay, I want an alarm clock though. I know there is. I thought that I had. Okay, whatever, this one works. Alright, and then I'll find more stuff. More clutter. I don't want to use the diapers box. Maybe put a pillow up there? Maybe a second pillow. Or not. Thought the patterns would be more different, but they were not. Art supplies, other random shit up here. Ooh, different pillows. Perfect. Nar. Oh, wait, that was a bad idea. That works. Oh, hi, baby. Are you under my feet?
What you doing under my feet? Are you being suspicious, kitten? You being scary, kitten? There's a scary kitty under my feet. What you doing down there, sir? What you doing, sir? Sir, are you about to go attack my stuffed animals? Don't do that. Don't do that, little sir. So no. Shh. Soul, you're fine. You're fine. You don't need to cry, doggy. Alright. Put this here. That's good. Cool. Kids' room complete. Oh, there's the clock I was talking about. Okay. And then this is what I was looking for. Okay. I feel like just throwing some shoes and stuff down here makes sense. Backpack. Yes. Actually, maybe backpack goes over here. Yeah, I think backpack goes there. Are there more shoes? I want something else to put on the floor. A book. Sure. That works. Cool. Kids' room done. Actually. Okay, kids' room done. Needed a carpet. Okay. There we go. Bathroom next, and then we'll work on the kitchen, living room, and entryway. Hee hee. Ow! Oh, I just whacked my fucking Achilles heel. Ow. On the chair. Ow. That fucking hurt. Yeah, some true crime next works. Ow, dude. What the fuck? That hurted. That hurted me. Right, let's see if that chapter is posted any new. Okay. From 3 days ago, killer mom caught seconds before leaving the country. I'll get this one queued up for you guys here. I'm just gonna shush. I'll get you guys the link, and then I'm gonna go find food for myself, and then I'll be back. There we go. Boop boop. It is auto-saving, hopefully. It'll notify us when it auto-saves. But I'll be right back. I will save it before I leave, though, regardless, because it's still good to save it as often as possible. So I'll be right back. Go pull the video up. Woo! Girl, I'm gonna have them ban you if you ask one more dumbass fucking question, okay? Goodbye. Also, we can read between the lines about why you were choosing certain questions to ask. You're not sneaky. Do you think that we're new here? Anyway.
Hi, I am back. How's chat? How'd it go? Girl. Please. Girl, I'm not gonna email you all my content, Monty. I do, though, okay, Monty does raise a great point, though. I do think I will be creating some type of, like, bundled download thing that you can purchase on my website as, like, a batch download of all my content. Because I know that some people just want to have a download of everything. And, yeah, it's gonna be not cheap, though. So, oh, the counter is still going. Oops. Ignore that. You're from a third world country. You don't know what's going on. You're just going by what you see. Mm-hmm. Sure. Which third world country? Which one? Which town in said country? Which one? Because your overlap in interests with people not from third world countries is astonishingly similar. No, I mean, I'm saying, like, just all of my content, because I feel like, okay, I have two ideas. One idea is for my website, making it so it's, like, early access to some stuff, and I might do that for, Fansly, or, like, I might have Fansly be early access to stuff that I post on my website. What am I trying to say? Not everything, obviously. Still gonna be Fansly exclusive stuff. But I think separately, I will also have just like a batch download. I'll probably put it on Fansly as well, but I'll just have like I don't know how much I should make it. What do you guys think is a good price for that? I want to make it expensive enough that it deters people who are just going to, like, re-upload it and stuff. I want it to be slightly expensive to deter that. But I want it to be cheap enough that it feels like a reasonable price. $150 to $420. Lol. I think I did have one that was like $500. I have never made South Park in The Sims, no. But I do love South Park. Might be fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I want it to be fairly priced, but it is downloads of everything, so... I wouldn't make a separate tier for it. I would just do it as like a PPV. And then the link to the downloads would just be in that. it gives all the old stuff that's on there. The really old stuff is on the senpai tier, and then everything else I'm hunting down and re-uploading slowly. But I've been doing this for 10 years, 11 years. There's a lot of content. It'd be PPV on top of everything, because all my tiers are way too cheap for that. Like, it's gonna cost like at least $100 or more. I haven't decided if I want it to be super cheap and make it like $100, or if I want to do like hit the middle and be like $250, or if I want to make it slightly on the expensive side and make it $500, which would make less people buy it, but I guess it's just for dedicated fans anyway. I don't know. I think I'd probably aim more for the $250 range, though. I think. Cheat. No, it's gonna just be all of my content. Like, I'll try to list everything, but it's just gonna be like a batch download of all my content. I could also put it in the senpai tier, like just senpai, and make it PPVs and group them for like certain time periods, so you could just get those time, like that year's worth of content, like batch download per year, and then it could be cheaper, and then people could pick and choose. Okay, I might do batch downloads per year of content, because then each one could be like $50 or something. 42, 69. I don't know. I could do that. I could do both. I could do like a mega download and then batch it per year. I'm gonna write this down. Okay. Mega download. I think the mega download will do for $420. And then I'll do the batched years be cheaper. Okay. Batch per year downloads. I'll probably have it be a range, because who knows how much is per year and what the quality of that is. So it'll be from like anywhere from like, I don't know, fucking 25 to 100, depending on how many I've done that year. Or 60, yeah. Well, maybe I did a lot one year, I don't know. Someone's never watched Tanya. Okay. Anyway, so that's one of the things that I wanted to do is okay, cool. So we'll do that. So the other thing, because I was thinking we could do early access. So Fansly gets early access. And then well, Fansly, and then also Fansly gets early access. Some of the early access videos will go into the paid video section on my website, so it'll still be just for Step Bros. The other one will go into the free section. Yes. Christmas. Hold on. Okay, that's not a bad idea, but also, oh my god, no shipping, no more. And every single time it just fucking tests me. Hello. But, okay. Because, like, the paid section on the website is still only gonna be... It's gonna get stuff that Fansly doesn't allow. So, alright, cool. I wrote that down. Yay. I'm still just, like, working on website stuff for the next week. So, good times. Ooh. Exactly. I have mashed potatoes. They're good. My stomach's been fucking killing me, so mashed potatoes are good for that. Yeah, exactly. No, shipping is just a nightmare. So, no shipping. No shipping at the moment. When I do that, eventually, I have to set a few things up before I am able to do that. And I have to figure out a way to filter people out who are not from the US. Because I deadass cannot ship anywhere else. It's a fucking nightmare. Like, actually. My dad does. I don't really. But no, shipping is like such a fucking nightmare, dude. I hate it. Like, it. Anyway, so let's watch Let's watch this. All right. Hopefully you guys have it queued up here. But let me see if I can repost the link. There we go. In case you've lost the link. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, play. Very good brainstorm. Thanks, chat.
It's the 13th of November 2023, and this woman is
I'm thinking I'm gonna work on setting up Twitch this month, by the way, but I'm not gonna actually do my first stream until next month.
9 years ago. Her associates had been
I'm just gonna set it up and everything for now.
and now they were coming for her.
Slowly
You know,
promote.
She thought she might escape on that one-way ticket, but seconds before boarding that plane, they nabbed her for a horrifying crime. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in
How's
this
the
whole
volume?
video, well, it's a story I covered about 4 years ago, if you can believe that. But since I covered it that long-ass time ago, folks, there's been some, by some I mean a lot, of insane updates. But before we get into all of that, please subscribe to see new stories for the Arc every
I feel
single
that.
week. Now, let's give it a go.
Dude, I always fucking do this.
So
Wait.
let's begin with the main lad himself. You know, the person all of the story spirals out from. And that was one Daniel Eric Markel. He was born on October 9th, 1972 in Montreal, Canada, but raised in Toronto into a close and observantly religious
No.
Jewish family. From an early age with our young Daniel, it became pretty obvious, like, clear as hell for anybody to see that he was kind of a bit above everybody else. He was one smart cookie. He was not only gifted with the ability to, like, learn super easy, he also had this, like, innate curiosity about the world. So naturally, he excelled in school. He was like always going to be top of the class. And standard schooling was never going to be
Okay.
enough. For Daniel, he
Bathroom.
went on to study, do an undergrad in politics and philosophy in Harvard University, where he graduated magna
Okay, so this
cum
has gotta
laude, which
have-
means he was wicked smart. He then followed that up with a stint in Israel, where he attended the Hebrew University of Jerusalem before traveling to Emmanuel College, Cambridge, that's Cambridge, England, where he received his master's degree in political theory. He still wasn't done, and Daniel's academic studies came full circle as he gained his junior doctorate in Harvard Law in 2001. And with an education like that, you can only become a politician or a lawyer. Two peoples everybody loves. Don't have a reputation for sliminess at all. Daniel's choice became pretty clear when he took
There.
the position to be a law clerk for the United States Ninth Court of
Cool.
Appeals. He also took a position as an associate.
Do you have a shower?
with Labs, you know, for law firm Kellogg, Huber, Hansen, Todd, Evans, and Feigl, or as I call them, and they were based in Washington, D.C. Now, they
For what?
mainly did criminal defense law and that kind of thing, but when I say criminal defense, I don't mean kind of like shooty bang man, or, you know, somebody driving around with some devil's lettuce in the backseat. I'm more talking about the law that Daniel became really involved with was soccer moms having
There.
a few too many glasses of wine while they sat around the house all day, popping pills and bitching about their husbands and sleeping with their gardeners. But for
Okay.
Daniel, it was, you know, one of them good old foots in the door, and he wasn't like a lackey. He was given real responsibilities, one of which included giving briefings to myriad professors from around the country. Like, he was making connections from the very get-go, folks. From the very get-go, he made some connections he probably would have wished that he hadn't, but the one that he did end up making was with a group of professors from Florida State University College of Law, and the connections he made with them were just so tight that they invited him down to you know, become a member.
I'm
of
definitely
their
putting an
faculty.
over on
His
that
professional
also.
life wasn't limited to his teachings either. He was also a published author and co-founded a blog site for law professors called Prof's Blog. In 2009, Daniel co-authored a book called Privilege or Punish: Criminal Justice and the Challenge of Family Ties. The book explored how crimes and crime of punishment affects family dynamics, not just, you know, the person
What
who
size
was
this?
doing
Nope.
the crime and now doing the time, but also, you know, their families and how it can, like a stone in the water, kind of ripple out from there. And the thing about all of this, and that is what he studied, folks, listen up, is that, well, it would take kind of a tragic irony for people Daniel would come in contact with and the punishments they would end up getting. Alongside the book, which was published in 2009, as well as having several articles printed in the New York Times, Slate, and The Atlantic, Daniel also kept up publishing regular academic papers too, mostly focusing on crime and punishment. After being given the prestigious posting of Delamberte Professor of Law, Daniel was awarded tenure in 2010, which is an extremely hard thing to do, to get tenure, especially at his age and in such short amount of time. But he was shit hot. I mean, like in a good way.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you very much to Nick and to Eugene and to Todd and all of my co-panelists, as well as to the wonderful folks at the Federal Society who have been so exceedingly generous to me over this last year. It's an honor to be here and share some
Toilet
thoughts with
paper
you about
hoarder.
this big project that I've been working on this last year. It's
So going through all that, his professional life, woo, it was amazing, right? He was like the most successful guy ever, doing great. Everybody liked him. But his private life was not quite as peachy keen as his professional life was. By 2012, Daniel's marriage to his wife of 6 years, that's Wendy Adelson.
Yeah, they're a
it was,
child, but they're still a
well,
kid,
definitely on the way
so.
out. His law career on the ups, his marriage on the downs, an elevator straight to hell. Wendy Jill
Oh.
Adelson was 7 years younger than Daniel, but well, unfortunately, folks, she would catch up, and they met, while they were both studying at university. The two ambitious go-getters both seemed to want the same things in life, and importantly to their families, and especially to Daniel, Wendy was also Jewish. In fact, that's kind of like key to how Wendy and Daniel met. They met on this dating app called JDate, and they just hit it off. Great.
Oh my God,
That
it's
was
like Christian
designed
Mingle.
specifically for single Jewish people to meet and arrange dates. After exchanging a few messages, each of them thought they'd
Oh, that Mormon one.
and things went fast
Oh, God.
from there. Daniel's faith was particularly important to him, and despite telling his mom from an early age that he was not going to become a rabbi, but he was determined to become a gabbai, which is not officially a spiritual leader, but as close as a lay person can be. It's a community leadership position and a great honor, as this person will be asked to perform readings at services. And Daniel, he was a lot, and I mean like a lot, or no good way, more conservative in his religious views than Wendy was. For example, folks, when they were getting married, Dan and Wendy, everything had to be done according to the religious, the way it should be done, right? Like, for example, Dan flipped a lid when not all the food served at their wedding was kosher. He lost
That kind of makes sense, I'm not
right,
gonna lie.
another thing happened was that when Wendy's grandmother died, Daniel refused to go to the funeral. See, in the Jewish faith, there's a certain
Shiva?
person, sometimes called a kohanim, and that basically means you're, simple way of putting it is you're like super holy. You've been blessed by God to be more, your face is more holy than everybody else around
Listen,
you.
I watched Weeds,
And
okay?
again, it's like a great honor and such and such, but I mean, if you are a kohanim, you cannot be in the presence of a dead person, a deceased body like you. So when Daniel refused to go to Wendy's
Actually, I just
grandmother's
started
funeral,
rewatching
where
Weeds.
would be a dead body,
Forgot how good it is.
Adelsons were not too keen on
Love
that
Weeds.
law. Folks didn't like it.
I'm
One
at the
bit.
part where Andy's trying to become a
They
fucking rabbi.
just were very, they just felt very
Oh
disrespected.
my God, it's
by
so
the
cringe, I can't.
And that brings me to my next
Like,
point.
please
Another big
stop.
contention
Stop
between
it.
Wendy and Daniel that was sort of always there, but over time it just grew, and it grew was Wendy's family. Wendy's family were close, like, folks, really close. You know what, folks? This whole video, it's about two people who
Dude,
like,
right.
really hated
Love
each
Nancy.
other, right? And they also sort of, knew everything about.
But honestly, though, Silas
And unfortunately,
and
they
Shane are the
used
best
that information
characters.
again.
Andy's kind of the worst,
there are
even though I
people
do
out
kind of
there
love
maybe
him, but
know
he's
too much
low-key
about
the
you,
fucking
and know
worst.
things you really don't want them to know. For example, just a few months ago, over 2.9 billion records were stolen from National Public Data, which offers personal information to employers, private investigators, staffing agencies, and others doing background checks. And guess what? Members of the hacker group who stole all that information,
Were
did
they
just release
Iranian
for
super
free?
hackers?
Or what about Dell, who suffered a breach that exposed 3.9 million customer records? Or Ticketmaster, they experienced
Nice,
a
okay.
massive breach compromising over 560 million customer records. That is a lot of public information from companies we all use. like every day almost. So if you were not taking precautions with your personal information online,
Hairdryer
before,
on the ground.
This is a ring, ring, ring wake-up call. Frankly, you've never been more vulnerable online than you are
Right,
right
it's
now.
so
Anything
good.
Anybody might want to know about you? Maybe they already do. That's why, personally, I've been using today's sponsor, Aura, for over a year. Aura, big dogs, gives me a heads up to which data brokers are selling my information and automatically submits opt-out requests for me. So I don't even need to think about it. Because I'm thinking, not ready for me. It not only reduces my spam, but it also protects me from any dang dirty trolls out there who may want to access and steal my beautiful information. Not today, pal. Or alerts me if they find my phone number, email, or social security number on the dark web. They're gonna let me know really fast if anybody tries to use this information to access, my credit or bank accounts. And they
Sorry,
also
just
give
texting
me
my
up to
fiance
$5
cookie
million
recipe
in
instructions because I made cookies the other day and he's making the rest.
And best of all, I don't have to download several different apps. Just
Dude, I never
because
watched The
companies
Wire.
out
Is
there
it
couldn't
good?
Keep my information safe. It is all
Why
in
does it feel like it would be like
and
West
we're not
Wing?
doing
Did
it.
anyone
Aura
watch
is
West
all
Wing?
the good stuff. I'm talking about real-time alerts of credit inquiries, malware and virus detection, a VPN, a password manager, and even parental controls if you have little ones. And even with all of these features, it
Dude,
is
you have to
super
watch Weez
easy
if you
to
haven't.
use the flags I can do right
Oh my
now.
god, that's literally, that show just reminds me of high school so much.
Or do the hard work of keeping you safe. And if you sign up right now, Aura will give you a
That and
2-week free trial
Skins.
with my link. That
Those are
is
my go-to, like, if I want to relive what high school felt like, I watch those.
Rating and is highly rated in the Apple app and Google Play stores, so they will take care of you. Once again, folks, go to aura.com/thatchapter and be absolutely horrified by how much of your personal information is out there. But before you freak out too much,
Okay.
don't worry, because Aura's got your back, keeping you safe and secure. Now,
No, I already made the cookies. The dough is already made. He just needs to put it in the oven.
Wendy was the youngest of three
But
kids,
even that, there's very
Donna,
specific
a school
instructions,
teacher,
so-
and Harvey Adelson, a very successful
Because you have
dentist.
to
She was the baby of the family and the only girl.
making them into
Her
small
two
balls.
big brothers, Charlie and
They have to cook at
always
350 for like
very
15 minutes
Charlie
or
followed his
until the
father's
top of it is
footsteps
cooked,
and
but the
well
inside of it is still like soft and gooey. And then they have to cool on the cookie sheet that they baked on, set on top of the stove for 15 minutes afterwards. So they set, and they're delicious.
And they were extremely controlling over their children. For example, folks, I got these stories for days of this one. Robert Adelson, the oldest of their three children. Well,
Hold on.
One time he met and fell in love with a woman who was not of the Jewish faith, and Mama Donna and Harvey, they did not like that at all. So much to the point that they forced Robert to break up with this.
Optionally,
lady.
you can
And
add
Robert was
marshmallows on
absolutely
top of them,
heartbroken.
but yeah.
Oh, we'll find you a nice
It is the
Jewish
s'mores
girl.
cookie,
They
yes.
did. Robert,
They're so good.
got engaged to this other woman who Harvey and
Okay,
Donna were now
let's see.
approving of. They eventually married, but
I want to put a
Robert
laundry
never,
basket in
ever
here.
forgot that first woman, to the point where after a couple of years of marriage to this woman his parents approved of, end of story. Wasn't having that anymore. They broke up, they divorced, he then went
There,
married
hopefully
his
everything
first
there
love,
works.
moved to Chicago and never saw his parents ever again. That's something
Oof.
again kind of to note, is that in this entire story, in this entire conspiracy web of pure shite, right?
Oh.
Everybody's sort of in on it except Robert. That's why he wasn't, because he could see what his family was like and he refused to basically have anything to do with them. So everything seemed to start going south between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson after they welcomed their second child, a boy. Just a year after their first child, also a boy.
Okay,
had been
there's
born.
that.
Kids were always on the agenda for Daniel.
And then
See,
we
the
put a
family were now living in
toilet.
Tallahassee, Florida State University. And, well, Wendy, not too keen on that. See, all her family, which, as I said, she was very close with, they lived all the way down in Miami. Still within the same state, but, like, a little bit away. And so Tallahassee, Dan worked there at the university. It's the capital city
Okay.
of Florida. But to Wendy, coming from Miami, it may as well have been like the boonies. She thought this was like redneck central.
I mean, that would feel like that for
She
me.
did not like Tallahassee at all. She also had a job. She worked
That'd be
for
me.
the same university, Florida State University. The reason she worked for the university also is that Florida State University were so adamant to get Dan as a member of their faculty. Sometimes, apparently, other universities do this too. If they are like so after some person, like we would love for you to teach at our university because you're just so great. It would make our university more prestigious. We want you on our faculty. If you come and join, you come and work for us, we'll also offer a job to your wife. So, you know, that will kind of clear up a lot of issues. So
It's the kids' bathroom, so I feel like there would be.
Also, to know that Wendy was like a very smart looking, very
Empty.
well-educated person. She was well qualified for the job. They didn't just like give her a job. See, a big old fraction came for Dan and Wendy after Wendy, she published her first a book, ladies and gentlemen, a book. She was incredibly proud of the achievement.
Well, human trafficking is a widespread issue going on right here in our backyard. We have with us this morning clinical professor at Florida State University's College of Law, Wendy Adelson, with some with a book, and here more to discuss about human trafficking. And again, like we said, just it's a widespread issue that.
But said
Do we
he
have any
devastated
chairs that are
by
just
Daniel's
floating?
indifference.
Can I put
Dan
on stuff?
And the man, big whoop, he was like, he didn't even read it. Now, as you can imagine, as I've gone through kind of Daniel's entire history, he seems like a very serious, and he was a very serious man. Wasn't mucking about. Fiction, get out of his hand. You must be joking. He only reads documents and such. Probably, oven cleaning manuals. That's pretty what he enjoys to read on his days off. But to be fair, I also gather the book, well, it was pretty shit. And in fairness to Dan, he didn't promote it. A lot he used his blog to push the book as
not
much as
these.
possible, inflicting
I'll use
verbal
something
on other
else.
people, by the by. By 2012, Wendy's mind was made up. She just couldn't
Let
stick
me
it out any longer,
find-
and Daniel was not going to budge. The marriage was over. Daniel wasn't so certain, at least at first. He thought they could save the relationship.
Where the heck?
So,
Oh, there you
when
are.
Wendy did the old Irish goodbye, which is, as we all know, just leaving without telling the other person,
Me.
Daniel was absolutely devastated.
I do that.
One day, he came home from work at the university. He opened the front door expecting to hear his wife and his kids inside the house. Instead, he was met with silence. He wandered around looking for them, eventually went up to the stairs into
Now,
their
are there
bedroom.
anything I can
There,
use to
on
like?
the marital bed lay divorce papers,
Oof.
already signed by his soon-to-be ex-wife. Daniel did try
Oof.
to reconcile with Wendy, but
Dang it.
once he saw that her mind was made up and there was going to be, no changing it, well, Dan kind of changed into a different man. He kind of became switched from husband Dan to attorney, lawyer Dan, who has a hell of a lot of qualifications, and there's no holds barred going forward. And this is, divorce became super acrimonious between Wendy and Dan. Things got nasty quickly, and soon the two were only talking through their lawyers. Daniel immediately filed for
Wanna make this like a
50-50 custody,
bench.
which was granted. Then, over the next couple of years, he managed to force Wendy to stay in Tallahassee with the kids, no doubt infuriating her. One of the most notable escalations during this whole divorce proceedings was when Dan filed a petition that would bar his kid's grandmother, Donna Adelson, from any basically unsupervised visits with the boys because
Why?
Dan claimed that his kid would go hang out with their grandmother Donna, and when they came back to him, they would say, "You should hear what the L word is saying about." I mean, I'm sure they didn't exactly say it, but they would basically say, the kids would say, "Oh, Granny is telling us awful things about you."
Thank you.
Dan was
Thank
not
you.
too
Now you got
keen
homes.
to hear about that. Donna was saying, Dan's incredibly abusive, he's this, he's that, and the other. So that was a huge issue. Because, as I said, Donna is kind of in control of basically everything. But in the meantime, both Wendy and Dan, they were, seeing new people. They had moved on to new relationships, and friends of Daniel would later say they had never seen him happier than this. So far, so soap opera, right? Not anymore, because it was in 2014 that things took a wild left turn, and that's when there was the horrifying event. Shortly before 11 a.m. on Friday, the 18th of July 2014, Daniel, he was driving home from the gym, and he was on the phone to his friend. And as he was on the phone, he noticed in the rear view mirror there was a silver Toyota Prius basically riding his ass the entire way home. So much so that he mentioned it to the person he was talking to on the other end of the line. He pulled into his own driveway. The Toyota Prius did as well. He stopped the car, and then he said to his friend that someone
How is everything so big?
got out of the car and was walking towards him. Then there was a brief moment of silence. His friend on the other end of the line just heard 2 pops. And that was it. A few minutes later, Daniel's next-door neighbor spotted Daniel's car in the driveway. Initially, he'd assumed that Daniel was just backing out of his drive. But then, when the car was still there minutes later on, half off the curb, he thought something was off. His neighbor slowly walked up to the car and had a feeling that something was off after hearing some loud noises a few
Dude, I
minutes
know
ago.
that there's something
And
that
then
fits
eventually
with the...
He saw that the window
What
wasn't
is it?
rolled down. The driver's side window wasn't rolled down as he first thought. It had been shattered by bullets. Inside the car was Daniel, his head covered in blood.
What's going on with him?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's got blood all over his head. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know.
Soon after, police and EMS responded to the scene and found Daniel still sitting in his car's driver's seat. He'd been shot twice in the head. Though he was still clinging to life when he reached the hospital, it was clear right away to doctors that Daniel's situation was grave. There was little anyone could do for him, and they knew he didn't have long. He soon passed away at 41 years of age. Now, the Tallahassee Police Department, when their investigation started winding up, and they were quick to say, no danger to the public. No danger at all. A spokesperson said they were treating this as a murder and that Daniel was the intended target. Homicide detectives, they took on the case of this man who'd murdered in his own car in his own driveway. And the natural starting point would be his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. It took a couple of hours to track her down as she was out and about running errands in Tallahassee. But they actually got a hold of her at a restaurant close to 2 o'clock, roughly 3 hours after Daniel had been shot.
Just listen to my voicemail. What'd you hear? Who was your voicemail? It's from Lisa Carey, who is my real estate agent, or who I had gone with to find a house. She just said she was driving around town and she heard there was a shooting in the trust fund.
Yeah, that's what this is about. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if I should.
It's all right, just leave it there. Is it still on?
It's over there.
And Wendy told the detectives that she
Oh my god, this is driving me crazy. Okay.
Her old house that she used to live in, but she had thought that the whole area was cordoned off. But she, of course, didn't know that Daniel
Which
had been
fucking
shot
one
dead. She
is
thought
it?
that there had
Maybe
been
if I
power
use a
line
little
or
seat or something, it'll work better.
That's why a tree had fallen, and that's why there was so much. She couldn't believe it that her husband had been shot. Pretty crazy. What are the odds that of all the days that's what she would drive by? All the days and all the times. That's
I
what she
know,
would decide to be
such a weird
listening to.
coincidence.
Drive by her old, marital home. It wasn't until she was sitting, waiting in the interview room for the detective to return, that she checked her voicemails and discovered a message from her realtor. Her agent was calling to make sure that everything was okay after hearing about a shooting on Wendy and Daniel's old street and wanted to check that they were fine.
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my god.
Okay.
And so, considering her current surroundings, Wendy put 2 and 2 together and started to panic. The detective broke the news about Daniel, and Wendy broke down and cried uncontrollably for 5 minutes. In the end, though, she was able to gather herself enough to finish the interview. That interview lasted 8 hours, and in it, Wendy went through everything, from the initial meeting all the way to their acrimonious divorce.
Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt him. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't think. No. And I don't think.
Maybe if I put them up higher.
I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't. But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna find something.
Take care of them like this.
Alright, where's your close?
The two most important things from that conversation is that one was that the detective asked Wendy, here, listen, what do you think? Tell me this. What do you think should happen to whoever did this?
I love when they ask
what
that.
should we do with them when we get them? And Wendy said they should face the strongest possible punishment. They should get whatever they got coming to them. In fact, Wendy would say that Daniel, in his whole law thingies, he was a huge fan of what's called retributive justice. That is when if you do a crime, the punishment should fit the crime. The punishment shouldn't fit the person. So, you shouldn't take troubles the person's been in through or their backstory. You shouldn't take any of that into account. If you did this, you get this.
And you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard, whether you were or you're not.
Girl.
Okay. I understand.
Nice, okay, I figured it out. I just had to raise them slightly.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't. So my thing is that let's let the
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief.
Girl.
I would never do something like that.
and it's
So I understand why I wouldn't be the person you would think would do something.
I just realized it's a kid. Their towel shouldn't be smaller.
I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person?
What should happen to that person?
For prosecution purposes.
No.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Regardless of who it is?
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one. But I don't think my immediate family did this, so...
Say that.
If it's anybody else, yeah.
Okay. Would you think that this guy Charlie would even be capable of doing something like this?
Why would you...
Let's just talk.
Why would you say you think it's your brother?
All right.
Fuck.
The second remark Wendy made was, oh God, I hope nobody killed my ex-husband because they thought that's what I wanted when I certainly didn't want it. I hope somebody didn't think they were doing me a favor. Ooh.
Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
In particular, she seemed extremely concerned about her brother's potential involvement. Not, of course, her oldest brother Robert, who's all the way now in Illinois. No, she was more concerned about her other brother's involvement. Maybe Charlie, the periodontist from Miami, might have done something.
What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's
Dude,
smiles
she's goofy.
and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change
Is
their
that the brother?
self-esteem
Oh my god.
and how they think about themselves.
He seems
on a
so
daily basis.
scary.
She even told the detective that Charlie had made what in hindsight was a very bad taste joke when he was helping with a TV he bought that she'd been having issues with. Apparently, while he was moving it, he told her he bought the TV because he looked into hiring a hitman and found out the TV was cheaper. She laughed it off at the time, knowing it's classic Charlie and his dark and twisted sense of humor. But now that Dan is actually dead, she was like,
My brother,
Maybe it was him.
the one whose name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to,
Girl.
he makes a lot of jokes in that taste. But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do
Throwing her
something
own
like
family under the bus is
and
just
Charlie
next
Adelson was a very
level
successful
asshole.
guy in his own right. He had taken over
Boo.
his dad's extremely
Fucking
successful
bitch.
practice. As you can see, he's also probably the most awkward guy ever to do an advert.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey
Hopefully
Adelson.
this is not blocking
who's
the
a
door.
cosmetic dentist.
Great stuff, Charlie. He would roll around Miami, downtown Miami, in his Ferrari, and he liked him some lady. It wasn't like, Wendy or Robert who both married and settled down. Charlie was mad about town. After Wendy's interview, it seemed from police statements that arrests were imminent and that they already had targets in mind. But then, suddenly, like it seemed from the get-go, from Jump Street, that this would be an open and shut case. But was it? No. It actually was no open and shut case at all. Because I'm still talking about it, and it's still going on 10 years later. They did have targets in mind, but they would be, this is like the most patient police investigation you will ever hear. There was nothing, like almost 2 years passed after Dan Markel's death that there would be news. And by the way, that interview Wendy gave, only interview she's ever given that police. Every other time she spoke through her attorneys. Just as the news of Dan Markel's murder, began to kind of settle down, news of an arrest hit the news. The name, though, of the arrested person kind of surprised everybody. Not because it was a known name, but because it was an unknown name.
Our top story tonight, an arrest is made in the murder of Florida State law professor Dan Markel.
We have the latest on the investigation and what led police to an arrest. Sigfredo Garcia has been arrested and charged with Dan Markel's murder. On July 18, 2014, authorities found the FSU law professor shot in the head at his home in Tallahassee.
34-year-old Sigfredo Garcia's name was not one anybody expected to see listed alongside Daniel's. But that's exactly what anybody reading the news on May 26, 2016 would have seen. The two men would never have had, a reason to meet, but suddenly Miami resident Sigfredo Garcia was charged with first-degree murder. So why would Sigfredo Garcia, also known as Tuto, want to murder Dan Markel? Usually journalists would find the answers in the probable cause affidavit released at the same time as the arrest, or at least very soon after. Thing is, though, in this case, the affidavit was sealed. Investigators in the case didn't want it out there yet. No, they didn't want to release it because they had more arrests to make, and they didn't exactly want other names out there in the media. When the documents were finally made public, they did show, the police are planning on arresting more people. But the other person listed, no huge rush, because his name, the other person they were planning on arresting, his name was Luis Rivera, right? Also known as Tato. Trudeau and Tato. But they were in no rush and they didn't really mind getting out there because he was already in prison. He was serving a sentence in a federal prison for unrelated charges.
Okay, so it probably was not that guy then,
a member of the Latin Kings gang and had been swept up in a RICO bust. Like his alleged accomplice, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera also had no connection to Daniel Markel.
Okay, here we go.
Was that this seemed like a
kid's bathroom.
Which it was. But, Dan, why would he have been killed by these gang members, right?
I don't know, did that
ever happen? But he had never dealt with, homicide, murders, gang stuff. He'd been like a white-collar defense lawyer. Like,
oh my god, my dad wants to go bowling.
Yeah, I don't think gang members would be able to afford that. So cute. And he hadn't even practiced as a lawyer in years and years.
Fun.
See, the key to it all was that silver Toyota Prius Dan mentioned on the phone.
Oh wait, I forgot.
Following him for some time, and the police would find CCTV.
Chat, do you know what I forgot?
Following him all day long.
Oops. Kind of important for this room.
Authorities were able to find CCTV images of the Prius in question in the area on the day Daniel was killed. It even had several distinctive features that allowed them to determine it was the car they were looking for. See, those images showed that the car had a Sun Pass tag in the window. Sun Pass is used by vehicles passing through tolls that allowed the driver to, just have it scanned rather than having to worry about the correct change.
There we go.
In this case, following that Sun Tag path, they could trace the car all the way from Tallahassee to where it had come from, which was down in Miami. They found the rental center that had leased
that's already thankfully mostly covered, but that's
Garcia's name, and in turn, Sigfredo Garcia gave up Luis Rivera. The two men were seen in the Prius, having started following Daniel as he ran his daily errands, dropping the kids off at school, going to the gym, just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. When Daniel pulled into his own driveway, that was when they...
I'm doing the kitchen first, because I don't know what I'm doing with that.
It was Sigfredo Garcia who got up, walked towards Daniel's car, stood right beside it, pulled out a gun, and shot Daniel twice in the face. Unveiled court documents show that this wasn't even the first time they had been tailing him. About a month previous, they had been tailing him all around Tallahassee yet again, learning his routine, where's the best place to get him, and that trip had been successful, so that's why a month later, they came back and they did it. It was kind of good timing, too, because the next day, after he'd been murdered, Daniel was actually due to fly to, New York for a work business trip, so it was almost like they knew that they had to kill him this day. It was almost as if somebody who knew his itinerary told him. Maybe somebody who he was sharing custody with of kids. Maybe, because they would need to know Daniel's itinerary when he was around, when he wasn't around. I don't know. Who knows these things?
Wonder who
so
that could
these
be.
two lads travel all the way from Miami to murder a lawyer they had never met, never had reason to meet, had no beef with at all. The answer to that question then lies with another person in this entire conspiracy, a woman named Catherine Magbanua, also known as Katie. According to the affidavit, it was Katie Magbanua who had initiated the hit in the first place, and it was Katie who had insisted that Garcia and Rivera go back to Tallahassee and complete the hit. Katie's link to Sigfredo Garcia was pretty easy to uncover. She was the mother of his 2 kids, and the 2 of them were in a constantly on-again, off-again relationship. But Mike, I hear you wonder, why would then Katie, who was kind of like the person who orchestrated the hit, what would she have against Dan Markel? Okay, she worked as a dental assistant in Miami. She never had any reason to meet Dan, no beef with him at all. He hadn't pissed her off. He hadn't represented her in a case. So
Okay, I wanted to try
these 2 guys
this kitchen, but I will try
you,
it.
Big dog. Not only was Katie in a very flexible relationship with Sigfredo Garcia, they had a kid together, she was also in a very close, you know how that's going, close relationship with one Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family. And it's also being a team approach.
Rivera and Garcia's cell phones were just an absolute gold mine for the prosecutors. Tuto and Tato, Dumb and Dumber. The police had them nailed to the wall, their cell phones, their pings. It was pinging the exact same time. Daniel's phone was pinging, so they were full sure, okay, we got the guys who actually pulled the trigger. And then they were able to link that to
I want to use these.
To cell phone contacts, text messages, all that sort of thing. I mean, the cell phones were, as I said, a gold mine. That's then what gave them Katie.
Yeah.
And then Katie, eventually, turns out she just happens to be in a close relationship with the brother of Dan Markel's ex-wife. Katie was the first call Garcia made after the job was done. And while she was certainly a driving force in the hit and the vital connection between the contractors and their employer, she was not the one who initiated things. As I said, Katie had no reason to ever want Dan Markel dead. She didn't even know him. How would she even know who he is? That wasn't until a certain Charlie Adelson, wealthy periodontist, gave Katie Magbanua about 100,000 reasons to want Dan Markel dead. And of course, Charlie's reasons for wanting Dan Markel dead are a lot more obvious. He was causing trouble within the family, he was causing Wendy nightmares, he was not allowing Donna to see the boys. They were just like, let's just get him out of the picture, He'll always be a thorn in our side, let's be done with it, nip that in the bud. It really seemed that Donna losing unsupervised visits with her own grandchildren was the final straw for the Adelsons.
That's crazy.
On June 17, 2016, an indictment came down that officially brought charges of first-degree murder against Garcia and Rivera. The amount of evidence against both Tuto and Tato was, quite frankly, ridiculous. Rivera, already serving the sentence on the RICO charges relating to his Latin Kings involvement,
really good spot to move that door
to,
isn't it?
Luis Rivera, confess everything, name names, and you will get yourselves 19 years for first-degree murder.
Coffee yet?
Oh, I know people. You had it in the kitchen.
You get to eat again last night?
No, sir.
You just came straight back.
They didn't feed you nothing? Sorry.
They can't teach you.
Actually, wait, hold on. I want these to be.
That sentence would run concurrent with his existing sentence, the sentence he was already serving.
Okay.
So that would mean for first-degree murder, Luis Rivera would only get an extra 7 years in prison if he confessed. An extra 7 years for first-degree murder. Where do I sign? Give me the pen.
All right, whatever. Let's try. We driving. We showed him a picture. My kid. That's the first time I seen a picture of him and I heard about his name. But he told me his name. Just the guy who was see.
Oops.
Marquette. I don't need the name.
I think it would have worked actually better with the last one.
Just show me the picture.
Yeah, okay.
In his confessional interview, which you will see here, it truly seemed like these two were absolute dumb shits. They were hiring meth heads to rent hotels for them. They were like bumbling hitmen, totally. For example, while they'd been sitting in the car in the run to the murder, Sigfredo Garcia had been fiddling with the murder weapon, a handgun, and had somehow managed to fire off the gun inside the car. Soon after, Luis Rivera realized they were suddenly out of gas, which led Rivera to check on the hood, and that's when the geniuses realized the misfire had sent a round straight through the car's gas line. They went to a store and bought a length of hose and did a pretty shitty job fixing it, something that forensics would later find when they examined that Toyota Prius in question. According to that same confession, Rivera didn't even have a clue what they were going to do. He was just to be the driver. He didn't even know they were going to Tallahassee. He thought they were going like to rob some other drug dealers, you know, stuff, the kind of hijinks, classic hijinks gang members in South Florida often do. But then Luis Rivera told him, oh yeah, we gotta go kill this guy. He was like, all right, Ranch, whatever you need to do, we will do. Sigfredo Garcia did tell Luis the reason they were going to commit this murder for hire was due to a custody issue between their target and his ex-wife.
I went to the gym, waited in the parking lot for a while, like 45 to an hour at the most.
I'll just make a little island.
Got there. So when he came out of the gym, I followed home. As I'm following home, he goes around the back. I go around the front. We met him right in the garage. I was like maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from his car. Garcia jumps out, goes around the car. When he's driving, I think Markel was on the phone that day. Shot him twice, got in the car, we left. Kid driver. We dumped the gun towards the bridge. Can't remember the bridge, I wish I would remember from the story. I really couldn't remember it. Drove. After that, I made it home. Never spoke about this again. Never told nobody. The next morning, it's a Saturday morning, I'm in the barbershop.
Katie Magbanua was arrested on October 1st, 2016, being charged with murder soon after. As Luis Rivera pled guilty, there was no trial for him. Catherine and Sigfredo Garcia's trials were combined and took place in October 2019, during which prosecutors laid out their theory about what had happened in detail for the first time. According to prosecutors, Charlie Adelson and possibly his mother Donna were the masterminds behind the conspiracy. But when this was all coming out, prosecutors were saying this during the trial. Like, Charlie and Donna hadn't been arrested yet. So they were like, yikes. And still at this point, as far as most people were aware, Wendy didn't have a clue about any of this. She hadn't been privy to Charlie and Mama Donna's plans. I gotta stop saying Mama Donna. She wouldn't have approved of it. She was not too keen on it at all. That might change. So Charlie offered Katie $100,000 to get the job done. Katie, in turn, gave her, on again, off again partner Sigfredo $40,000 to be the triggerman. Luis Rivera got $35,000 to be the driver. Katie would keep the rest. And in addition to this, Katie also got a job as a dental assistant in Charlie Adelson's practice. So she would work with, which is just like, it's actually quite a tough job being a dental assistant.
I can do this. I can do this.
She didn't even
Come on, cabinets. Work with me.
Even though Katie insisted at trial that she wasn't guilty, her own lawyers were forced to admit that the evidence prosecutors had presented led them and Katie to believe that the Adelsons were involved in Daniel's murder. So basically, Katie's lawyers were like, oh, we're kind of up shit creek. Yeah, the Adelsons were responsible for the murder. The only link between the Adelsons and the hitmen is me. But I didn't do it, I swear. And in the wake of the arrests, Wendy changed her boys' names.
But I didn't do it, I swear.
From Markel to Adelson. She even changed one of their middle names that had been like a Dan Markel family name to one of her own family names. Wendy would say she changed her kids' names to Adelson for their protection, for their privacy. But it more seemed that she was just trying to erase their own father's their own father from her children's lives. That kind of way. I mean, it's like you're changing their name from Markel to Adelson. You guys are more famous now than even the victims. More of you guys are getting arrested.
Oh.
Garcia tried to pin the whole thing on Luis Rivera, saying that it was actually Rivera and not himself that had been the trigger man. Unfortunately for Garcia, Rivera had beaten him to it. He had already confessed, gotten his sentence, and the jury was not buying it. On October 11th, 2019, 5 years after Daniel Markel was murdered, Garcia was found guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. 4 days later, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole, plus 30 years for the conspiracy charges. The verdict on Katie, though, was a lot more complicated, and eventually her initial trial ended in a mistrial. The second time around, though, turned out to be a charm, when Catherine Magnaneau's retrial started on May 16, 2022, and ended on May 27th, when a jury found her guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. Like Garcia, Katie was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for first-degree murder, plus an additional 30 years apiece for the conspiracy and solicitation charges. And just when Katie was settling into her brand new prison cell, you know, getting that little comfy butt imprint, the Leon County State Attorney dragged her out of her prison cell and said, "Hey, listen, we need you to talk a bit more, because guess what? You're going to testify against Charlie Adelson." And boom! This is essentially everything I've run up till now. We sort of already knew. In my previous video I made 4 years ago. What happens next is all what's happened since. And the shit just got weird.
Hey, why are you... Hello? Yo, what the...
From inside the Leon County Detention Facility, Charlie Adelson made his first appearance before the Leon County Judge Tuesday. Adelson was arrested April 21st in South Florida.
Changing right in front of my face.
First-degree murder in the death of his former brother-in-law, Dan Markel. Prosecutors say Adelson hired his girlfriend at the time, Catherine McVanois, her ex-boyfriend, Sigfredo Garcia, and his best friend, Luis Rivera, to kill the Florida State law professor. While his team hoped to bond him out, that didn't happen due to his first-degree murder charge, a decision that his attorney, Margot Moss, says they'll fight.
Charlie Adelson felt the cold steel of a Leon County deputy's cuffs earlier in 2022, when authorities finally felt they had enough to move forward with charges. One of the reasons it took so long for them to get around to arresting Charlie and then, you know, his trial beginning was, well, the Adelsons had a lot of resources and a lot of connections, and they were quite rich. So they could, basically they just wanted to make sure, you know, their T's and I's were dotted. Charlie's own trial began in October 2023, when after Katie's trial and all the shit from Katie's trial had come out, and now even Katie was talking to the police. Charlie's trial finally began on October 26th, 2023 in Leon County, Florida. Appropriately, it was a week before his 47th birthday. So much came out in Charlie's trial. A lot of it had come out in previous trials, but some new stuff definitely came out in this.
Look at that. Look at our beautiful kitchen that has a little nook to sit.
Since Dan Markel was murdered, they had been watching them for like 9 years at this.
It is a kitchen island
They had a
couch.
lot of weird things on file, a lot of secret meetings between Charlie and Katie, a lot of strange phone calls between the three of them. See, the police had arranged for an undercover officer to approach Donna Adelson to try and discern whether or not she had played an active role in the murder or conspiracy. The officer identified himself as Sammy and said he was a friend of Luis Rivera's, and accused the Adelsons of looking after Katie and Sigfredo Garcia, but not looking after Luis Rivera.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? Hey, Bill, just want to give you this. Listen. Don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Hugo for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys have up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Hugo.
Whoa.
Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Basically saying that, hey, you guys, you know, I'm an associate of Luis Rivera's, and you paid
That's
Katie,
funny.
you paid Sigfredo, but you did not pay Luis. What gives? You know, essentially trying to like shake the tree, see if Donna would react to this. If she reacted, then she knew that the murder plot. She knew what was happening. If she didn't react, then I mean, they're trying to shake the tree, see what happened. After approaching Donna,
That's
she
funny.
in turn called her son, as she was of course full aware of the murder plot. She was clearly panicking and wanted him to deal with whoever Sammy was. Charlie then promised he would deal with it and call this Sammy. Remember, Sammy is an undercover police officer, but the police are fully aware of the murder plot. They're just trying to see who's actually involved.
Alright, I'm gonna put like a TV right here, I think.
Sammy.
Because why fucking
Sammy
not?
sound more like an undercover cop.
Hello. Hola, Giga. Hello, Giga. Who is it?
Oh, it's too small. That's goofy.
I'm calling my family and trying to figure out who this is. In reference to what, man? Someone by the name of Sandy Paul?
That looks good.
Yeah, that's me, man. Alright, what's going on? Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to Dentist Dr. White, told me, who are you? I gave the number to a lady. I don't know Tato. You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuco.
Can I make it bigger?
They've been taken care of since the family's
nice.
father been taken care of up north. I don't know. I was
Is that too big? Is that ridiculous? It's a little ridiculous. Never mind. It's like right in front of their face.
I was a driver with Tato. He told me the whole story. He told me
Gingerbread man. Actually, that's not a bad idea. That's fun.
he was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuco, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing.
Despite his protestations to the contrary, prosecutors were able to prove in court that Charlie knew full well who Tuto was. The court in Charlie's case heard how Charlie had started this whole thing after being unhappy with the way his sister was being treated. This led him to reach out to Katie, who he asked to find someone to kill Daniel. With the many payments to Katie, amounting to tens of thousands of dollars, as well as witness testimonies and the surveillance records, the jury had a little choice but to make Charlie the third person to be convicted for Dan Markel's murder.
I mean,
Count one.
yeah.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to
On Tuesday, December 12th, 2023, just like Katie before him, Charlie was sentenced to life in prison for first-degree murder, plus an additional 30 years each for the conspiracy and solicitation convictions.
Bruh. Unhinged.
Your Honor, received those and had an opportunity.
It's crazy they thought they would get away with it.
To review the letters, they were also a part of the pre-sentence investigation packet, which will be filed in the court file as well. Mr. Adelson, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make a statement if you wish. You do not have to speak. However, this is your opportunity if you choose to do so.
I do.
You may stand.
I would just like to say that I maintain my innocence.
Nobody cares.
Well, please rise. I'm now going to pronounce the sentence. With the jury having found you guilty of all three counts that you were charged with in your indictment of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
How bad is it floating right now? Actually, you know what? We're chilling.
I am going to adjudicate you guilty of all three at this time, and you are going to be sentenced as follows. As to count one, the first-degree murder count pursuant to section 782.04 and 775.
I wonder if they can get over here.
782 statutes. You are sentenced to life.
Probably. Probably.
That, I guess could have really been the end of the entire Dan Markel murder case.
Oh, is that not the end?
But it shouldn't have been, and it wasn't.
Hi, baby. Hi, baby dog. Good boy.
13th,
I have to.
2023,
No, please
just
don't do
as
this.
Donna Adelson
Girl.
and her husband were about to board a flight from Florida to Vietnam,
Lol.
a country that has no extradition treaty with the United States.
Wow.
They were arrested. She was so close. She was so close. She must have been.
That's funny.
She must have thought she. I swear to God, like as she got through the airport, like she literally arrested right before boarding the plane. She was like, home free.
That's
New
so
life
funny.
in Vietnam awaits me. You know, she must have thought she was there. She'd gotten away. Ooh, Donna, you gotta be quicker than
So
that.
close.
Shortly after, a grand jury indictment was sent down, and Donna was charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Again, just like with Charlie Adelson, I mean, this is 9 years after Dan was murdered. Once again, you know, the Adelsons, a very rich, powerful, connected family in Miami, so the police just really wanted to dot their I's, cross their T's before they put the bracelets on anybody. They had so many, wiretapped phone calls, undercover police, undercover, hidden cameras. There was just from what stuff that came out during the trial, there was absolutely no way Donna was not involved in Dan Markel's murder. Not at all.
Glad
And
they
so,
got
in
her.
fact, it was Donna, buying a one-way ticket to Vietnam. Once prosecutors got wind of what she was doing, they kind of forced their hand. And now they had no choice. We gotta arrest her now, or else we will never arrest her. And Donna
Oh my God, I used to have this
was
statue.
supposed to begin in September 2024. It did not. Not only was Donna's trial supposed to begin in September 2024, but it has since been delayed till who knows when. See, the reason was that Donna Adelson had the same attorney and defense team as her son, Charlie, because that worked out so well the first time. But a few days before her trial was due to begin, a form that was believed to have been signed by Charlie was not. Essentially, this form was him giving permission for the attorney to represent someone else in the same case. People everybody assumed it had been signed, but no, her attorney then withdrew due to a conflict of interest.
Oh,
So
interesting.
when will Donna Adelson's actual trial
Lol.
begin? Some say early 2025. I say they're being optimistic because Donna Adelson has to find an entire new defense team. Not only that, Charlie Adelson is now requesting a new trial because he says, well, if it's conflict of interest if it was conflict of interest for my defense team to represent my mom, maybe it was obviously a conflict of interest for them to represent me. I need a fair trial. This will never end.
Oh my God.
Even though Donna is a older woman, she's an L one at this stage. Remember, Dan Markel, her victim, was a huge fan, allegedly was at this point, because she hasn't been actually convicted. Dan Markel was a huge fan of retributive justice, which is the punishment should fit the crime, not the person. So
I am also a big fan of that.
I really should have gotten on that plane. And so it goes. Once again, Big Dog, I hear your barking. What about Wendy? Wendy, was she really innocent in this entire thing?
Were you
Good
involved
question.
in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know what was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Throughout the tale, the police continually said they believed her to be just that, innocent, though a lot of the time with a wink.
Are you angry that according to your brother's theory, he and your mom have known who killed your children's father since 2014, and you weren't told who it was?
I'm more angry that somebody killed my children's father.
So you're not mad about that they knew this whole time? That's what they're saying.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
That's the theory of the defense.
She thought she thought that was the right answer, but that was not the right answer at all.
To Dan.
That's so funny.
Make you angry?
Oh my God,
I'm angry
dude.
about so many things. It's hard
Is that one of them?
to separate them.
Oh my God, girl. Please, that's such an easy question.
And in Luis Rivera's interview, he said he saw Wendy around the time of the murder, and she
Oh
seemed
my
to know
God,
who he
dude.
was,
She's
and
so
why he was
dumb.
there.
So I'm driving this way. Wendy's walking this way with two kids.
She's like, actually, I'm not sure.
I'm looking to my rear mirror.
Girl.
I see
Okay, actually, I'm gonna use one of these stars.
That's Wendy. And they go, oh, that's her. I said, well, so then I'm like, okay, I seen the two kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, best she can is make sure that everything's alright, because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's gotta get done tomorrow morning before he leaves.
Actually, is there?
She knows you already.
Yeah. Okay.
So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Kate, hey, what's going on? I seen this lady up here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything's fine there. What time's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck is going?
Prosecutors have labeled Wendy Adelson as an unindicted co-conspirator, and it's
Weird.
widely believed by them that she knew all about the murder plot. I mean, I would say she knew.
Yeah, it seems like she knew.
Something. Maybe she didn't know the intricacies, she didn't know everything about it, but it was either one of those things where she was vaguely aware of it and didn't stop it from happening, or she was, that kind of, I find it very unlikely she was completely unaware of them planning to murder her husband. The fact that she just happened to drive by the
there's
house
no way.
the day of the murder, the fact that Luis pointed her out, said, "Who's this lady who's staring at us?" as if she knows who we are. There's just way too much here.
She threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
That nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
How are you?
She said yours in the first 25 pages
Girl.
of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for
Sir.
the trial, haven't you?
Stand
I
up.
don't know if I've seen her.
Oh,
Are you mad
come
that
on.
Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged with a crime that I didn't commit.
During the trial of
Girl.
Charlie, and surely during the upcoming one of Donna's,
Stand
no
up,
doubt they will attempt to
please.
get one of them to flip,
Just-
implicate Wendy,
just
and, well,
snitch
maybe it will eventually
on
be
her,
turn.
please.
And so that is the story of the murder of Dan Markel. It's safe to say that learning about him, its victim, it's a tragedy. This entire case is a tragedy. But it is safe to say that Dan Markel wasn't exactly everybody's cup of tea. He was very unflinching, very unbending. I mean, even the fact that he was a huge fan of restorative justice is kind of odd when he knew so much about the law. And there's a lot of gray areas in the law. But he
There
was like,
are,
no,
but I
this is
feel
it.
like
That-
he's not
yeah,
wrong about
it's either
that one.
Black or white. With
I
Dan
wanna
and
put
Markel,
light
but he
under
certainly
this.
did not deserve what happened to him. And the entire Adelson family just seemed like giant pieces of shite. No two ways about it. They all got to be in it. The strings are going through all of them, and it all leads back to Mama Donna, who was certainly the ringleader, because it was when she couldn't see her grandkids, that's when the trigger
Just
got
ridiculous.
Poor old Donna.
She's so entitled.
You really got to be quicker than that. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this whole video. As always, folks, it means a lot to me that you're here.
You're thinking of kombucha? Yeah, dude, fuck kombucha. It's not good. I hate it. Some under cabinet lighting here. We're so close to finishing. Okay, let me do this. Actually, it's not the one I want. Yeah, it's not that one. Oh, that's not a wall one. Dang it. Like, I know there's a dark blue one somewhere. I don't see where though. Ooh, actually, you know what? That looks good. That looks very good, actually. Nice. The underlighting made all of the cabinets look fucking weird, though. Damn it. Okay. Never mind. I can't use that. Why? Why must you do this to me, lighting? That works. Maybe I'll just put 2 over here. Okay. Do we have the... I know it's somewhere in here, but there's like a backsplash. Wherefore art thou, backsplash? Where are you, bitch? Also, I should just kind of throw things up on a counter that I want to use. All of these things will eventually get placed somewhere. I feel like I missed it. A boob candle, bruh. Help. Those jars are so good ones. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's down here. Divider, divider, divider. Where you at, bitch? Like, I know I have one. It's not this. Although I could actually use this as the backsplash. I just feel like that's a little... Maybe. No. That one looks nicer. This could work, actually. That's not the worst. I don't hate it. I do want to change the U, though. Yeah, that's better. Should I put a little divider here too? Just so you don't get splashed. There you go. Now no splashing. No splashing will occur. You're set. Is there anything else I should grab before I go? A cup. Spices. Macaroons that can go on the counter. Oh, I need a dishwasher. Good reminder. Salad. Cheese. Perfect. Plates don't go in here, actually. Those mugs are not the right size. Nice. Ooh, definitely you go here. You should go here. Actually, it's not the color we want. I think we want that. That's fun. I'm ending stream so soon. I'm totally gonna end it very soon. Okay. Don't question me. It's too much to put the milk jug. Okay, that's a good one. I'm just trying to look for good, like, kitchen items, you know? Okay, that works. Ooh, picnic basket. I need some. What? Okay, let me look at curtains. I feel like it should be one of these. Grr. Okay, well maybe not. Alright, we'll just do this. We'll just do that. There. Woo! Okay. Kitchen's going. We'll just, yeah, that's fine. Close enough. Cool. Alright, well, it's still gotta be fully decorated, but oh, the dishwasher, that's the thing I was forgetting. Okay. I just want to get all the acquired items. Is this usable? Because that's kind of nice if it is. Same with the bread box. Are those... do those actually work? Because if they do, that is nice. Anyway. Focus. Where the fuck... is there a dishwasher that fits this? Is there not a dishwasher that fits this set? What? That one kind of works. think that one works better. Yeah, okay. Dishwasher, check. Garbage can. Last thing. We'll put it over here. I can never fucking figure out where to put the goddamn trash can, honestly. There. That works. Ta-da! Alright. We'll keep working on it next time. Well, we made some good progress. Oh, Ninja Creamy. Yeah, Ninja Creamy is the thing that you want. Perfect. Because I need that right now. Alright, well. This was a great 6-hour stream chat. Let me swap over. Let me save. Let me save. Alright, and then let me exit. And save again. Anyway. So. I'm gonna be AFK this weekend. I'm gonna be still uploading stuff. Next week, I think we'll do a planning stream Monday. Probably do that on Fansly just because it's easier. I will do another Teddy Chan stream on Tuesday. Probably stream sporadically on Fansly throughout the week, other than Monday. And then we'll do another one on here on Friday. And I'll probably do it later in the day. Probably maybe like 4-ish next week. Like later in the day next week. So I just wanted to do an early stream. The planning stream on Monday though will be earlier in the day. I'm thinking like 11. Let's get like an early go on things. I'm gonna be more productive at that hour. You can drive! Oh my god, congratulations. So yeah, that's it. I'm still dying right now, so I don't have any new content this week. But yeah, my body is trying to murk me at the moment. Maybe I will try to rally and take a few teaser photos one day, but we'll see how it goes, because I feel like I'm dying at the moment. I'm gonna try to do a doctor's appointment on Monday as well, so I'll do that after my stream with you guys. So that's another reason why I want to do the stream earlier in the day, so that I can do that while I can have brain power, and then afterwards I'll go get my blood drawn and figure out what the fuck's wrong with me. Yes. So anyway, yeah, good thing I just posted a shit ton of content in October, so it'll hold you guys over for a little bit. But all right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try. I have some more videos I want to edit and stuff. I might actually have my fiance. I'm gonna have him do more work for me. It'll help me with more stuff. He may or may not help me film like POV things. Don't get too excited. More like POV experience videos. I might post those on YouTube, as in like they'll be safe for work. But they might get posted to Fansly just because that way I don't have to worry about stuff and I can play music and stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna have him help me with more stuff, so I might have him edit some vlogs for me and stuff, or some other like clipped up streams and things like that. So if you see new random differently edited style content, it's because I'm having my fiance help me. So yeah, for vlogging purposes. We got those like glasses that you can like, the Ray-Bans with the cameras in them. Haven't used them yet, so yeah, but that's gonna be the next one, is the Disney trip vlog. We'll see what there is of that. I'm probably gonna edit that one just because yeah, that's the last one I'm gonna edit because I have to like film things with the thought in mind that someone else will be editing it if I'm filming it, because otherwise I just film shit, you know? Yeah, the Facebook one, sort of. It was the ones that everyone were using for that one like trend on TikTok a while ago. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I will see you guys next week on here. Otherwise, if you want to hang out with me sooner, hang out with me on Monday on Fansly. Check Twitter for a link. Alright? That was the idea. So, yeah, it'll be like a go on a date with me to Pikes or whatever the fuck. Like, more wholesome POV type of videos. That's my plan. So, should be good. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Go do something fun. Go play video games. You know, it's a stressful time. Or not. Maybe you're lucky and it's not a stressful time for you. And then congratulations. But for everyone else, do something to treat yourself each day. I feel like that'll help. And stay off of Twitter. Okay, you will be happier. You'll be happier. Stay off Twitter for like a month or two. Wait for everyone to have a freak out and then go back. You'll be happier. Alright. Enjoy the outro. I'll see you guys next week. Goodbye. Happy weekend. Yay.